A crushing weight settles on Princess Elona as she stands on the balcony, the night air chilling her to the bone. Overwhelmed by her dangerous reality and the secret she now carries, she breaks down, her body racked with silent sobs. The future of her unborn child feels impossibly bleak, and despair consumes her. Lost in her grief, she doesn't notice the sudden shift in the air until a dark cloak materializes before her. Elona gasps, her head snapping up, tear-filled eyes wide with shock at the unexpected visitor. The figure's hood drops, revealing the piercing red eyes of King Kazan, his cloak doing little to hide his powerful build. A shocked gasp escapes Elona as she breathes his name. In an instant, he closes the distance, sweeping her from the balcony back into the dim light of her chamber. His arm slams against the wall right next to her head, trapping her. With his other hand, he firmly grips her chin, forcing her tear-streaked face to meet his intense, burning gaze. He has her cornered, and he demands answers. The fire in Kazan's eyes cools, replaced by a haunting memory of a tender embrace they once shared. Back in the present, he tells a silent Elona that time is running out. He gets straight to the point, asking if the rumor is true. Is she really planning to marry the king of Behalan? Elona's silence is a deafening confirmation. Kazan's voice trembles, with barely contained emotion. He clenches his fist, admitting that she must know this marriage means he would have to leave the palace, because if he stayed, he might lose control. A chilling image flashes through Elona's mind of her brother's twisted grin and a dark prophecy. But back in the present, Kazan pulls her close, desperately suggesting they run away from Parzion together. Elona's hope is gone. She tells him it's impossible, that they're powerless against her brother, who would inflict a terrible punishment if they were caught. Kazan refuses to accept this, his eyes blazing with resolve as he promises to protect her. He insists this is their only chance, his voice cracking as he reminds her she once said she trusted him. Kazan's voice is filled with raw pain as he asks if their past was all a lie. Did she ever truly believe in him? The bitter realization hits him. He asks if it's because he's a slave, concluding she never had any intention of escaping with him. Elona finally speaks, telling him she doesn't blame him for his hatred. But her words only fuel his fury. His grip on her tightens as he accuses her of only ever wanting one thing from him, his voice dripping with betrayal as the fabric of her dress strains. Kazan's rage finally breaks. He overwhelms Elona, pushing her down onto the bed. Startled, she asks what he is doing, pleading for him to stop because they are still in the palace. His voice is chillingly calm as he asks why that should matter. Through her tears, Elona desperately promises she will do anything for him. But his own tears begin to fall, his voice breaking as he asks why. Then, she won't do the same for him. He just wants her to choose him, but she won't. Just as Elona whispers Kazan's name, their raw, emotional moment is violently interrupted. The doors burst open, revealing a man with a sadistic grin. He sneers that he wasn't sure at first, but now sees the princess truly enjoys her time with a lowly slave. Elona freezes in terror, recognizing her brother. With a cold command, he orders his guards to seize them. They grab a screaming Elona, dragging her away. Kazan yells her name, but a guard silences him with a brutal blow to the head. Elona screams in horror as Kazan is brutally subdued, begging her brother to stop. But Antonio just flashes a cruel grin, ordering his guards to drag Kazan to the underground prison. He sneers that the slave will be put on trial at dawn. Elona's mind races back to a different time, a time when she believed that as long as she could save Kazan, she could be happy. In a painful memory, she recalls riding beside Antonio, naively asking if Kazan was being safely escorted, completely oblivious to his twisted plans. The flashback continues as Antonio rides beside his sister with a smug grin, assuring her that Kazan is on his way. But Elona's heart sinks as she realizes they aren't heading to the East Tower. Antonio's voice drips with cruel mockery, asking if she's only just noticing his deception. He sneers that she should say her goodbyes to the slave. The devastating truth crashes down on her. Despite her heartfelt wishes to save Kazan, she had been completely fooled by her brother's twisted plan, who now rode triumphantly into the night. The devastating memory reaches its climax. A guard, under Antonio's cruel command, swings his blade. With a final, sickening sound, the steel finds its mark. Kazan's crimson eyes widen in disbelief, the life draining from them in an instant. A gut-wrenching scream tears from Elona's throat as she watches, utterly powerless. Right before her very eyes, the man she had risked everything to save was brutally taken from the world. Her entire world shatters in that single, horrific moment. The flashback deepens, revealing an even more twisted memory. With tears in her eyes, Elona begs her brother to stop, but Antonio is relentless. He shoves a bow into her hands, forcing her to aim at the captured slaves. His voice is cold as he declares he will only let one person live, and she must choose wisely. Elona pleads, but it's no use. An arrow flies, striking a young, white-haired girl. Watching this unfold, Kazan looks on with grim determination, telling Elona to spare the other girl and choose him instead. A terrified Elona begs her brother Antonio, promising to keep his secrets if he'll just spare them. But the twisted prince only scoffs, grabbing a bow and mocking her royal lineage. He cruelly reminds her that their mother isn't around to protect her anymore. Just as despair sets in, a young, white-haired girl named Samira bravely volunteers to take Elona's place. Refusing to let someone else suffer, Elona steps forward, telling Antonio to target her instead. A sinister grin spreads across Antonio's face. This is exactly the entertainment he wanted. Elona pleads with Kazan and the others to run, assuring them her brother would never lay a hand on her. She's trying to buy them time, but Kazan isn't falling for it. Just as he protests, another slave realizes the princess is sacrificing herself. But her plea falls on deaf ears. Antonio simply smirks, raises his bow, and tells his target not to move. With a wicked grin, he warns that he won't be responsible for the outcome. An arrow slices through the air, but in a blur, Kazan's hand shoots out, catching it just inches from Elona. With his hand bloodied from the first arrow, Kazan moves in a flash, pulling Elona into his arms and shielding her with his body. The second arrow sinks deep into his back. A furious Antonio demands to know what the brat thinks he's doing. In tears, Elona asks Kazan why he would do something so reckless, telling him he's just putting himself at risk. But Kazan's gaze is unwavering. He reminds her that he made a promise, and he fully intends to keep it. He swore he would get her out of the palace alive. Kazan's voice lingers in her mind, insisting that keeping her safe is his duty. With a jolt, Elona's eyes snap open, her heart pounding. The rough-hewn walls of the past dissolve, replaced by the lavish silks of her royal bedchamber. It was that dream again, the same haunting memory. Unable to find peace, she moves to her desk and begins to write. With a somber look, she puts his name to paper, thinking it's been a long time since she last dreamt of him. The memory feels almost too real. As Elona puts pen to paper, she notes that today feels different. She writes a letter to Kazan, the boy she believes has been gone for over 7 years. Life under her brother's rule has been a constant nightmare, locked away in a tower. But she confesses that losing Kazan was the hardest burden to bear. A brutal war has raged for 3 years, and though it distracts her brother, the cost in lives has been staggering. Overcome with regret, she apologizes for being powerless to protect him or anyone else. With no power to change anything, Elona can only pray for the terrible war to end. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupts from outside. The war is finally over, but not how she expected. Triumphant shouts fill the air as soldiers declare that the enemy kingdom, Ashitra, has defeated Parzion. The victors waste no time, issuing orders to seize all court members and capture the royal family without mercy. Before Elona can even process the defeat, her door is thrown open. Heavily armed soldiers stand before her, their target clear, Princess Elona of Parzion. The guards order Elona to step forward and accept the fate of her defeated kingdom before the king of Ashitra. A strange calm washes over her as she thinks of the boy she lost 7 years ago. With a sad smile, she believes that her end is near and she can finally join him. The massive throne room doors are thrown open, revealing an absolute bloodbath. The hall is a scene of utter devastation, littered with fallen soldiers. Elona's fleeting moment of peace shatters, replaced by raw, chilling horror at the carnage before her. Amidst the carnage, Elona is shoved to her knees. Her treacherous brother, Antonio, scrambles up, presenting her like a prize to the shadowy king on the throne. He frantically shouts that Elona is alive and well, demanding his own life be spared as they had supposedly agreed. But a cold, commanding voice cuts through the chaos, questioning if such a deal ever existed. The king mockingly asks if Antonio truly believed he was worthy of making a deal with him. A jolt of shock runs through Elona. She recognizes that voice. The king's voice dripped with contempt as he questioned how the ruler of a defeated nation could dare negotiate with the victor. At that familiar, chilling tone, Elona's head snaps up. The shadows part, revealing the conqueror on the throne, a man with dark hair, piercing red eyes, and a face seared into her memory. It can't be. The boy she thought was lost forever, the one she had mourned for 7 long years. Disbelief and horror crash over her as she whispers the impossible name, Kazan. The revelation completely shatters Antonio. His disbelief explodes into a furious rage as he screams at the king. He demands to know how Kazan is still alive, ranting that he was positive he'd personally finished him off years ago. From his throne, Kazan's voice is pure ice. He scoffs, asking if Antonio truly dares to bring up that incident. With deliberate slowness, the king rises and descends the steps, his presence overwhelming. He coldly states that Antonio's memory seems to be failing him, promising a brutal reminder is on its way. With his blade held high, Kazan announces that Parzion has fallen. His gaze lands on Antonio, coldly declaring him the truly wretched one. In a blur of motion, the sword descends, and a piercing scream tears through the throne room. Antonio collapses, clutching his grievously injured leg. Without a second thought, Kazan orders his men to remove the traitor. He then turns his burning red eyes to Elona, informing her that they are returning to Ashatra. There, she will face the ominous choice of Sindar. Guards drag a struggling Elona away as she begs to be released. As Antonio's desperate screams for help echoed in the hall, Elona stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. A cold, authoritative voice cut through the chaos, commanding the princess of Parzion to lift her head. Her terrified blue eyes met Kazan's unforgiving red gaze. He declared that she would stand trial for her nation's collapse, a crime he deemed worthy of the ultimate punishment. But then, with a cruel sneer, Kazan added that considering the suffering of his people, such a swift end would be far too merciful for her. Kazan's voice echoed through the hall as he declared that Elona of Parzion was now stripped of her royal title. Before she could process his words, a cold, heavy collar was locked around her neck. Her eyes widened in pure terror. Looking down at the humiliated princess, Kazan announced his ultimate decree. As the king of Ashatra, he commanded her to become his personal concubine. He then ordered his guards to take the former princess to his private chambers to be prepared, stating that he would join them shortly. Alone in the king's chambers, Elona's mind was a mess. Her trembling hand rose to the cold collar locked around her neck as she questioned how any of this was possible. How could Kazan still be alive? A haunting memory flooded her senses, the image of him, broken and lifeless in her arms on that tragic day. It was impossible. She tried to convince herself that this ruthless king couldn't be the boy she knew. But as fear gripped her, a terrifying thought lingered. What if it really was him? The doors to the chamber burst open, and Kazan stepped inside. Elona's eyes widened, finally seeing the man she thought was dead. He stalked towards her, a cruel smirk on his face, as he asked why she looked so surprised to see him use the door, reminding her he used to sneak in through the window. Overwhelmed, Elona desperately asked if it was really him. Kazan taunted that she probably wished it wasn't. Her voice broke as she confessed she'd wanted to see him again so much, she just couldn't believe it was possible. As Elona reached for him, Kazan recoiled in fury. He commanded her to take her hand away, calling her touch disgusting. He coldly admitted he'd wondered what kind of expression she'd have when they finally met again, then leaned in to call her revolting. Heartbroken, Elona begged him to explain why he was being so cruel. But Kazan had reached his limit. Roaring at her to shut up, he grabbed her forcefully. He snarled that he couldn't hold back any longer. He was done playing games. Kazan sneered, telling Elona she must think he was clueless. He then dropped a bombshell, revealing he knew exactly what she did that fateful night 7 years ago. A terrified Elona asked what he was talking about, but he completely dismissed her act. He ordered her to stop pretending. In one swift, powerful motion, he sent her falling back onto the chaise lounge. As she cried out, he loomed over her, his voice dangerously low. He declared it was time for them to fulfill their roles. Utterly defeated, Elona could only stammer his name. Before Elona could react, Kazan silenced her with a brutal kiss. She struggled against his unyielding hold, her hands pushing weakly against his chest as she begged him not to do this. But her pleas were completely ignored. A single tear traced a path down her cheek as he overpowered her completely. With a sharp tug, the delicate lace of her gown gave way. Overwhelmed and terrified, Elona cried out his name, telling him to wait, but it was useless. He asserted his complete dominance, his cold gaze showing that his long-awaited revenge had only just begun. Desperate, Elona tried to reason with him, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. But Kazan wasn't listening. He coldly informed her that he should have made things clear sooner. Later, exhausted by the weight of his own long-awaited revenge, Kazan gasped for breath, leaning over the bed in turmoil. Lying in the aftermath, a quiet moment fell between them. Elona's mind was racing. She knew Kazan had completely misunderstood her past actions, but felt trapped, unable to explain the truth at that moment. A wave of regret washed over her. She truly believed that if he would just hear her out, the vengeful king would disappear, and the kind boy she once loved would return. For now, all she could cling to was the simple, heartbreaking fact that after 7 agonizing years, they were finally reunited. The journey to Kazan's homeland began immediately. As his soldiers celebrated their return to Ashitra, Elona was treated like nothing more than baggage. A guard roughly shoved her into a cramped, dark wagon, mocking her fall from grace. Bound in heavy chains, a horrifying reality washed over her. She was being dragged to this new kingdom as a prisoner. All she knew of Ashitra were grim rumors of a harsh, unforgiving land. As her legs went numb from the rough ride, she could only wonder what brutal fate awaited her there. As Elona whispered Kazan's name, she was stunned by his cold intensity. Suddenly, the wagon door slid open, flooding the darkness with light. Outside, furious soldiers questioned why the Parzion woman was even alive. They seethed with hatred, recalling how many of their own had perished at the hands of her people. To them, her very presence was an insult to their fallen. Before Elona could process their venomous words, a rough hand grabbed her arm, forcefully pulling her out into the hostile new world she now inhabited. The soldiers' voices dripped with venom as they debated handling her themselves. Before Elona could even process the threat, a violent shove sent her sprawling onto the hard wooden floor. The chains around her wrists and ankles clanked loudly with the impact. One guard sneered, wondering aloud if her beauty was the reason the king decided to keep her as a slave. But another spat back with pure contempt, declaring her looks were worthless because she was a hated Parzion. Elona could only lie there, frozen in utter terror. One soldier, his eyes burning with rage, unsheathed his sword. He snarled that his cousin had perished as a slave in her kingdom, and this was justice for his people. The cold steel pressed against Elona's throat as she begged for her life. But the guard showed no mercy, telling her to save her pleas for the afterlife. As the blade rose, her world narrowed to a single thought. She had only just found Kazan again. Before the final blow could land, a low, menacing voice cut through the tension, asking the soldier if he wanted to die. Just as the blade was about to fall, a powerful hand shot out, stopping the soldier's arm mid-swing. The man's wrist was caught in an iron grip. Standing in the light of the open door was Kazan, his red eyes blazing with cold fury. Elona looked up, tears welling in her eyes as he stood over her protectively. In a voice dripping with menace, Kazan demanded to know how the soldier dared to touch his property. The air grew heavy as the guards realized they had just sealed their own fates. The soldier's sword clattered uselessly to the floor. Elona, still on her knees, barely managed to whisper Kazan's title. One guard desperately tried to explain the situation, but the king's burning red eyes showed he wasn't interested in excuses. In a terrifying blur of motion, Kazan drew his weapon. A flash of steel cut through the air, and the man who had threatened Elona fell silent. Before she could process the shocking display, Kazan grabbed her chains, yanking her from the floor and pulling her hard against his chest. With a sharp tug on her chains, Kazan pulled Elona roughly into his arms. His powerful hand tilted her face up, his piercing red eyes scanning her for any signs of harm. Seeing no serious injuries, he pushed her away slightly. Turning to his commander, Torton, the king gave his chilling orders. Elona was to be moved to the carriage, kept close to him, and placed under heavy guard. As his men moved to obey, Elona was left staring, completely stunned by the man who had just saved her life. The caravan finally halted in the middle of a vast desert. They had officially crossed the border into Ashitra. Huddled alone inside the carriage, Elona was startled when the door swung open. A dark-haired woman, Irid, announced that the king had summoned her. Forced to exit, Elona stepped out barefoot. The warm sand felt surprisingly soft under her feet. As she took in the endless golden dunes under the burning sun, a heavy realization sank in. This was Kazan's kingdom now. There was no turning back. Irid Padisha snaps at Elona for hesitating, demanding to know if she understands who she now serves. With a sharp tone, Irid declares that Kazan is the king of Ashitra, chosen by the god Sindar. The name triggers a vivid memory for Elona. She recalls a peaceful day with Kazan, who explained that in his homeland, becoming king requires a god's favor. He spoke of a kingdom where gods and magic were not myths, but a part of everyday life. This shocking revelation about Kazan's divine right to rule left Elona reeling. Elona's mind raced back to a memory, a peaceful day when Kazan explained the gods of his homeland. He spoke of Kalima, goddess of earth and strength, Zahira, goddess of fire and wisdom, Lu, goddess of water and life, and Sindar, the powerful god of wind and death. Kazan had told her that a king is chosen by one of these divine beings, who then grants him their immense power. It was this divine blessing, he believed, that gave his people unshakable faith, even in the harsh, unforgiving desert. The harsh desert reality fades as Elona drifts back to a cherished memory. She remembers Kazan's somber confession about his people suffering during the brutal war for the throne. Moved by his pain, she had wished to one day visit his homeland. Kazan promised they would go to Ashitra together, sealing the vow with a tender kiss. The memory is shattered by Irid's sharp voice. Irid coldly admits that while it bothers her, she will serve Elona as the gods command. She then reveals a chilling truth. Kazan is the sole survivor of the curse of the gods. A handmaiden coldly instructs Elona to change her clothes and come outside. Still feeling weak, Elona stumbles toward a basket, recognizing the garments inside as traditional Ashitra clothing. But as she reaches for the fabric, something begins to stir. A massive, jet-black scorpion suddenly rears up from the pile, its stinger poised to strike. Elona lets out a terrified scream and jumps back, her heart pounding with pure terror. A deadly creature had been hiding just inches away, waiting for her among the clothes. Recalling Kazan's warning about poisonous creatures, Elona's survival instincts take over. With a swift move, she slams a hat down, trapping the massive scorpion underneath. Still shaken from the near miss, she is escorted by Irid to meet Lord Sindar. Irid announces she has brought the prisoner. As they enter a lavish tent and bow, the so-called Lord is revealed to be none other than Kazan. He looks up from his work and coldly orders Irid to leave them, wanting to be completely alone with Elona. As Irid leaves the tent, Kazan and Elona are finally alone. He immediately spots her messy clothes and asks if she was attacked. She quickly downplays the near-death experience, explaining a pincer creature was in the clothes and she dodged it. He acknowledges the danger but notes she was smart to escape unharmed. Reminded of his warning, Elona genuinely thanks him for saving her before. But any warmth vanishes as Kazan leans in, his red eyes glowing, and coldly questions if he truly saved her at all. The chilling tension returns instantly. Kazan tells her she's gravely mistaken. With a sudden jerk, he pulls her into a tight embrace, causing Elona to cry out his name in shock. His voice is dangerously low as he explains he didn't save her. He simply punished those who dared to touch what belongs to him. His red eyes gleam with a dark intensity as he whispers that someone as valuable as her is a rare find. He holds her firmly, his possessive grip leaving no room for escape. Confused by his intense mood, Elona looks up and asks why he is so angry with her. A painful realization dawns on her, and she wonders if his rage is because of what happened that one night, 7 years in the past. The moment she mentions it, the atmosphere shifts. Kazan's expression darkens, the old memory hanging heavy between them. Caught in the suffocating tension, Elona stammers, unable to find the right words as their shared history crashes down around them. Elona cautiously asks if his anger is because of what she said when she first came to find him. The scene flashes back 7 years to a grim, stone dungeon. A young, battered Kazan is slumped against the wall of a dark cell. Suddenly, Elona appears, gripping the bars and calling his name with a worried voice. He looks up, his red eyes widening in surprise as he sees her. She desperately asks if he's all right, but even in his terrible state, Kazan dismisses his own pain to ask about her instead. Even in his battered state, Kazan's first thought is for Elona. He urgently asks if Antonio hurt her. Elona avoids his gaze, telling him she came to confess something important. With a trembling voice, she admits she has been lying to him this whole time. Kazan is confused, but his concern grows when he finally notices the fresh bruises on her face. Seeing her injuries is too much for him. He yells at her to stop, shouting that he doesn't want to hear another word, his voice filled with anguish and frustration. Ignoring Kazan's pleas, Elona delivers a crushing blow. She coldly states that she has never loved him, not even for a single moment. Kazan's world shatters as he stares back in utter disbelief. With a hollow look, she cruelly asks how a princess like her could ever love a slave like him. Desperate for any other explanation, Kazan asks if Antonio forced her to say this. But Elona fiercely denies it, screaming through the bars that these are her true feelings, leaving the young man completely broken in a cell. A bitter memory floods Elona's mind. She remembers screaming at Kazan, telling him she never believed they could escape together and had never truly trusted him. Behind cold iron bars, the injured Kazan could only watch, reeling from her devastating words. As Elona turned her back on him for good, he made a final, heartbreaking request. If by some miracle she survived their nightmare, she was to never, ever come looking for him again. Her own silent vow to forget him still stings as Kazan's voice pulls her back to the present. A painful memory resurfaces, revealing the truth behind Elona's betrayal. She had once confessed to Kazan that Antonio forced her to say those cruel words. It was all a desperate deal. If she broke off her royal engagement and pretended to be gone from the world, Antonio promised he would save Kazan. The memory then shifts to Antonio's venomous threat. He demanded she end things with Kazan if she wanted the slave to live. With a twisted grin, Antonio stated he never wanted to see them together again, leaving Elona to shatter Kazan's heart to save his life. Clinging to Kazan, Elona finally reveals the truth behind her betrayal. She confesses that she only broke his heart because a powerful figure had threatened his life. It was a cruel act done to save him. Kazan stiffens, his expression unreadable as the bombshell drops. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Elona desperately asks if he believes her. But he turns his back on her, his voice cold. He simply says her name, then asks if she has any idea what he had to become to survive their past. Kazan's voice reveals the dark truth behind his rise to power, explaining that it was fueled by pure hatred. A burning rage for Parzion, for its king, and everything they stood for. The golden chains binding Elona's wrists tighten as Kazan suddenly pulls her into a forceful embrace. He looks down at her with intense red eyes, confessing the final, most painful piece of his motivation. He became a king because, most of all, he hated her. Elona is left breathless and speechless, completely stunned by his cruel admission. Elona desperately insists she only betrayed him to save his life. Unmoved, Kazan coldly questions who could possibly believe such a story. In a swift, unforgiving motion, he shoves her onto the bed. He looms over her, ordering her not to tense up and to commit to her role. As she pleads for him to wait, Kazan pulls out a small vial. He warns that if she keeps this up, he won't be able to help her, then coolly uncorks the bottle with his teeth, his intentions unclear. He suddenly calls out, sensing someone waiting just outside. Miriam appears at the entrance, announcing her presence. Kazan orders her to bring another bottle of scented oil and a camp bed. Worried, Miriam glances at the exhausted princess and asks if he plans to use the oil on her. Kazan turns, his gaze icy, and challenges Miriam by asking what she intends to do if that's exactly his plan. Kazan holds up the scented oil, explaining to Miriam that it's a priceless item used by the emperor himself to find peace. He then coldly states that Elona, his slave, exists for the exact same purpose, to ease his mind. He warns Miriam not to concern herself, as he is simply using Elona as he sees fit. Powerless against his authority, Miriam looks on as the princess finally succumbs to exhaustion. Later, in the capital of Perma, a massive procession parades through the streets as thousands of citizens cheer for their king's glorious return. As Kazan rides through the streets, the crowd goes wild, chanting for their great lord Sindar. They hail him as the savior who blessed the land of Ashatra. From inside a moving carriage, Elona peers out at the capital city of Perma. She marvels at what a stunning place it has become, a stark contrast to the nation she remembers being torn apart by civil wars. The vibrant celebration is a shocking testament to the absolute power Kazan now commands as the ruler of this revitalized kingdom. Alone in her room, Elona thinks about how Ashatra, once poor, is now wealthier than her own homeland. She realizes Kazan's rise to power wasn't easy, and she starts connecting the pieces. His tattoo is a symbol of divine protection. The public punishments he carries out on prisoners are viewed by the people as an oracle from the heavens. She doesn't fully understand it, but his subjects see him as a god delivering divine retribution. With this new understanding of his absolute authority, she steels her resolve, deciding she must try to speak with him. Just as Elona steals her resolve, a rock smashes through her window, sending glass flying. Outside, an enraged mob hurls stones at prisoners, screaming for the downfall of Parzion. The furious cries trigger a dark, traumatic memory for Elona, pulling her back to a time of unspeakable suffering where helpless people pleaded for their lives. The chaos transports her back to her own horrifying past. Shaken to her core, she realizes with dread that there are children in the crowd. She knows she must do something to stop this madness. Driven by a desperate need to save the children below, Elona lunges for her door, only to find it barred shut from the outside. She frantically rattles the handle, pleading for someone to let her out, but she's trapped. The furious shouts from the mob outside trigger a dark, powerful memory, dragging her back to her own horrifying past. Suddenly, she isn't in a palace anymore. She's back in heavy chains, being paraded through a jeering crowd, stripped of her dignity and forced to endure their endless scorn. The trauma of her enslavement crashes over her. The enraged shouts outside drag Elona into the terrifying depths of her past. Suddenly, she's no longer in the palace but kneeling on a dirt road, a heavy collar locked around her neck. An injured man on the ground pleads for her to come closer, but she's paralyzed. The crowd's attention turns to her, a venomous roar erupting as they spot her. They scream that the witch from Parzion is here, demanding she be brought down. The raw hatred in their eyes washes over her, threatening to shatter her completely. The hateful screams of "kill the witch" drag Elona into a nightmarish memory of being bound in chains. She relives the terror of being paraded through a vicious crowd, their faces twisted with malice. Snapping back to the present, her first concern is for the children. She demands to know where they are. A nearby man explains that the king of Ashitra took them upon their arrival in the capital. A sudden realization hits Elona. Kazan must have moved them to safety beforehand. But just outside, a man's face contorts with rage as he lifts a rock. Just as a rock hurtles toward Elona, a figure intercepts it, shattering the projectile midair. Elona looks up in shock to find Grand General Tortan standing guard over her. His voice booms across the square, commanding the furious mob to stop. Tortan declares that these prisoners have been chosen by their god, Sindar. He announces that Sindar's divine power will calm their anger and that all wrath must be put aside immediately. He stands firm, a human shield protecting Elona from the enraged crowd. Tortan's divine declaration works instantly. The mob's fury evaporates, and they fall to their knees, crying out in praise of their god. He turns to Elona, asking if she's all right. She insists she is fine, but her gaze falls on a fresh wound on his arm. She expresses her concern, but Tortan coldly dismisses it. He declares that these people are condemned and that Ashitra shows them no mercy. The harsh reality of her situation crashes down on Elona as she clenches her fist in helpless frustration. A guard shoves a small bottle into Elona's shackled hands, ordering her to get ready for the victory ceremony. He sneers, questioning why a slave would even need medicine. Despite his contempt, Elona offers a quiet thanks, the simple act triggering a painful memory of Kazan from their shared past. Seeing a momentary opening, she makes a desperate dash for a nearby transport wagon. But before she can escape, a powerful hand yanks her back. An icy voice cuts through the air as Kazan demands to know exactly where she thinks she is going. The guards immediately bow, hailing Kazan as their living god, Sindar. He tightens his grip on Elona, coldly asking if she's too foolish to grasp her dire situation. He warns that wandering off will only land her in more trouble. Desperate, Elona protests, insisting she must do something because people are dying right in front of them. A cruel smirk plays on Kazan's lips as he calls her pathetic. He scoffs at the idea, mocking her for trying to protect others when she can't even protect herself. Kazan sneers, cruelly asking what a powerless princess from a ruined nation can do. Defiantly, Elona insists that this is nothing. He coldly informs her that the chaos she witnessed was an execution. Those people were already condemned. Because she interfered, she didn't save anyone. Instead, she made a huge mistake. Her misguided heroism just painted a massive target on her back, making the Princess of Parzion an unforgettable prize for the masses. He leans in, questioning if that was really what she wanted. Elona challenges him, asking if he doesn't want her to suffer more than anyone. Kazan forcefully takes the medicine from her grasp, telling her to stop her nonsense. He uncorks the small bottle, his eyes locked on hers. He reveals his true plan for revenge isn't about ending her life. Instead, he leans in close, his voice a cold whisper. He plans to keep her by his side and make her miserable for the rest of her days. As he turns away, he announces another execution is about to begin. Kazan gives Elona one last, chilling warning. If she steps out of line again, even he won't be able to save her. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a roaring victory celebration. The entire hall raises their goblets, cheering for the victory of their lord, Sindar. Forced to stand beside his throne, Elona is on display for all to see. She clutches a pitcher, watching in silent despair as the conquerors celebrate the complete and utter fall of her homeland, Parzion. Her pain is their joy. Lost in the chaos of the victory feast, Elona feels completely isolated. To these conquerors, she reflects, she isn't a person. She's just the fallen princess who has to atone for her sins. Is she doomed to be a lonely outcast forever? Kazan's sharp voice calling her name snaps her out of it. Startled, she fumbles with the pitcher as he holds out his cup. After she stammers an apology, he leans in close. With a cold gaze, he warns her that she's going to face many more hard situations from now on. Kazan's voice cuts through the noise, low and sharp. He warns her that collapsing here would be a huge problem. His crimson eyes lock onto hers as he leans in, closing the distance between them. He doesn't care if her betrayal was a misunderstanding or the real truth. All that matters is one thing. He delivers his final, chilling ultimatum. If she dies, he'll never get the answers he wants. He needs her alive, not out of concern, but to uncover the truth of their shattered past. Kazan's intense gaze never leaves her. He states that whether her betrayal was a misunderstanding or the real truth, he'll never know if she dies. His words stun Elona into silence. Before she can process it, a guard's voice booms through the hall, announcing the arrival of the Padishah family. As Kazan calmly welcomes his guests, Elona is lost in thought. A tiny spark of hope ignites within her. Maybe Kazan is actually curious about what she has to say. Her mind wanders back to the very beginning, to how they first met. Clutching the pitcher, Elona's resolve hardens. She tells herself it's not too early to give up. Just then, two powerful figures arrive to greet the new king. Prime Minister Harnik Padishah and his daughter, Court Administrator Irid Padishah, bow deeply. The Prime Minister congratulates Kazan on achieving his long-desired goal, the fall of Parzion. But Kazan cuts him off with a chilling look. He states that it's not time for congratulations yet, hinting that his true plans are only just beginning to unfold. His conquest is far from over. The Prime Minister smirks, suggesting that with the country stabilizing, it's time for Kazan to choose a queen. He warns that the recent years of war and drought will impact future generations, making an heir essential. From the side, Elona's face falls. Harnik continues, proposing his own daughter, Irid, who has stood by Kazan since the beginning. Irid steps forward, a confident look on her face. She declares her complete devotion, ready to dedicate herself to the king and the royal family, believing she is the perfect choice to be his queen. Elona is stunned by Irid's sheer audacity, certain that Kazan will never approve of such a forward proposal. But as Irid promises her complete devotion for the chance to be closer to him, the king just smirks. He calls her suggestion intriguing and grants her request. Thrilled, Irid immediately offers to prepare a place for him in her own palace. But Kazan completely flips the script. He coolly informs Irid that she's misunderstood. From now on, she will be the one carrying out her duties by his side. Humbled, Irid offers her deep gratitude, but quickly changes her tune. She boldly asks Kazan if he isn't being too forgiving with the Parzion woman, causing Elona to flinch. Irid presses on, declaring that the people demand a final end for her. She then makes a chilling suggestion. Since the date hasn't been set, they should carry out the sentence during the victory celebration. A vision of a monstrous scorpion flashes over a terrified Elona, a horrifying symbol of the fate Irid has in mind for her. Irid believes nothing would liven up the feast more than a public sentence. But Kazan calmly sips his drink, reminding everyone that Elona is no longer a princess, but his slave. The Prime Minister chimes in, citing the traditions for conquered royalty. Kazan turns the tables with a chilling smirk, questioning if he, the usurper, shouldn't be the first to face such a fate. As Harnik stammers in fear, Kazan makes his final decree. Politically, Elona is far too valuable to be disposed of just yet. Kazan shuts down the conversation with absolute finality. He declares he has his own plans for Elona, and her fate is no longer up for discussion. Defeated, the Prime Minister and Irid can only bow their heads in submission. With that settled, Kazan raises his golden goblet, officially starting the victory celebration. He announces a 10-day feast to honor their triumph, urging his people to rejoice. But as the court erupts in cheers, Elona stands shackled on the sidelines, forced to serve the victors, a grim reminder of her new reality. A priest raises a golden goblet high, his voice booming through the hall as he calls for offerings to their god. The court echoes his cry, lifting their cups in a massive wave of celebration. But amidst the cheers, Elona suddenly slumps to the ground with a heavy thud. Guards immediately seize her, dragging her away from the feast. Her legs scrape raw against the stone floor, leaving a grim trail behind. Helpless and bound, she can only look on in shock, her face pale with terror as her new ordeal begins. The celebration is brutally interrupted as guards drag in a new captive. It's the white-haired avenger, Zahak Omar, battered and in chains, yet his eyes burn with untamed fury. Kazan approaches the kneeling man with a predatory calm. In a raw display of dominance, Kazan presses his boot down on Zahak's head, forcing him to bow before the entire court. With the message sent, Kazan raises his hand to halt any further action. He turns and walks away, leaving a defeated Zahak kneeling in humiliation as the court looks on. With one enemy dealt with, Kazan turns his attention to the next. The captured traitor, Antonio de Parzion, kneels before him, gagged and beaten. Standing over him like a judge, Kazan declares that from this point forward, he will personally oversee the sacred oracle. He looms over the traitor, offering him a cold, final blessing. A swift blade cuts through the silence, followed by a spray of crimson. The message is clear. Disloyalty to the new king is met with absolute and final judgment. A dark power descends upon the great hall as a voice announces the judgment has begun. Dragged across the cold stone, Elona looks on in confusion, questioning if this is the trial she was warned about. A scream rips through the air, but one terrified onlooker isn't watching her. His eyes are locked on something far more sinister. He trembles, staring in pure horror as shadowy tendrils begin to rise from the floor, as if witnessing a demonic presence being summoned right before him. A new, unholy threat has just been unleashed. A colossal shadow with burning red eyes rises behind Kazan, a physical manifestation of his terrifying power. On the floor, The traitor Antonio breaks down completely, screaming that he was wrong and desperately pleading for his life. But Kazan's gaze is ice cold. He declares the man's vile soul isn't even worth leaving his body. With a single, chilling command to be gone, a dark, spectral hand descends upon the terrified man. There is no mercy, only a swift and absolute and delivered by a king wielding an unholy power. The dark energy envelopes Antonio completely, leaving no trace of the traitor behind. Only his tattered clothes and broken chains fall to the floor. A heavy shackle clatters beside Elona's feet, the sound echoing through the silent, terrified hall. Sir Xerox stands before the court, his voice booming with conviction. He declares that their new lord, Sindar, has just dragged the soul of their enemy to the depths of hell. To punctuate his statement, he raises a golden, ceremonial dagger, which glows with an intense holy light, a stark contrast to the darkness just witnessed. With the holy dagger held high, Sir Xerox roars that vengeance is complete and calls for a celebration. The court erupts in a massive cheer, but Elona is horrified. This power is terrifyingly familiar, just like how her brother was turned to dust before her eyes. She questions when Kazan became capable of such a thing. Across the hall, Harnik Padishah rises to his feet, a wide grin on his face. He declares that Kazan's power is incredible and that he knew from the start the new king was someone truly extraordinary. Harnik Padishah grins, asking if they're talking about Kazan's days with the mercenary group. Elona is intrigued and demands to hear the story. With a hearty laugh, Harnik launches into a tale from 7 years ago, during the chaos of the Civil War. He explains that Kazan, concealing his royal identity, approached their mercenary band. However, his unmatched bravery and skill in battle were a dead giveaway. They immediately recognized him as the young prince. Even back then, Harnik declares, Kazan's sole desire was to become king. Harnik admits he was once filled with doubt. However, it was his daughter, Irid, who recognized Kazan's incredible potential and insisted they support him. That decision led them to stand against the first prince, in a conflict Harnik calls the day I defied the curse. Back in the present, he and Irid share a smile. He declares he'll never forget the thrill of that moment. Who could have predicted that the seventh prince, thought to be insignificant, would be capable of evading the curse of death? Harnik reveals the shocking truth. Kazan is an immortal. Elona's mind reeled from the shocking revelation. An immortal prince? The idea seemed impossible. As she obediently served him a drink, Kazan leaned in close, his voice a low whisper as he asked if she held a grudge against him. Her chained hands clenched tightly. Fueled by this new, terrifying information, she finally demanded to know who he truly was. Instead of answering, Kazan's thoughts drifted to another woman entirely. He pictured himself on the throne with Irid on his lap, her name a quiet breath on his lips. Kazan coldly orders his men to take the new slave, Elona, to the Manhwa palace. The palace administrator, Irid, is shocked by the command. She reminds him that the palace was built for the queen, but Kazan is unbothered. He points out that it's currently empty and, more importantly, the closest to his own chambers. He asks if she seriously expects him to travel far just for his nightly arrangements. When Irid tries to argue based on etiquette, Kazan's sharp glare silences her. She immediately apologizes, knowing she overstepped. Irid bowed, accepting the king's command. She promised to keep Elona under strict surveillance in the Manhwa palace. Elona flinched at the administrator's cold promise. Later, as they walked through the grand, moonlit courtyard, she couldn't stay silent. She stopped Irid and asked what her father meant by the day I defied the curse. A cunning smile spread across Irid's face. She agreed that a slave should understand the master she serves, her salmon eyes gleaming with a dangerous secret. Irid's welcoming expression vanished, replaced by a cruel sneer. She declared that instead of answering, she would teach Elona a lesson. Suddenly, a vicious, unseen force slammed into the princess, sending her reeling in agony. She cried out, the chains on her wrists rattling violently against the courtyard stones. Looming over the fallen woman, Irid finished her sentence with chilling satisfaction. She proclaimed that a disobedient slave must learn her place through harsh punishment, her salmon eyes glowing with malice in the moonlight. Irid's cruel lesson began, without warning. Her hand shot out, violently gripping Elona's face. She called the princess insolent, her voice dripping with venom as she mocked Elona's pale, lifeless expression. Elona winced as Irid's grip tightened, her fingers digging into her cheek. With a malicious smirk, the administrator wondered aloud why King Kazan would ever be interested in someone with such a worthless appearance. Her words were designed to cut deeper than any physical punishment, leaving Elona stunned and humiliated in the cold moonlight. Irid's cruel words hung in the air, promising a grim fate for Elona if she were her slave. Before she could finish, a cold voice cut through the courtyard. King Kazan appeared, his red eyes burning with rage. He finished Irid's sentence for her, declaring that her intent was to end Elona's life. The administrator paled, frantically denying the accusation. But Torton agreed, stating that her words could mean nothing else. Kazan strode past them, then paused, his intense gaze locking onto a stunned Elona, her face flushing under his stare. Kazan's chilling gaze fell upon Irid Padisha. He informed her that in his kingdom, incompetence was a grave sin. As the king wondered aloud what punishment was fitting for someone who harmed his slave, Prince Adrian suddenly rushed forward, begging for mercy on her behalf. In a flash, Kazan seized Adrian by the hair, yanking his head back. The king snarled that he hoped Adrian remembered how to properly handle the king's property, because punishing the slave was a pleasure he intended to enjoy himself. With his point made to Adrian, Kazan seized Irid's arm, his grip like steel. He promised to deal with her privately. Trembling with rage and fear, the administrator could only vow that she would remember this humiliation. The king then turned his attention back to Elona, shoving her forward toward a grand bathhouse. He coldly informed her that this was the bathroom and that no one would assist her. She was to wash herself and come out on her own, leaving her standing alone and defeated. Finally alone, Elona stepped into the vast, shimmering bathhouse. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, she let herself sink beneath the water's surface, the silence a brief comfort. Her mind immediately flooded with memories of Kazan. She remembered the odd whispers calling him the son of a god, the immortal seventh prince who couldn't be broken. An image of her younger self tending to his wounds flashed before her eyes. The memory faded with his haunting question from long ago, asking if she resented him for what he was. Submerged in the vast bath, a painful realization struck Elona. She wondered if Kazan had ever truly opened his heart to her from the very beginning. Despair washed over her, making her question what she was even fighting for. For a moment, she sat defeated by the water's edge, looking small and alone in the massive chamber. But then, something inside her shifted. Clutching her arm tightly, a flicker of defiance ignited in her eyes. She wasn't going to break this easily. Kazan's hand tightened into a fist. He couldn't bear to hear this anymore. Seeing him approach, a tearful Elona assumed he was there to spend the night with her again. Utterly exhausted by the emotional turmoil, she begged him to just leave, admitting she couldn't stand the sight of him right now. Her plea only seemed to anger him further. He coldly remarked that it seemed everything she said was a lie. Stunned, Elona shot back that he was the one who wanted to clear up their misunderstandings, insisting that wasn't the issue. Elona's voice trembled as she confronted Kazan, declaring she didn't even know who he was anymore. She desperately asked if he had ever truly loved her. The real question, however, was why he never told her the truth. She demanded to know why he hid the fact that he was an immortal prince. A bittersweet memory of a happier time flashed in her mind. She lamented that even though she was just a powerless princess back then, they could have taken a different path if only he had trusted her. Kazan turned her own words against her, questioning this different path she imagined. He asked what she would have done if she'd known he was a prince. Would she have run away with him, or tried to save him from his prison? He answered for her, stating that she couldn't have done either. With a somber expression, he explained that because she was involved with a mere slave, her own life was never at risk. The shocking revelation hit Elona hard, leaving her speechless as she clutched her chest in disbelief. Kazan's patience finally ran out. In one swift motion, he pressed Elona back onto the bed, his grip firm on her arm. His voice was cold as he informed her that he had given her a last chance. With his piercing red eyes blazing down at her, he declared that she was the one who threw that opportunity away. Powerless beneath him, a shocked Elona stared up at the man she once knew. His words echoed in her mind, leaving her to wonder what last chance he could possibly mean. Kazan's voice was cold as he reminded Elona that he had given her a last chance, and she was the one who threw it away. Stunned, she could only repeat his words, demanding to know what he meant. Without another word, Kazan's power flared to life. A swirling torrent of water erupted from his hands, engulfing Elona completely. She let out a small cry as she was plunged into the magical pool that now filled the room. Submerged and powerless, she looked up in shock as Kazan calmly spoke her name. Kazan finally revealed what happened during those lost 7 years. He told her he had wandered through blood-stained battlefields, caught in an endless cycle of destruction. A chilling flashback showed his dark past, culminating in a horrifying confession. He had even taken his own brother's life with his bare hands. He explained that it took immense effort to get to where he was now. Grabbing her chin, his red eyes burning with untold pain, he demanded to know what she thought was even harder for him than all of that suffering. Kazan finally revealed the answer. The hardest thing he ever had to endure was her. His voice was low, and intense as he commanded her to accept the price for her actions. As he closed the distance between them, a panicked Elona pleaded for him to wait, insisting she wasn't ready for this. But her words fell on deaf ears. Kazan completely overpowered her protests, and she let out a startled shriek as he made his move, leaving her blushing and breathless in the magical water. Kazan's voice was like ice as he reminded Elona that she was just a slave who must do as told. Gasping in the magical water, she was powerless against him. He leaned in, a dark smirk on his face, and confessed a shocking truth. Even after her betrayal, he had longed for her every single day. This mix of cruelty and desire was overwhelming. As he asserted his dominance, Elona let out a small cry, weakly begging him to stop. The intense encounter left her on the verge of losing consciousness completely. Kazan held her close in the shimmering water, his voice a low whisper. He confessed that his past love for her was the one thing that had been completely true, a feeling he remembered with perfect clarity. Overwhelmed by his words, Elona's own confession came out in a ragged breath. She admitted that she had loved him just as fiercely back then. But the moment of shared history shattered instantly. With cold finality, she turned away and declared that now, all she felt for him was pure, undiluted hatred. The story flashes back 12 years to a fancy event in Parzion. A young Antonio angrily drags a timid Elona through the halls, yelling that she is making them late. With a flushed face and wide eyes, Elona stammers a meek apology. But Antonio just scoffs, cruelly telling her he wouldn't have even brought her if he'd been allowed to come alone. He then plops down in his seat, forcing the clearly uncomfortable Elona to sit beside him, showing just how long he's been treating her like absolute dirt. Elona nervously asked her brother, Antonio, where he had brought her. He just gave a wicked grin, confirming they had arrived. Inside a grand hall, an announcer welcomed the wealthy crowd, promising incredible items for sale. The curtains pulled back to reveal the first product, a terrified 17-year-old boy in chains, presented on stage like an object. In that sickening moment, Elona realized the horrifying truth. This wasn't just a party, it was an auction where human beings were bought and sold. As the auctioneer praised the young and healthy person on stage, the horrible truth crashed down on Elona. Antonio just smirked, revealing that all the palace's high-quality servants were bought from this very place. A horrified Elona tried to reason with him, reminding him their father had told him to stop. Antonio snapped, angrily telling her he only brought her because she wanted to go outside. He then threatened to leave her there if she kept complaining, forcing a small, frightened apology from his sister's lips. In a dark, underground auction, the bids fly for a woman in chains. The price skyrockets, quickly reaching 500,000 gold before the sale is finalized. Hidden beneath a cloak, Elona watches the scene with utter disgust. She hates this place, where people are treated like objects to be bought and sold. The horrifying spectacle is a painful reminder of a past she fought to escape. As the previous item is wheeled away, the auctioneer's voice booms, announcing the grand finale and the last item for the night. The auctioneer announced the arrival of the main event's special item. With a dramatic flourish, he whipped back a red cloth to reveal the grand prize. The announcer hyped up the crowd, presenting a boy with rare red eyes from across the continent. He was trapped in a cage, shackled like an animal, and presented as the highest quality Ashadra. But as the light hit his face, the boy showed no fear. Instead, he glared back with a cold, defiant stare that burned with intensity. The main event kicks off as the auctioneer presents the grand prize. He hypes up the crowd, revealing a boy with rare red eyes, calling him the highest quality Ashadra. Elona stares from her seat, a look of stunned disbelief washing over her face. But the boy in the cage shows no sign of fear. Instead, he meets the audience's gaze with a cold, defiant stare, his intense red eyes burning with a silent challenge. He looks less like a victim and more like a predator waiting for his moment. Elona stares, completely frozen. She clutches her cloak, trying to convince herself she's just there with her brother. But her reaction doesn't escape Antonio's notice. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he leans in close, his voice a low taunt. He asks if she likes the boy, calling her daring for looking so intently. Terrified, Elona stammers a denial. Antonio just smirks, threatening to buy the boy right then and there. Before he can act, a wave of raw, uncontrollable fury explodes from the stage below. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the auction hall, throwing everyone into chaos. A wall of fire erupts, sending debris flying and smoke billowing through the room. Elona is knocked to the ground, coughing and disoriented as she struggles to understand what's happening. Panic breaks out as guests scream, their cries for help lost in the roar of the inferno. The glamorous venue instantly becomes a blazing death trap, with flames consuming everything in sight and the structure beginning to crumble around them. Amid the chaos, Elona desperately clings to Antonio, calling out to her brother for help. An attendant screams that the entrance is blocked and that they need to escape through the back door. In a selfish panic, Antonio forcefully shoves Elona aside, yelling at her to move. She stumbles to the ground, watching in disbelief as he abandons her. She begs him to wait, but her plea is lost in the roar of the fire. Alone in the collapsing hall, she finds herself trapped in the burning rubble, right next to the empty cage. Kazan strains against the hot metal bars of his cage as the fire rages around him. A terrible thought stops Elona in her tracks. If she runs, he will die in here. Without a second thought, she turns and sprints back into the heart of the inferno. Ignoring the searing heat and falling debris, she spots a set of keys on the floor. Snatching them, she lunges toward the cage and desperately shoves them into the lock, yelling for him to take them. As the fire roars, Elona screams for Kazan to hurry. She looks up in horror as the ceiling cracks and a huge wooden beam plummets directly toward her. With no time to escape, she lets out a terrified shriek, shielding her head. A deafening crack echoes as the massive timber is shattered just inches from her face, exploding into a shower of splinters. The force of the impact throws her to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, she stares down at her ripped clothes, struggling to process that she's still alive. Dazed from the explosion, Elona's vision blurs. Suddenly, a deafening crack of metal fills the air. She looks up just in time to see the source. It's Kazan. He didn't use the keys. With sheer, unbridled strength, he smashes the iron bars of his cage with his bare hands. The heavy collar and chains around his neck snap and fly off as he frees himself. Lying on the ground in stunned silence, a single crimson drop lands on her cheek as she questions who this man truly is. It all clicked into place. Kazan didn't just break free. He had thrown himself in front of her, using his own body as a shield. From the floor, Elona stared up at him in horror. A massive wooden splinter from the shattered beam was buried deep in his arm, which was now gushing crimson. He had taken the full force of the blow meant for her. His red eyes, burning with pain, locked onto hers as he struggled to speak. Overwhelmed, Elona could only whisper that he was bleeding badly, stunned by the sacrifice he'd just made. Kazan simply stated that he knew. Ignoring her pleas, he clenched his jaw, gripped the massive wooden spike lodged in his arm, and tore it out in one swift, brutal motion. As Elona stared in shock, she urged him that they needed to leave immediately to treat the severe wound. He was clearly in agony, panting from the exertion. But just as she moved to stand, he roughly shoved her back down to the ground. Elona cried out in surprise and pain, her dress ripping from the force of his unexpected aggression. Before Elona could react to his harsh shove, Kazan swept her up into his arms. Ignoring the gushing wound in his arm, he looked down at her with fierce, pained eyes. He let out a ragged breath and told her to hold on tight. Stunned, Elona stared back as he explained he was about to run fast. His hand squeezed hers with unyielding strength, and without another word, he took off. All Elona could do was cling to him as they plunged into the chaotic darkness, his determination overriding his agony. In a grand, golden hall, a nobleman named Harnik Padisha bows deeply before Kazan, who now goes by Lord Sindar. Harnik congratulates him on his victory and offers lavish tributes to show his loyalty, including a group of young maidens. Unimpressed, Kazan curtly asks where these gifts are. Harnik explains they're waiting right outside the door. Kazan's hand tightens on the shoulder of the man beside him, his voice low as he commends Ether's loyalty. The firm grip carries a weight far heavier than his words, a silent warning in the crowded room. A low murmur ripples through the hall as Kazan's cold voice cuts the air. He declares that his kingdom, Ashatra, refuses the offering of maidens. With a grim expression, he explains that after the immense suffering his people endured as slaves, accepting such a tribute would be a grave sin. Harnik Padisha is completely stunned by this public refusal. He stammers that offering young women has always been the tradition for vassal states, unable to comprehend why Kazan would break such a long-standing custom. Kazan lets out a chilling laugh, asking why they shouldn't break flawed traditions. His tone immediately darkens as he delivers a grim warning to the entire court. He declares that if they allow greed to blind them and repeat the sins of the fallen Parzion Empire, they will face the exact same punishment. A haunting vision of their suffering as slaves flashes in his mind, fueling his conviction. The sheer power of his words leaves Elona completely stunned and silent, watching him rewrite the laws of the land. Kazan's gaze fixes on Harnik Padisha, reminding him that he also understands the pain of losing children to a life of bondage. Therefore, he is certain Harnik agrees with his new law. Completely outplayed, Harnik can only call the decision a merciful one. A young woman from the tribute group immediately drops to the floor, bowing low and offering her tearful thanks for being spared. The powerful display sends a jolt through Elona. Overwhelmed by this act of compassion, she can only whisper Kazan's name in astonishment. As Kazan sits on his throne, radiating an aura of absolute authority, Elona is captivated. She can't help but wonder about the unimaginable hardships he must have faced to become the man he is today. A startling realization dawns on her. He is a far better king than her own brother, Prince Adrian. This undeniable truth settles in her mind, even though Kazan continues to treat her with cold harshness. His compassionate rule over his people is starting to overshadow the personal vengeance he holds against her. Elona is lost in a bitter realization. While Kazan is a compassionate king to his people, his coldness is reserved only for her. She clutches a small bottle, her grip tightening as the painful thought sinks in. Suddenly, a buzz sweeps through the crowd. Someone shouts for everyone to look toward the entrance, breaking Elona from her trance. Her head snaps in the direction of the commotion. A new figure has just arrived, and hushed whispers fill the hall as everyone wonders who this newcomer could possibly be. A guard's booming voice announces the arrival of the high priest of the Temple of Lu, a servant to the god of water and life. A man with flowing silver hair and a commanding presence steps into the great hall. Kazan subtly glances over at Elona, catching her reaction. Her eyes go wide with absolute shock as she stares at the newcomer. The bottle in her hand feels heavy as she recognizes the familiar face from her past. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Elona can only whisper his name, Aslan. Aslan walks toward the throne, a calm smile gracing his lips. He directly addresses the king, admitting he defied Kazan's order to stay away because of an urgent matter. He then boldly announces to the entire court that he had a prophetic dream the previous night. A low murmur ripples through the crowd at the mention of a holy vision. From his throne, however, Kazan cuts him off with an icy glare. He coldly reminds the high priest that he has absolutely no interest in his prophetic dreams, dismissing the man's supposed warning without a second thought. Undeterred by the king's dismissal, Aslan maintains his confident smile. He challenges Kazan directly, asking if he's truly not curious about the prophecy. The high priest specifies that his divine dream revealed the future of the king himself. Then, with the whole court listening, he drops the bombshell, revealing the vision also included Elona of Parzion. The name echoes through the hall, and Elona goes rigid. Her blue eyes widen in disbelief as she finds herself the sudden, unwilling center of everyone's attention, clutching the small bottle tighter. All eyes in the grand hall snap to Elona. She's frozen, trapped by the gazes of the entire court. Aslan's bombshell prophecy now links her future directly to the ruthless king. Her fingers dig into the small bottle she's holding, a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. Her mind whirls with questions as the memory of Aslan and the weight of the prophecy press down on her. The world around her seems to dissolve, leaving her alone with her secrets and a terrifying new fate. Aslan dangles the irresistible bait, asking if the king truly isn't curious about a future involving both him and Elona of Parzion. The bombshell revelation hits Elona hard. Her future, with Kazan? The thought is paralyzing. Her knuckles turn white as she clutches the small bottle. A wave of whispers crashes through the throne room as nobles frantically question what this means. Kazan's sharp red eyes flick down to Elona for a moment before he looks away, remaining utterly silent as his own hidden thoughts begin to stir. A dry, humorless laugh escapes Kazan, but the high priest remains unfazed. Aslan extends a formal invitation, telling the king that if he wants advice on the two futures, he should come to the Temple of Lu. After a deep bow, Aslan adds a final, pointed remark. With a serene smile, he looks toward the throne and asks Kazan to please take better care of Elona. The loaded statement hits its mark, leaving Elona looking terrified and Kazan's expression hardening into stone as the priest takes his leave. Aslan's final words echo in Kazan's mind. Suddenly, he grabs Elona's arm and pulls her away from the gawking court. She stumbles behind him, barely managing to call his name as he drags her through a set of grand doors. He stops, his red eyes locking onto her bandaged wrist. In a low, intense voice, he demands to know if Aslan was the one who treated her hand. Before a confused Elona can answer, he adds that if she met someone, she should have told him first. Kazan's rage evaporates, replaced by urgent concern. He promises to summon a healer for her wrist, insisting she get it treated properly. His voice then turns to ice as he warns her to never get involved with Aslan again. Elona hesitantly reminds him that Aslan is the one who saw their future together. But Kazan shuts her down completely. He calls the high priest a liar who will manipulate her, earn her trust, and then betray her. With chilling finality, Kazan declares that even if they know the future, absolutely nothing will change. Despite Kazan's warning, Elona insists she needs to know, even a small piece of the future he saw. His expression darkens instantly. He asks what she would do with such knowledge, his voice dropping as he accuses her of planning to betray him again. The heavy question hangs between them, but Elona's answer is swift and certain. She tells him no, that's not it at all. As the chain on her wrist clinks, she explains she's just worried about him, placing her bandaged hand on his chest to show she's sincere. With tears in her eyes, Elona desperately asks Kazan why he can't trust her, reminding him of how much they once loved each other. But her plea falls on deaf ears. He snatches her bandaged wrist, his expression unreadable as he flatly rejects her. Elona presses on, her voice breaking as she tells him she trusted him until the very end, even his words about them parting in the prison. Kazan's grip tightens as he looks away, coldly admitting that he thought everything she said back then was a lie. Kazan's cold expression shifts into a faint, unreadable smirk as the story flashes back 7 years. A much younger Kazan, bruised and wearing a slave collar, sits alone in a dark prison cell. A cloaked woman with striking platinum hair approaches his cell, her eyes filled with concern. She asks him how his body is holding up after the ordeal. But Kazan simply stands, his red eyes focused. He calmly tells Samira not to worry, revealing that he had been waiting for her all along. Samira asks how Kazan knew she would come, and he replies that he figured she would at least say goodbye. She admits she bribed the gatekeeper with all her money just to get in. He apologizes, but before Samira can get to her point, Kazan reveals something shocking. He tells her that Elona came to him and confessed she never loved him. Stunned, Samira wonders if Elona only said that to save her own life. Kazan's hand tightens on the bars as he firmly denies it, convinced there's another reason. Kazan's red eyes narrowed with conviction. He insisted Elona wouldn't abandon him just to save herself. His hand balled into a fist as he pieced it together. Antonio must be threatening her. Ignoring his own dire situation, he asks Samira to deliver a message. Panicked, she reminded him that he was the one in prison, set for execution at sunrise. But Kazan was completely unfazed. He calmly revealed he had already planned his escape and told her to meet him outside at midnight. Kazan laid out the plan for Samira, telling her to find Elona and let her know they'd meet at their usual spot. He was confident Elona would understand the message. A vision of a brighter future flashed in his mind. The three of them, finally free, running through a field of purple flowers under the stars. He promised Samira that if they managed to reunite safely, they would escape together. Back in the dark cell, his red eyes blazed with unwavering resolve as he declared their ultimate destination, Ashitra. With unwavering determination, Kazan laid out their final goal. The three of them were heading to Ashitra. Samira absorbed his words, then nodded in understanding and agreed to do his bidding. A grateful Kazan thanked her. Pulling up her hood, Samira clarified that this wasn't just a simple task, but an order from a person of great nobility. She crossed her arms in a solemn pledge, promising to follow his commands with absolute loyalty until they reached their destination. Moved by her devotion, Kazan quietly thanked her again. Zahak, hidden by the darkness, revealed a critical problem. The princess was being watched. He promised to send the escape plan secretly, and Kazan agreed. The king added that using the shortcut from Elona's room should keep things from getting too risky. They wished each other safety and parted ways. But as Zahak moved down the empty hall, a voice stopped him cold. An unseen figure demanded to know if he was the one getting close to Elona. Suddenly, a blade whipped through the air, pinning him to the stone wall. A guard approaches Kazan's cell, taunting him about Elona. He remarks on her beauty and cruelly hints that there's something special about her. This pushes Kazan over the edge. In a blur of motion, he lunges through the bars, his hands finding the guard's throat. The man chokes, completely powerless against the king's raw fury. Kazan finally releases him, letting the guard collapse. Moments later, a key turns in the lock. The door creaks open, revealing a cloaked figure. Kazan looks up, stunned, as Samira steps out of the shadows. The escape has begun. Samira approached the cell, her hands shaking as she presented a crumpled note. Her voice broke as she delivered the gut-wrenching news. Princess Elona had betrayed them. She explained that Elona had accused Kazan of attacking her and, worse, had demanded his immediate execution. Snatching the note, the king demanded to know where she got it. Samira revealed that Sir Xerox had provided it, claiming he wanted to help Kazan escape. The words on the paper confirmed the horrifying truth, leaving Kazan to grapple with the unbelievable betrayal from the woman he was trying to save. Kazan's mind raced, struggling to accept the betrayal. He considered Sir Xerox a father figure and couldn't believe the man would lie. But then a new suspicion emerged: the document could be fake. This felt like one of Antonio's manipulative plots. Yet, he couldn't grasp what Antonio would gain by framing Elona. He fixed his intense gaze on Samira and asked if she had told Elona to meet them at midnight. Trembling, she confirmed that she had. In that tense moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the cell. Kazan's mind is made up. He tells Samira they must meet Elona as planned, reasoning that a forged document means she's in real danger. He gives his ultimatum. They will wait until midnight, and if she doesn't appear, he's going after her himself. Samira pushes back, questioning what happens if the betrayal is real, reminding him Elona almost married another man. Kazan cuts her off, his voice firm. He commands her to stop doubting and move. As his red eyes burn with determination, a wicked vision of Prince Adrian reveals the true enemy. A dark memory floods Kazan's mind, his red eyes burning with the sting of betrayal. He remembered trusting her completely until the very end. But Elona's own recollection paints a far more sinister picture. She recalls how it was Adrian who waited for her, the same man who arrived with Antonio. The next morning, she made a horrifying discovery. Samira's lifeless body had been left on the cold ground. The haunting image of Kazan standing over her in a field of lavender flashes through Elona's mind, a grim reminder of that terrible day. Kazan's voice cracks with raw pain as a dark memory consumes him. He asks Elona if she could ever understand how it felt to dig a grave with his own hands. Someone who had worked so hard for them was gone, all because he made the mistake of trusting her. Stunned, Elona insists she knew nothing and was suddenly taken by her brother. Unconvinced, Kazan grabs her wrist, his voice rising with fury. He roars that two people were lost because of her betrayal and demands she stop lying. Tears stream down her face as she pleads it's not a lie. With tears streaming down her face, Elona swears she never wanted his execution. In fact, she cries that she tried to save him with everything she had, insisting it was proof of her love. Unmoved, Kazan's red eyes narrow as he questions her story. He asks if she's claiming Lord Xerox forged the document that condemned him. Elona can only recount what she truly remembers. Her brother forced her to go to the tower with him. Then, she reveals the devastating truth. Her brother was the one who ended Kazan's life right before her eyes. With tears staining her face, Elona desperately confesses that all she ever tried to do was save him. She was even willing to sacrifice her own life in the process. Overwhelmed with emotion, she sinks to the ground, clinging to his hand as she pleads her case. Kazan looks down at her, his expression a storm of conflicting emotions. He quietly acknowledges her painful story, a deep sorrow filling his red eyes. He finally seems to accept her truth, whispering that if that's all there is to it, then so be it. With tears staining her face, Elona confesses she tried to save him, even at the cost of her own life. Kazan's hardened expression seems to soften, and he quietly accepts her painful story. But the fragile moment shatters in an instant. His hand shoots out, gripping her arm as he demands to know if she really expects him to believe such a tale. Before she can process his words, he shoves her hard against the wall. Trapped and terrified, Elona cries out his name, her eyes wide with fear. Kazan's eyes burn with cold fury as he tells Elona he won't believe her lies. He declares their past is shattered beyond repair and her future will be spent atoning for her betrayal. Pulling her into a powerful, unyielding embrace, he warns her not to even think about running away. His voice drops to a menacing whisper, admitting he enjoys watching her suffer. Trapped in his arms, Elona's face is a mask of pure despair, completely at the mercy of the man she once loved. That night, Elona was completely at Kazan's mercy. Trapped in his unyielding hold, she was unable to see the expression on his face. Was he still consumed by rage, or did a flicker of sadness remain in his cold, red eyes? She couldn't tell. His intentions were a complete mystery, making the suffocating silence stretch on for what felt like an eternity. Pinned against the cold pillar, she could only endure the long, agonizing night, caught in the grip of the man who now controlled her fate. Days have passed since that night, and Elona is now forced to serve Irid Padishah. The king has avoided her completely, confirming her fear that he still doesn't trust her. As she kneels, her mind races, haunted by the memory of the documents Sir Xerox provided. A dark suspicion forms. Could the man who was like a father to her have betrayed them? She tries to shake off the thought, but her turmoil is obvious. Irid, annoyed by her distraction, shoves the plate away and coldly scolds Elona for her rude attitude. After being coldly dismissed, Elona kneels alone in the vast, empty room. Her moment of quiet despair is shattered when a small rock clatters onto the floor nearby. Another one follows, tossed deliberately from the sunlit garden to get her attention. Startled, Elona's gaze follows the sound, her eyes landing on a mysterious man with long blonde hair. He offers a cryptic smile and raises a finger to his lips, a silent signal for her to keep his presence a secret. Her mind races. Who is he, and what does he want? Elona recognizes the mysterious man. It's Aslan. Shocked to see a familiar face, she asks how he even got into the palace. He just casually says he walked, making her laugh at his carefree attitude. It's a rare moment of relief for her. Aslan then offers a basket of fruit, explaining he figured she wouldn't like the food here. Though not from her hometown, he hopes she'll enjoy it. Touched by his kindness, Elona thanks him profusely, but as she takes the basket, a new, urgent question forms on her lips. Elona asks Aslan why he is so kind to her when everyone else in the palace despises her. He smiles and gives a cryptic answer. She appeared in his dream. He clarifies that he had a vision of the future where she and the man known as Lord Sindar were together. Hearing this, Elona's mind starts racing. She immediately asks if it's possible for her to see Kazan's future, too. Aslan regretfully informs her that it isn't. However, he offers to share the prophecy he saw about her, causing her to look up with renewed hope. Aslan confirms he can share the prophecy, but on one condition: she must come to the temple. Elona's hope deflates, knowing Kazan would never allow it. But Aslan just grins, explaining that's exactly why she must go in secret. He reveals the plan. In 3 days, after the victory banquet, Kazan will hold a prayer night. That's her chance. He tells her to meet him in the garden, and he'll take her. Just as they agree, a woman's voice cuts in from a balcony. It's Irid Padishah, and she knows they were listening. Aslan immediately confronts the intruder, ordering Lady Irid not to speak a word of what she overheard. With a firm gaze, he declares himself Elona's official caretaker, stating that his authority as the High Priest extends to all matters involving her. He then challenges Irid directly, questioning if she isn't afraid of invoking their god's wrath. Intimidated by his powerful display, Irid lowers her head and promises to obey. Aslan thanks her, having neutralized the threat. Elona watches in amazement, struck by how fiercely he continues to protect her. Elona hesitates, wondering if she can truly trust Aslan. Her mind flashes back to a chilling warning from Kazan. He had told her that the High Priest was a master of deception who would earn her trust only to betray her later. Despite Kazan's words, Elona's resolve hardens. She clenches her fists, determined to take the risk. If there's even the smallest chance to see the future, she has to try. Gazing at the High Priest, she understands with grim certainty that he is her last hope. The victory banquet is in full swing, the hall buzzing with the chatter of nobles. Amidst the celebration, one woman leans in to share some juicy gossip with Irid Padishah. She whispers that King Kazan hasn't summoned his slave girl for 5 whole days. The women exchange knowing smirks, concluding that he must have finally lost interest in the wretched girl. They confidently assume that with a powerful lady like Irid now in the picture, there's no way the king would still care for a mere slave. To them, Elona's time is up. Irid Padishah lifts her goblet, a smug smile on her face. She thinks to herself that this is exactly how things were meant to unfold. In her mind, Elona is nothing more than a fragile flower, whose scent quickly fades in the harsh desert wind. Another noblewoman agrees, adding that only a strong flower, someone like Lady Irid, is worthy of the queen's position. Filled with confidence, Irid gazes across the hall at King Kazan, certain that her moment has finally arrived. A noblewoman encourages Irid Padishah, suggesting that since she's destined to become the new mistress of the palace, she should already be making plans. Another woman starts to agree, but her words catch in her throat as her eyes lock onto something across the hall. She gasps in utter disbelief. Irid, irritated by the sudden silence, follows her gaze. Her smug expression instantly vanishes. There, on the throne, King Kazan tenderly pours a drink for Elona. The sight of the king personally serving his slave girl completely shatters their confident assumptions, leaving them stunned. The nobles can hardly believe their eyes. Whispers ripple through the crowd. King Kazan has never shared a meal with anyone, let alone poured a drink for them personally. For Irid Padishah, this public display of affection is the ultimate humiliation. Her face burns with rage as she abruptly rises from her seat. She coldly informs the others that she must leave, claiming the king has assigned her an important task. With a glare that could turn wine to vinegar, Irid storms away, her mind already racing with schemes for revenge. Elona is totally caught off guard. She wonders why Kazan is suddenly offering her wine. As she sips, he watches her intently, commenting that it's been a while since they've shared a quiet moment like this. He then pours her another glass, teasing that she's still terrible with alcohol. Flustered, Elona apologizes and says she's had too much. But just as she lifts the cup, Kazan's expression changes. He softly says her name, gently stopping her hand and telling her she should stop drinking. The sudden, genuine concern leaves her speechless. Elona insists she can keep drinking, admitting it's been a long time since she's had any alcohol. But as she reaches for her cup, Kazan gently stops her hand. He softly reminds her of an old promise they made, that she would only ever drink when he was with her. A memory of a younger, carefree Elona flashes in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, it feels just like old times, transporting them both back to a beautiful, moonlit night from their past, when their connection was simple and their future was bright. Kazan pulls her into a tight embrace, his voice filled with regret as he apologizes for everything. He softly tells Elona not to drink in front of other people anymore, reminding her that she should save those moments only for him. A warm blush creeps onto Elona's cheeks as she quietly agrees. The simple exchange sends them back to a memory under a starry night sky. Kazan is stunned. She remembers their old promise. He watches her, completely baffled by the pure, happy smile that now graces her face. Kazan is completely floored by Elona's radiant smile. He's frozen in place as he thinks back on the past. For 7 long years, he was consumed by an all-encompassing hatred for her. That burning need for revenge was the only thing that kept him alive. But now, seeing her smile so freely, all that anger suddenly feels completely pointless. The years of planning and scheming now seem like a total waste. Just as he's lost in this realization, Elona turns to him, starting to ask a question that hangs heavy in the air. Elona finally asks about their future together, startling Kazan. She quickly tries to take it back, but he presses on, his voice tight with worry as he asks what she would do if danger found her. Confused by his sudden change, she asks if he's still angry with her. Kazan admits he doesn't know yet. She then gently touches his arm, confessing that for 7 long years, she thought he was dead. She missed him so much that she wrote to him every single day in a journal, treating each entry like a letter she could never send. Elona vulnerably tells Kazan she wants to show him her journal. She promises that if he reads her entries, he will finally understand the true depth of her feelings for him. Hearing this raw confession, Kazan's entire demeanor shifts. Without a word, he pulls her swiftly into his arms, causing her to fall against his chest. Stunned, Elona rests in his embrace as he looks down, his expression hardening with a new, unyielding resolve. Her words have clearly shaken him to his core, and his next move is anyone's guess. Without another word, Kazan rises from his seat. In one smooth, decisive motion, he scoops Elona into his arms, leaving her completely speechless. Her face flushes as she finds herself held tight against his chest. With a cold, unreadable expression, Kazan turns to face the crowded banquet hall. He announces that he needs to prepare for a prayer and will be leaving. As he walks away with Elona, he casually tells the stunned onlookers to enjoy the feast, making his intentions perfectly clear. Gasps fill the hall as a nobleman questions Kazan for carrying a slave. But the king doesn't even spare him a glance. Without breaking stride, he issues a chilling command to his general, Tortan, telling him to handle the cleanup. His next order is even more critical. He wants all of Elona's belongings from Parzion searched for her journals. Kazan makes it perfectly clear that if those diaries aren't found, Tortan is to dispatch men to her homeland and search until they are recovered. He needs answers, and nothing will stop him. Kazan ignores a woman who tries to offer him a drink, his mind flashing back to the chains of his past. He is completely consumed by Elona's confession. Marching straight to his royal chambers, he gently lays her down on the massive bed. The attendants watch, stunned by the king's intense focus on the woman in his arms. With a sharp, unwavering voice, Kazan orders everyone to leave the room immediately. The attendants quickly bow and exit, leaving the king and his former slave completely alone to face what comes next. As Kazan looks down at the bed, Elona stirs in her feverish sleep, whispering his name. Suddenly, she pleads with an unseen force, begging him not to die. The desperate words throw Kazan back into a painful memory. He recalls a time when he lay gravely wounded, and a younger, chained Elona prayed desperately at his bedside. She had begged a higher power not to let him perish. Her pleas from their tragic past echo in the present, leaving the vengeful king completely shaken by the depth of her long-hidden feelings. A ghostly vision clouds Kazan's mind. He sees a younger Elona, tears streaming down her face, as she begs someone to save a child. Snapping back to the present, he stares down at her, his eyes drawn to the cold shackle on her wrist. A storm of emotions brews within him as he clenches his fist. Finally, he steps out of the chamber, only to find someone waiting. Irid Padisha stands there with a sly smile, calling him by his old slave name, Sindar, and offering to escort him to his room. Kazan glares at Irid, demanding to know why she's there. With a confident smirk, she replies it's her duty and boldly places a hand on his arm. She suggests that before his nightly obligations, she would like to personally help relieve his fatigue, insisting she knows his needs best. But Kazan violently grabs her wrist, his eyes burning with fury. His mind screams with a single, protective thought, recalling the only person with the right to touch him like this. How dare anyone else touch the body of Elona Sindar? Kazan's eyes blaze with fury as he violently shoves her hand away. He coldly reminds Irid that he only made her an attendant out of wartime necessity and nothing more. The king declares he'll let this one transgression slide because of her past loyalty, but issues a chilling warning. If she ever tries this again, she will face severe consequences. Left reeling, Irid trembles with bitterness. Her mind screams, questioning why it's acceptable for that slave girl, Elona, but not for her, after all the devotion she has shown him. Seething with resentment, Irid clenches her fists, her mind consumed with thoughts of the slave girl Elona. A voice cuts through her rage. Zahak Omar approaches, boldly stating he wants to soothe her anger. Irid coldly suggests they have lunch after his prayers. But Zahak twists the offer with a venomous barb, suggesting that she should spend time with her own favored slave to relax. The pointed remark hits its mark. A dangerous glint appears in Irid's eyes as she realizes his idea isn't bad at all. Putting on an act of loyalty, Irid presents her wicked plan to Kazan. Completely fooled by her deception, the king gives his approval and tells her to proceed. Irid bows respectfully, but her eyes flash with pure malice. She internally vows that she will not sit back quietly any longer. Just as she makes this dark promise, the scene cuts away. Back in her chambers, Elona suddenly cries out in pain, collapsing onto her bed. It seems Irid's vengeful scheme has already found its first and most important target. Elona is trapped in a hazy memory of her past, feeling the weight of chains and a disorienting fog in her mind. She shakes it off, realizing she can't afford to be weak right now. Suddenly, the light clatter of pebbles hitting her balcony floor breaks the silence. A voice calls her name from below. Peering over the railing, she sees a familiar figure in a white hood looking up at her. It's Aslan. With a reassuring smile, he asks if she's ready and urges her to hurry, signaling that their plan is now in motion. Aslan, his face full of concern, checks on a weary Elona. He brings up the rumors flying around the court about her drinking too much the night before. Apparently, the ministers can't stop talking about how Kazan himself had to carry her out. Panicked, Elona immediately asks if her actions have landed the king in hot water. But Aslan just smiles, calmly reassuring her that this isn't a problem. In fact, he cryptically suggests this scandal might just be the golden opportunity she's been waiting for. Aslan leads Elona through a vast, sun-bleached landscape before finally announcing their arrival. Elona's breath catches as she gazes upon a magnificent white building rising from the sand. With a knowing look, Aslan reveals its name, the Temple of Ru. Stepping inside, he notes that the temple is quite plain. Elona, however, finds its modesty appealing. Seeing her stiff formality, Aslan laughs, reassuring her that she can relax around him. This is a safe place, and a crucial part of the plan he has set in motion for her. Aslan explains that with limited funding, the temple's exterior wasn't a priority. As they walk, Elona asks the question that's been on her mind. Why does Kazan dislike him? Aslan cryptically replies that it's complicated. Instead of talking about the future, he offers to tell her about the past. He recalls that even as a child, Kazan acted like a bitter old man, pushing everyone away. Elona chuckles at the thought. Aslan admits it took a long time, but they eventually became close friends. She understands perfectly, with so many enemies, it was hard for Kazan to trust anyone. Aslan continues his story, explaining Kazan's difficult past. As the youngest prince, he faced hostility even from the temple. He then drops a bombshell. Kazan's own mother was supposed to lead this very place. Elona is stunned by the revelation. Aslan confirms it, explaining that she gave up the role when she became queen. He recalls her with a fond smile, remembering a gentle and deeply admired woman who was also incredibly beautiful. She was respected by everyone she met, a truly radiant figure in his memories. Aslan snaps Elona from her thoughts, declaring it's time to go. Following him, Elona feels a wave of sadness. She reflects that after all this time, she never truly understood Kazan. Were her words of love simply not enough to earn his trust? Their path is suddenly blocked by a stern-looking priestess who questions Elona's presence. Aslan calmly explains she is a guest of their god and requests access to the underground chamber. He then quietly reassures Elona that the woman is kind, just stressed. A heavy stone door rumbles open. Aslan leads the way down a long, dark staircase, telling Elona to watch her step. He leans in, whispering that she shouldn't mind the stern priestess. She treats him the same way, which he finds rather adorable. They continue their descent into the torch-lit gloom. Reaching the bottom, they enter a massive, cavernous chamber. Elona steps forward, her bare feet touching a softly glowing surface. Utterly stunned, she asks what this place is. Aslan simply welcomes her as a colossal, shimmering crystal fills the darkness with a brilliant, ethereal light. Aslan reveals the breathtaking cavern is Ru's sacred hall. Elona is completely stunned by the glowing, ethereal beauty. He leads her across a shimmering pool, explaining the first test. She must be accepted by the god of this place. He warns that only pure souls are favored here and tells her to confess her sins. In a panic, Elona blurts out that she's been leaving food unfinished. Aslan dryly jokes that this grave sin might get her cast out, then instructs her to drink the sacred water to begin the trial. With trembling, chained hands, Elona drinks from the shimmering pool. A single tear escapes as she gasps in surprise, exclaiming that the water is unbelievably sweet. A relieved smile crosses Aslan's face. He confirms that this is a good sign, announcing that the god Ru has officially welcomed her. A flicker of hope appears in Elona's eyes, but Aslan's expression suddenly turns serious. He leans in, his voice low and firm, telling her to listen carefully. The real trial was just about to begin, and she had to be ready. Suddenly, a powerful vision overwhelms Elona. A woman's voice rings out, declaring that the future of the entire nation rests in her hands. Countless lives and the kingdom's prosperity all depend on her. But this destiny comes with a terrible price. To secure that future, she will have to face death itself. A new voice cuts through, a man with piercing green eyes, urging her not to forget what she will gain. His final, chilling words echo in her mind. Never fear the desert. The vision shatters, leaving Elona stunned. The final word from the vision, death, echoes in Elona's mind as the scene violently shifts. She finds herself staring down the long expanse of a colossal, shadowy hall. At the far end, a lone figure stands, a silhouette against the gloom. Elona and Aslan stand frozen, shocked by the sudden change. Before she can process what's happening, a deep voice cuts through the silence, calling her name. It's Kazan. His crimson eyes are locked on her, his hand clenching the jeweled fabric at his side in a white-knuckled grip. Kazan waits alone in a desolate room, illuminated by a single beam of light. He can't tell how much time has passed, but the day's stress has left him completely exhausted. His mind races with worry for Elona, and he reflects on how draining the situation has become. Tightly clenching his tattooed fist, he grabs a shoulder, the physical tension mirroring his inner turmoil. Finally, unable to remain still, the king pushes himself up to his feet, every muscle coiled tight with anxiety as he continues his agonizing wait for news. An image of Elona's warm, glowing smile flashes through Kazan's mind. A flicker of hope crosses his weary face as he wonders if she is still waiting for him. That single thought is all it takes to break him out of his spiraling anxiety. He can't stay locked away in the dark any longer. With renewed purpose, the king leaves the solitary chamber and strides out into the bright palace courtyard. His determined footsteps echo across the stone as he sets off, no longer willing to just wait for news. Kazan, now addressed as Lord Sindar, strides into the palace with Torton. As servants greet him with nervous reverence, a woman named Irid Padisha steps forward. When a servant stammers that the meal isn't ready, Kazan dismisses her, stating he'll wait inside. Suddenly, Irid drops to her knees in a dramatic apology. She cuts straight to the point, informing him that the slave he is seeking is not there. Before Kazan can react, she adds that she is under strict orders to say nothing more, leaving him stonewalled and simmering with rage. Pushed for an answer, Irid finally cracks, revealing the high priest has taken the slave she was supposed to be guarding. Kazan's eyes burn with pure rage as he connects the title to one person, Aslan. His patience completely gone, he turns to his subordinate and coldly orders Torton to bring him his whip. Seeing her chance, Irid looks up with a cruel, satisfied smile. She announces that since the court administrators and maids failed their duties, each will receive 5 harsh strokes as punishment for their incompetence. Irid scrambles to her feet, protesting that the punishment is unfair. She argues they were powerless to stop High Priest Aslan from taking Elona. But Kazan's patience has run dry. His voice seethes with rage as he retorts that they should have reported it to him immediately. He scolds them for hiding the truth behind the farce of a luncheon. Without another word, he turns his back, leaving a stunned Irid standing alone as he storms away, his fury palpable in the tense silence. Kazan bursts into the grand temple, his eyes immediately locking onto the high priest, Aslan. Elona stands beside the priest, bound in chains and looking utterly terrified. Aslan offers a calm greeting, but Kazan cuts him off with a single, chilling word: silence. His red eyes blaze with pure fury as he confesses the urge to end Aslan right there. Unfazed, the priest warns him that they are in a holy place. A dark smirk crosses Kazan's face as he retorts that Aslan's sharp tongue hasn't changed at all. Aslan smirks, offering to share a prophecy with the enraged king. But Kazan isn't here for games. He completely ignores the priest and commands Elona to come to him immediately. With a final, defiant look at Aslan, Elona vows she won't forget what he said today. Aslan calmly wishes her well as Kazan wastes no time, grabbing her arm and pulling her away. A flustered Elona calls out his name, struggling to keep up as he drags her from the temple. As they disappear, an unseen voice remarks that Kazan was told to handle her gently. Once they are alone, Kazan throws Elona to the floor. She apologizes, explaining she just wanted to know their future. Unimpressed, Kazan asks what good that would do, telling her that knowing something doesn't mean she can change it. Elona begs him not to destroy her only hope. He coldly questions how Aslan's words became her hope so quickly. With tears in her eyes, she confesses that the high priest is the only one who has ever shown her kindness. Kazan's expression darkens, his red eyes burning with a silent, intense fury. Kazan's simmering rage explodes. He reveals Aslan once approached him as a friend, gaining his trust only to betray him in the worst way. He accuses the high priest of standing by while his mother passed, claiming they could have saved her if not for Aslan's interference. In a flash of fury, his hand clenches, shattering a decorative beaded chain. Elona reels from the shock, stammering that she can't believe it. She always thought Aslan respected her mother. As she tries to backtrack, Kazan's dark, silent glare cuts her off completely. Kazan's rage finally explodes. Declaring he doesn't want to hear another word, he shoves Elona back, silencing her completely. She cries out as she falls onto the bed. Towering over her, he issues a chilling command. From this moment on, she is forbidden from even thinking about leaving her room. His dark voice promises that for her defiance, there will be punishment. His red eyes burn with an unwavering, cold resolve, sealing her fate within the palace walls. With his voice dangerously low, Kazan orders Elona to turn around. Frightened by his tone, she asks what he's doing. He coldly informs her that she seems to have forgotten how slaves are treated. As he draws a small, sharp blade, he declares that he will demonstrate what happens when one defies their master. Tearing up, Elona realizes this is about her visit to Aslan. She tries to apologize, but Kazan grabs her, demanding to know why she would betray his trust when she knew he would despise it. Kazan's voice is ice as he demands to know if Aslan's word means more to her than his. He seethes, telling Elona she has no clue what kind of man Aslan truly is. His mind flashes back to his mother's passing, a gut-wrenching memory where he blamed his misplaced trust for her fate. Returning to the present, his face is a mask of cold fury. He declares that Elona has brought this upon herself. In an instant, a sharp, stinging sound cracks through the air, a brutal and immediate consequence for her defiance. The sharp sting across her face leaves Elona trembling in shock. Kazan, his expression a cold mask, orders her to turn around at once. Before she can protest, he seizes her hands, binding them tightly with thick cloth and heavy chains. Her resistance is useless against his chilling determination. Completely restrained and powerless, Elona can only whisper his name, a desperate, unheard plea for the mercy he refuses to show. His silence is her answer, sealing her fate in this cold, gilded cage. Kazan warned Elona to stay calm, whispering that reckless movements would only lead to injury. He leaned close, coldly stating that he didn't want to strike her, but that a slave's only purpose was to obey their master without question. He declared that she was powerless to act on her own will. A sharp crack echoed through the room, a brutal lesson in obedience. With his authority absolute, Elona could only plead for him to stop, her will completely shattered by his chilling demonstration of control. Kazan's command was absolute. She would accept everything from him, whether it was pain or pleasure. Elona weakly questioned the need for such extremes, her only concern having been for their future. But he dismissed her words, leaving her with no choice. As he closed in, she resigned herself to the belief that they were destined to cause each other pain. That day, Kazan was relentless, blurring the line between agony and ecstasy. Through the haze of her shattered will, Elona felt a single, undeniable truth starting to emerge. In the aftermath, Elona realized Kazan had taken twisted satisfaction from her suffering. Left alone and chained, she finally succumbed to an exhausted sleep. But her rest offered no escape, instead plunging her into a terrifying nightmare. She dreamt she was standing on an unseen ledge, a soft, unsettling tap echoing from the darkness below. Looking down, she saw a horrific, snarling beast made of swirling shadows and rage. Its body was pierced with glowing red blades, a perfect image of the monster her pain had created in her mind. Her nightmare shifted to a desolate memory. As a child, she walked alone across an endless, sandy plain, screaming Kazan's name into the void. A vision flashed through her mind, her younger self, desperate and crying, clinging to a young Kazan and begging him to save her. She jolted awake, whispering his name in the darkness. Elona stumbled out onto the balcony, only to find the real Kazan standing below. He looked back at her, his voice cold as he declared that they were simply fated to cause each other pain. Kazan's cold question hung in the air. What did she expect? His personal cruelty was interrupted by urgent state matters. A messenger burst in, reporting that the rebellion at the border was intensifying. Harnik Padishah's military approach was failing, and casualties were mounting. Miriam suggested he could delegate the task to a general, but Kazan refused. He declared that to truly appease the people, the king himself must go. He understood they didn't need more brute force. They needed a leader who would actually listen to them. As preparations for the expedition began, Miriam asked Kazan how long he would be gone. He told her it would be about 15 days. The king then turned to Tortan, demanding an update on a requested item. His subordinate reported they were still searching for a unique bundle of papers wrapped in leather. Hearing this, Miriam's suspicion grew. Kazan's focus shifted back to the palace as he asked about Elona's condition. Miriam regretfully informed him that Elona was still on a hunger strike, protesting her captivity. Kazan questioned if Elona had been offered her favorite Parzion dishes. Miriam confirmed they had, even providing a rare elixir, but insisted the princess was only pretending to be sick. Ignoring her, Kazan turned and gave a sharp order to Irid Padishah, bring 2 cups of restorative tea to Mano Palace. Irid stood stunned by the unexpected command. The scene then shifted, revealing Kazan standing over Elona's bedside. With a quiet yes, he confirmed his intention to see her himself before departing for the border. In the dead of night, Elona sat alone in her room, a desolate figure bathed in moonlight. Her face was a mask of pure exhaustion and sorrow, the heavy collar around her neck a constant, grim reminder of her new reality. Lost deep in her own misery, she was completely still. Suddenly, the suffocating silence was shattered. A familiar, commanding voice cut through the air, calling her name from the doorway. Just as he promised, Kazan had come to see her before departing for the border. Kazan calmly sat in her chambers, inviting her to join him for tea. But Elona didn't move a muscle, her silence a thick wall between them. With a sigh of frustration, Kazan abruptly stood and walked toward the balcony, pulling back the curtains to gaze into the night. He told her he wouldn't be able to visit for some time. Leaning closer, his intense red eyes met hers as he revealed the real reason. A rebellion had erupted near the border, and he had to go crush it himself. Elona finally broke her silence, her voice soft as she asked if he would have to fight. Kazan bluntly confirmed that he would if it came to that. In a sudden shift, he informed her he had instructed Irid to prepare her favorite Parzion dishes, warning her not to skip any meals. But Elona only stared back, her expression unreadable. Losing his patience, Kazan turned, grabbed a cup of tea so forcefully it spilled over his hand, and thrust it toward her. He demanded that she stop sitting in silence and drink it. Kazan explained the tea would restore her energy. Elona finally whispered his name, and his intense expression softened. He asked what would become of him if she were to pass away, wondering if he would perish too. As her trembling hands closed around the cup, she took it from him. But her thoughts were venomous. If he was so curious, she thought, then why not just wish for her to be gone? Kazan felt the shift and released his grip, leaving the cup, and his haunting question, entirely in her hands. After he was gone, Elona remained on her bed, clutching the teacup. She stared into the dark liquid, her own weary face reflected back at her, lost in thought. As dawn broke over the capital, preparations for war were already underway. Tortan approached Kazan, confirming that everything was ready for their departure. Kazan, dressed for battle, acknowledged the report with a sharp nod. He ordered his men to move out immediately, his focus entirely on crushing the rebellion that threatened his kingdom. Tortan confirmed their readiness, but noted a problem. The intense heat would force them to travel only during the cooler hours. This delay frustrated Kazan, whose thoughts immediately drifted back to a vulnerable Elona. His own haunting words, wondering what would become of him if she passed away, echoed in his mind. With his hand clenching in urgency, Kazan issued a new order from his horse. He commanded Tortan to avoid the worst of the heat, but to minimize their journey time at all costs. Tortan acknowledged the difficult command with a nod. With his mind set on returning to Elona, Kazan issued a final, non-negotiable command. The entire expedition had to be completed within 15 days. As his army thundered out of the capital, the scene shifted to a hidden archive deep within the palace. There, Irid Padishah met a guard in secret. He warned her not to reveal he had opened the passage. Looking down on him, she questioned if he truly thought she'd break her word, promising to repay his loyalty once she finally became queen. The grateful guard agreed to stand watch as Irid slipped into the secret archive, her lantern illuminating the dusty chamber. A persistent, uneasy feeling followed her inside. She knew she had to find a particular document before the knights got their hands on it. The one she'd seen in Parzion was unique, and she needed to understand its significance. Most importantly, she was determined to find out how it was connected to that former slave girl, Elona. Inside the secret archive, Irid Padisha frantically sifted through stacks of old documents, tossing heavy books to the floor. She remembered Elona claiming she was mistreated long before arriving at the palace. This confirmed her suspicion. The secret she was hunting for wasn't recent. It had to be something buried deep in Elona's past. A sudden shock ran through her as she realized she was getting closer to the truth. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached for another book, her determination hardening. Finally, Irid found the document she was searching for. She snatched the book open, her eyes devouring the words inside. The truth about the slave girl hit her like a physical blow. A wave of pure hatred washed over her, and her face twisted into a mask of fury. She ground her teeth, a dark realization settling in her soul.
There was only one solution now.
She vowed that Elona could not be allowed to live. Her mission was no longer about gaining power, it was about total annihilation. A loud thud echoes as Irid Padisha barges into the room, her servants wheeling in a food cart. Elona, looking pale and weary, slowly lifts her head from the pillow. Irid looms over her, sharply ordering her to get up and sit down. She then announces that she has brought a special dish, a meal from Elona's hometown. But this act of kindness from a sworn enemy feels chilling. The food looks delicious, but Elona knows it's a veiled threat, a twisted reminder of the past Irid just uncovered. Irid leans over Elona, her voice laced with false sweetness as she asks a pointed question. Why would someone like her need to travel to the biggest Omar guild? The name sparks a flicker of recognition in Elona, but her confusion is cut short. Irid's patience snaps, and she bellows at the weakened princess to get up, threatening to force-feed her. Defeated, Elona slowly sits at the table. Irid then commands her to eat every last bite, coldly revealing that Lord Sindar himself had ordered this special meal for her. Irid gestures to the table, her voice dripping with mock sincerity as she points out the strange yellow soup she prepared. For a fleeting moment, a memory surfaces for Elona. It's her favorite dish. But the flicker of warmth is instantly extinguished when Irid commands her to eat quickly, explaining there's a task waiting for her. Confused, Elona asks what she means. Leaning in with a cruel smile, Irid declares it's time for the former slave to start earning her keep. The chilling threat promises a return to a life of servitude. Irid Padisha smugly informs Elona that her days of leisure are over. She will now have daily tasks. Her first job is to arrange a pile of delicate Corelli flowers. Elona watches as Irid demonstrates how to trim the petals, ordering her to arrange them neatly. Irid takes a moment to savor the flower's lovely scent, a brief pause in her cruelty. Then, her tone sharpens again as she snaps at Elona, telling her they don't have time and to get started right away, reinforcing her new, lowly position. Elona reaches for the Corelli flowers, but their sharp thorns instantly pierce her delicate skin. She flinches, crying out in pain as blood beads on her fingers. With mock concern, Irid tells her to be more careful, questioning why she would grab a thorny stem so carelessly. The false sweetness vanishes as Irid delivers a chilling ultimatum. She warns Elona that if she wants proper meals while Kazan is away, she had better perform her tasks perfectly. The message is crystal clear: obey or starve. With a final, cutting command to finish the task before she returns, Irid Padisha sweeps from the room. Elona stares at her bleeding hand, her spirit sinking. But instead of breaking, she finds a flicker of resolve. She quietly promises to do her best, thinking that focusing on this painful job is better than letting her thoughts spiral. Ignoring the sharp sting, she carefully picks up the thorny flowers, her determination hardening with every petal she arranges. This is a battle of wills, and she refuses to lose. Elona tries to focus on her task, but a sudden wave of illness washes over her. Confused, she questions what is happening as the room begins to spin. A dizzy spell hits her hard, her vision blurring at the edges. Her strength completely gives out before she can even process the feeling. Her body goes limp, and she collapses onto a nearby chaise lounge. The thorny Corelli flowers scatter beside her unconscious form as her world fades to black. Something is terribly wrong. Irid Padisha finds Elona passed out, sarcastically noting that the work was too much for her. She orders her servant to move Elona to her chamber. With a chilling smile, Irid adds a seemingly kind instruction: let the king's favored slave rest properly and wake on her own. Her sweet tone hides a venomous intent. While Elona lies unconscious, lost in a feverish sleep, King Kazan is far from the palace. He stands alone under a vast, starry sky, completely oblivious to the dangerous plot unfolding in his absence. As Kazan stands alone under the night sky, his thoughts drift back to the palace. He murmurs Elona's name, consumed with worry and hoping she is okay. His focus is shattered when his commander, Tortan, appears with a formal greeting. He gets straight to business, reporting that he's discovered the root cause of the recent riots. The locals were being crushed by impossible debts and extreme poverty. After a thorough investigation, they uncovered a shocking truth. All the predatory moneylenders were secretly employed by the powerful and greedy merchant, Harnik Padishah. Tortan reports that the citizens only rebelled after discovering Harnik's predatory schemes. Hearing this, Kazan's gaze turns icy cold. He looks at his loyal commander and gives a simple, brutal command: arrest everyone involved. With his red eyes burning with rage, Kazan makes one final, chilling demand. Harnik Padishah is to be brought directly to him. The king knows he has a huge mess to deal with, and he's ready to get his hands dirty to clean it up. Trapped in a feverish nightmare, Elona is completely lost. She tosses and turns, her body burning with a mysterious agony. Barely conscious, she whispers weak pleas for help, desperate for someone to end her suffering. But her cries fall on deaf ears. Standing over her bed are Irid Padishah and her servant, Miriam, watching the scene with cold, calculated stillness. Irid calmly notes that Elona has been in this agonizing state for 3 whole days, a cruel smile playing on her lips as her twisted plan unfolds perfectly. Irid smirks, her twisted plan unfolding exactly as she designed. The poison is ravaging Elona's body. She turns to her nervous servant, Miriam, and reminds her of the deal. If they are discovered, Miriam must take the fall for this mistake. Desperate, Miriam agrees, begging only that her family receives their promised gold. Irid assures her they'll be paid once the job is done. Gazing at the suffering princess, Irid delights in imagining Kazan's shock when he finds his precious slave dying. In the bed, Elona's hand clenches in agony. Lost in a fever dream, Elona clutches her chest, begging for someone to save her. She desperately doesn't want to die like this. The most agonizing thought is that if she perishes now, she'll never see Kazan again. Just as she starts to fade, a familiar voice cuts through the darkness, asking if it hurts. Her eyes flutter open, and there he is, Kazan, leaning over her. He gently encourages her to sit up, revealing he's brought medicine. The king has finally returned to her side. Kazan gently asks if she feels any better. Startled, Elona sits up, demanding to know how he got into her room. He casually replies that he came through the window, which horrifies Elona because it leads to a sheer cliff. Unfazed, Kazan insists the drop wasn't that high, but Elona is still worried he could have been hurt. With a serious gaze, Kazan declares that his savior was on the brink of death. Of course, he had to come to her side, no matter the risk. Kazan hands Elona the medicine, urging her to drink. She weakly thanks him, remarking that the people in the palace are strange. Kazan observes how they neglect a princess like her, choosing instead to torment her along with the prince. Elona explains that they're simply afraid of her brother. Trying to brush it off, she says she's used to it. Kazan is taken aback by her gentle nature, asking if she's always this kind. He reveals he knows she stayed by his side day and night when he was injured at the auction house. Flustered, Elona insists she only helped him to repay the favor of him saving her. She explains that while she couldn't completely free him back then, she promised he'd be safe with her, unlike with her brother. As she takes the medicine, Kazan's expression darkens. He hates the entire practice of buying and selling people. He dismisses her concerns, stating he was never worried. He then places another pill in her mouth, looking her dead in the eyes. He declares that she is his savior and his master, promising that if anyone ever bothers her again, she must tell him. Kazan's gaze softens as he makes a solemn vow. He will protect her. Elona is stunned, tears welling in her eyes as she manages a quiet thank you. Overwhelmed, she confesses that this is the first time anyone has ever taken her side. Her sudden crying flusters Kazan, who awkwardly tells her not to cry. She immediately apologizes, but he tells her she isn't allowed to say sorry anymore. In that instant, he became her very first ally, a promise he would always keep. Later, Prince Adrian storms through the palace, shouting Elona's name. Prince Adrian's enraged shouts echo through the halls as he demands to know where Elona is. His voice triggers a painful memory for her, flashing back to a time she was locked out, desperately pleading for her brother to open the door. But back then, a hand reached out to her. A young Kazan found her crying, asking if she was all right. Their shared past was filled with pain, with others cruelly pointing out Kazan's eyes as the mark of a slave. In their misery, they had found each other. In the courtyard, a white-haired girl is bound and gagged, her defiant eyes meeting the cruel smirks of her captors. One of the men savors the thought of breaking her spirit, pulling out a dagger to show how it's done. But before he can act, Princess Elona storms in, demanding they stop harming a child. A guard dismissively tells her not to trouble herself, claiming the girl is a disobedient slave they can treat as they please. Surrounded by the menacing guards, a stunned Elona declares their cruelty is ridiculous and unjust. Back then, Elona was just a scared little girl, but she wasn't alone. She remembers how Kazan fearlessly stood up for her when no one else would. He confronted the men who held her captive, declaring that he was taking her with him. With a powerful voice, he warned them that from that day forward, she belonged to him, and they were forbidden from ever touching her again. Shielded by his fierce protection, Elona finally found the courage to rise. For the first time in her life, she could stand tall. The treatment is finally done. After gently finishing the bandaging on the white-haired girl's wrist, Elona praises Kazan for his good work. Her gaze softens with concern as she asks the girl if she's okay, knowing the ordeal must have hurt. The girl stoically insists she is fine. Unconvinced, Elona makes a firm promise that this will never happen again, vowing to protect her. From the bedside, Kazan offers his own quiet reassurance, telling the girl she can trust Elona because she is a good person. The white-haired boy scoffs, questioning where anyone could find a good person in a place like the palace. Kazan immediately shuts him down. He explains that Elona protected him too, offering himself as living proof of her character. Humbled, the boy quietly thanks Elona for saving him. Seeing a chance for a new friendship, Elona brightly hopes the two boys will get along. They both instantly reject the idea, leaving her sputtering. The boy then turns to Kazan with a strange look, asking if they have met before. Zahak eyes Kazan suspiciously, asking if they've met before. They both claim they've only ever lived in the capital, so Kazan puts him to the test, demanding the name of a specific bakery. Without hesitation, Zahak names Lauda's bakery and even mentions their famous scorpion cookies. Suddenly, the two are bonding like old friends over their shared past. Elona watches with a warm smile, happy that Kazan is finally finding someone he can rely on. But as Kazan reveals he was close with the owner, a strange feeling begins to linger. Even though Kazan found a friend, Elona can't shake a strange feeling of unease. Later, trying to distract herself, she practices dancing alone in a grand, empty hall. She counts her steps, moving gracefully across the floor until her concentration breaks. Fumbling the sequence, she wonders what comes next. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, pointing out she's using her left hand instead of her right. Startled, Elona looks up to find Kazan watching her. His sudden appearance makes her heart skip a beat as she whispers his name. Elona asks Kazan why he isn't out with Samira. He dismisses her question, insisting this is more urgent. He then reveals he knows about Antonio's cruel threat. If she fails to memorize the dance by tomorrow, she'll be locked in a wardrobe. The memory of the villain's cold promise makes her flinch. Kazan points out that she obviously hasn't learned it yet. Elona quietly explains the teacher only showed her once. To her astonishment, Kazan declares he memorized the entire routine. He offers to teach her, telling her to just follow his lead. Kazan holds out his hand, offering to lead. A blush creeps onto Elona's face as she tentatively accepts, her hand small in his. He pulls her close, his voice a low whisper as he begins to guide her through the steps. He instructs her to move her right foot back, then bring her left along with it. Under his firm but gentle lead, Elona starts to relax. As he tells her to just move naturally, they fall into a graceful rhythm, swaying together under the moonlight in the empty hall. As they dance, Kazan breaks the silence, asking why Prince Antonio torments her. Elona explains it's because they have different mothers. A painful memory surfaces of nobles whispering behind their backs, fueling her half-brother's jealousy because his mother was a concubine. She tries to shoulder some blame, saying she can be an idiot sometimes and that he probably found it frustrating. Suddenly, Kazan stops moving. He pulls her in, his gaze intense as he tells her she is not an idiot. He reminds her that a fool would never have the courage to run into a fire to save someone. Lost in the moment, Elona was struck by how kind Kazan truly was. A sudden pang of jealousy made her wonder if he treated Samira with the same gentleness. She quickly shook the thought away, reminding herself that Samira was a friend and she should be happy for them. Just then, Kazan interrupted her spiraling thoughts. He revealed there was something he wanted to show her, something meant only for her eyes. He asked if she wanted to come with him but then changed his mind, suggesting they meet again tomorrow. Kazan leads Elona forward, his hand gently covering her eyes. She nervously asks how much farther they have to go, and he simply tells her they're almost there. When he finally removes his hand, she gasps. Before her lies a breathtaking secret garden, a vast field of purple flowers hidden away from everyone. Overwhelmed by the sight, Elona whispers that it's beautiful. Kazan explains that it's their secret spot. He tells her that whenever she feels suffocated by palace life, they can come here together to escape it all. Kazan pulls Elona closer, telling her this garden is their secret and she mustn't tell a soul. Still a bit insecure, Elona asks if that includes Samira. Kazan's gaze is unwavering as he confirms that no, not even she can know about this place. A wave of relief washes over Elona, and she agrees with a gentle smile. Looking out at the vast field of flowers, Kazan declares that from now on, this sanctuary belongs to just the two of them, their own private escape from the world. A grim message had been sent to the conspirators, their punishment made public for all to see in the square. But even this brutal display wasn't enough for the people. They still demanded more. Before his king, Harnik Padishah drops to his knees, sweat beading on his head. Kazan, known here as Lord Sindar, coldly asks for his thoughts on the matter. The terrified man sputters that it's all a misunderstanding, claiming he was deceived. 2. Kazan silences him with a single word, his voice sharp as he says Harnik's name. Kazan's voice drops to a lethal whisper, questioning if Harnik dares to lie directly to him. His glowing red eyes burn with an intensity that promises severe consequences. Harnik is given a final, simple choice: surrender all his power and wealth and leave this place for good. Otherwise, he will face Lord Sindar's judgment right then and there. Before the man can even process the ultimatum, Kazan's blade moves in a flash. A crimson line appears on Harnik's forehead, a chilling promise of what's to come if he continues to defy the king. The threat is crystal clear. Trembling, Harnik Padishah breaks, stammering that he'll leave and begging for his life. Overwhelmed by Kazan's menacing presence, the disgraced noble collapses to the floor. With the matter settled, Kazan turns away in disgust. He commands his knights to search Harnik's home, seize all his assets, and strip him of every title he holds. He then tells his commander to get some rest for a few days. Soon, they would all be returning with the knights. Tortan asks Kazan what his plans are. The king replies that he will lead an advance party and leave that very night. Shocked, his commander questions why he won't even rest for a single day after everything they've been through. Kazan looks out at the starry sky, his determined expression softening. He quietly admits that he has been away from the palace for far too long. His thoughts drift to one person in particular. He needs to get back to Elona as soon as possible. Kazan stops in his tracks, his mind flashing back to the past. He recalls a young Elona, anxious about her debutante, asking him to stay by her side. The memory then shifts to the palace garden, where he watches from a distance. Prince Adrian compliments Elona on her graceful dancing, admitting he was surprised. He tells her she must have a natural gift. Blushing, Elona insists she just practiced a lot. As Adrian continues his flattery, Kazan can only observe in somber silence, his gaze fixed on the princess. In the memory, Adrian remarks that he envies the friend who had the honor of dancing with her. Elona's expression softens as she corrects him, explaining that her feelings go much deeper. With a fond smile, she confesses that she cares for this friend so much she can't imagine a world without them. Hidden from view, a young Kazan overhears her heartfelt words, his face flushing red in surprise. Oblivious, Adrian raises his glass to her beautiful friendship, but Elona politely declines another drink, admitting it's her first time. Adrian leans in, insisting Elona should drink more to make things fun. When she hesitates, he suddenly grabs her hand, his intentions becoming clear as he suggests a kiss. He moves closer, tilting her chin up as a terrified Elona begs him to stop. Just as Adrian tells her to stay still, a voice cuts through the tension. It's Kazan. He calmly informs the princess that Prince Antonio is looking for her. Seizing the opportunity, a relieved Elona quickly stands up, declaring she must go right away, leaving Adrian fuming in her wake. After excusing herself, Elona turns to leave as Adrian wishes her farewell. Standing silently behind her, Kazan clenches his fist, barely containing his anger. Later that night, he carries her on his back through a field under the stars. He gently scolds her, asking why she would drink something from a stranger when she's never had alcohol before. Leaning against him, remorseful Elona apologizes. With a serious but caring tone, Kazan tells her that from now on, she should never drink in front of others. Kazan lays down a new rule. Since Elona can't handle alcohol, she must only drink when he's with her. Blushing, she quietly agrees. He insists she promise, and she softly gives him her word. As they walk through a field of lavender, she asks if they can rest for a bit. They sit together under the starry night sky, taking in the peaceful view. After a moment of silence, Elona turns to him and asks if he has ever tried alcohol himself. Without hesitation, Kazan simply replies that he has not. Gazing at the sky, Elona admitted that being with him made her feel warm. She hesitated, adding that there was something more she wanted to say. Leaning closer, Kazan softly urged her to continue. In a sudden rush of courage, Elona surprised him by moving toward him. Under the beautiful night sky, surrounded by lavender, she closed the distance between them. In that quiet moment, they shared a tender kiss. Kazan, initially stunned, returned her affection, pulling her into a warm embrace as the field seemed to glow around them. Pulling back from the kiss, a flustered Elona clarifies that this was not a mistake. She insists that she acted purely of her own will. Her bold confession leaves Kazan utterly speechless, a deep blush creeping across his face as he stares at her. Misreading his stunned silence, Elona quickly apologizes for acting on her own. She tries to explain her feelings further, but before she can finish, Kazan softly interrupts by just saying her name, his voice filled with an emotion she can't quite place. Wrapping her arms around him, Elona softly thanks him. Kazan's expression darkens as he confesses his true feelings. He admits that when she used Antonio's name to save him, he was furious with himself. The thought that he wasn't strong enough to protect her on his own was unbearable. Turning to face her, Kazan makes a solemn promise. He swears that from now on, he will protect her with his own strength. Cupping her face, he vows to take her to Ashitra once the civil war ends, leaving Elona speechless. Tears streamed down Elona's face as Kazan looked at her, his expression filled with determination. He continued his vow, declaring that once they were in Ashitra, the two of them would have their wedding. Overwhelmed by his promise, Elona could only stare back at him. Leaning in, Kazan whispered that this was no mistake for him either, sealing his confession with a deep and passionate kiss. All the pain of their past and the hope for their future poured into that single, breathtaking moment under the starlit sky. The journey ends as Kazan and his men ride toward a magnificent palace in Ashitra. The clatter of their horses' hooves echoes against the stone as Kazan silently reflects on his vow to Elona. This was his promise. One of his soldiers remarks on their unexpectedly quick arrival, while another grumbles about just wanting to lie down. But Kazan remains silent, his expression heavy. The weight of his promise and the long road ahead are all he can think about, a weary look settling in his determined red eyes. Kazan's mind drifts to the past, reflecting on his promise to bring Elona to Ashitra. It took so long. He's haunted by what their lives could have been if she hadn't supposedly sold him out. Snapping back to reality, Zahak Omar notes that it's already past midnight. Growing impatient, Zahak insists he must go to Elona's room himself. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something in the distance. Pointing with a sense of urgency, he calls out to the prince, his expression filled with alarm. Following Zahak's urgent cry, Kazan's gaze snaps toward the ridge. His blood runs cold. There, in the distance, is Princess Elona, riding alongside Prince Antonio. The sight shatters Kazan's composure, and her name is a silent scream in his mind. A painful memory flashes before his eyes, a vision of them as children, falling from a great height as she desperately urged him to go on. The past collides with the present, and an agonizing thought consumes him. Did she really betray him all those years ago? The past crashes over Kazan in a brutal, unwanted wave. He's a boy again, facing a young Prince Antonio whose wicked grin promises only pain. A weapon slices through the air. He hears Elona's voice, not as a betrayer, but as a protector, screaming for him to escape. But it's too late. A devastating blow sends him flying, and he plummets from the cliff into the darkness below. His body slams against the hard ground, but the searing pain is nothing compared to the agonizing realization of her sacrifice. The brutal memory of the fall consumes him. Kazan gasps for air on the cold ground, his vision blurring with crimson. From the cliff top above, he hears a desperate scream. It's Elona, her voice raw with terror, crying out his name before everything fades to black. Snapping back to the present, Kazan takes a heavy, determined step forward. His entire world shifts on its axis. The story he told himself for years, the story of her betrayal, begins to crumble. A single, agonizing question now haunts him. Did she really betray him at all? Zahak's mind races. He deduces that Antonio must have brought Elona to that spot. His trusted aide, Samira, would never have leaked the location of their secret meeting place. Her loyalty was absolute. At the same time, a sickening realization dawns on Kazan. He thinks back to the trial records Sir Xerox gave him. If those were falsified, then his entire crusade was built on a lie. He walks with Tortan, consumed by a single, burning question. Did someone else interfere and betray them both from the very beginning? Kazan's mind is made up. He has to find the journal Elona mentioned, convinced he missed a critical clue. Driven by a desperate new hope, he moves with lightning speed, bursting into a room and sending a priceless urn shattering across the floor. A terrified Miriam sees him and freezes, her hands flying to her mouth. She stammers in disbelief, asking how Lord Sindar could be here already. He wasn't expected for days, and his sudden, intense arrival spells nothing but trouble for anyone hiding a secret. With rain lashing down, Kazan storms into the building, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and desperate hope. Elona, still processing everything, cautiously sits across from him. Her mind is racing, wondering what this so-called vision healing technique even is. Her eyes dart to the glowing potion, questioning if that's part of the strange ritual. Aslan just gives her a calm smile, ready to begin the final purification. Aslan declares it is time to begin. He uncorks the bottle, and a glowing blue vapor streams out, filling the room with an ethereal light. The candle flames instantly shift from a warm yellow to a brilliant blue. Elona stares in disbelief, shocked by the sudden change. Aslan gently requests that she close her eyes. He then places his hand over them, his voice calm but firm. He tells her that from this moment forward, she must focus only on his voice. The final purification ritual has begun. Aslan's voice fills Elona's mind, describing a world of only sand and sky under a merciless, blazing sun. Despite her eyes being closed, Elona feels a strange warmth, as if real sunlight is shining down on her. At Aslan's command, she opens her eyes. Her breath catches in her throat. She is no longer in the chamber, but standing alone in a vast, desolate desert. Before she can process the shock, Aslan's voice cuts through her thoughts, asking if she can see any water nearby. She scans the empty horizon, confused and alarmed. Aslan's voice echoes in her mind, telling her she must search for water right here. He expresses his belief that she will find it. Elona, panicked, calls out his name, insisting there's no way water exists in a desert like this. Suddenly, a sound makes her freeze. Her eyes dart to the horizon, where a lone figure stands in the distance. Before she can make out who it is, a terrifying force slams into her. The vision turns dark and violent, tossing her around like a rag doll. She screams, pleading for it to stop as the darkness swallows her completely. Elona jolts awake with a sharp gasp, her eyes flying open. She looks down at her hands, her mind racing as she wonders if she's finally back. From the doorway, Aslan's calm voice confirms her return. He announces that the treatment for the day is complete and that a guest has arrived to escort her. Confused, Elona looks up as a woman with short black hair steps forward. The stranger introduces herself as Miriam, explaining that by the king's command, she will be looking after Elona from now on, not Irit. Elona demands to know what Miriam means, but her questions are quickly dismissed. Miriam insists they save the details for later and return to the palace immediately. Aslan adds that the king is waiting for them. As they walk through the quiet corridors under a starry sky, Elona's anxiety spikes. She wonders what Kazan could possibly want, convincing herself it's nothing good. Stealing her heart, she decides there's no point in getting her hopes up as they approach the king's chambers. Miriam presents Elona to the king, who has his back to them. Without warning, Kazan spins around and closes the distance in a few powerful strides, his imposing aura filling the room. Elona looks up, her breath catching as he stops directly in front of her. His robe hangs open, and his piercing red gaze locks onto hers, leaving her completely stunned. Overwhelmed by his intense presence, all she can do is whisper his name as her heart pounds in her chest. Kazan's intense gaze softens slightly as he quietly asks what's wrong. Without waiting for a reply, he dismisses Miriam and Aslan, requesting a moment alone with Elona. Inside his chambers, he instructs her to sit down, explaining that he has something to say. Elona takes a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever comes next. Although she's glad to see him, she knows she must keep her distance for both their sakes. She forces herself to remember that in his eyes, she is no longer the woman he once loved. Keeping a formal distance, Elona tells herself she is just a slave now. She encourages Kazan to speak freely, refusing his unspoken offer to sit. How could someone like her possibly sit with a king? She reaches to pour him a drink, but he grabs her wrist, his voice sharp as he orders her to stop. Confused, Elona asks why he's acting this way. Kazan's composure breaks, and he demands she stop trying to appease him. He wants to know why she never told him she was on the verge of death, his voice cracking with anguish. Elona quietly asks Kazan if he's angry. His eyes fill with anguish as he admits he has no right to be angry with her, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Resigned, Elona states that a slave should only obey her master. But she makes one chilling request. If her life is ever threatened again, she wants to meet her end by his hand, and no one else's. This solemn plea leaves Kazan completely speechless, his heart aching at her words. Kazan lets out a bitter laugh, his frustration boiling over. He asks if she's really just going to back down and if he truly means nothing to her, regardless of his actions. Elona begins to answer, but he doesn't let her finish. In a flash, he pulls her into a powerful embrace, her body crashing against his. Stunned, Elona gasps his name as he holds her tightly. Leaning in, his voice a low whisper against her skin, he asks if even this will mean nothing to her. Elona's eyes flutter shut, overwhelmed. Resigned to her fate, Elona accepts the embrace. She tells him to do whatever he wants, believing this has always been her role. But her hollow surrender shatters Kazan. This wasn't the reaction he wanted. In a sudden move, he pushes her away. Turning his back, he coldly orders her to forget it and return to her room. Stunned and completely confused by the abrupt rejection, Elona calls out his name, unable to comprehend why he would stop now, after everything he had done to get her here. Walking away under the starry night, Kazan's frustration finally erupts. He smashes his fist against a stone pillar, the impact cracking the surface. He curses, realizing that if Elona had just blamed him, it wouldn't feel so suffocating. His mind flashes back to their past, seeing her crying behind bars, clutching a book. He painfully recalls how she was always the one who made an effort for him, the one who fought. Her hollow surrender now is a pain far worse than any anger she could have ever shown him. Alone in the palace courtyard, Kazan is consumed by a single, agonizing realization. No matter what he does, Elona will never truly forgive him. Her name is a constant, painful echo in his mind. The next morning, the tension between them is thick. As Elona stands before the king, she's taken aback by his appearance. He looks utterly drained, the dark circles under his eyes telling a story of a sleepless, tormented night. She can't help but wonder what kept the powerful ruler awake, his usual intimidating aura completely gone. Kazan reviews a scroll, his expression hardening. He announces that the second prince of the Behalan kingdom is arriving with a delegation. The name, Behalan, makes Elona's eyes widen in silent recognition. Visibly annoyed, Kazan turns to his loyal aide, Tortan, demanding to know why he wasn't informed. Tortan explains that the decision was made independently by Harnik Padishah. Frustrated by the power play, Kazan orders him to reject the offer immediately. But Tortan advises caution, urging his king not to make a rash decision. Tortan calmly counters his king's anger, explaining this is a massive political opportunity. Unfurling a map, he points out that their recent conquest has put the neighboring Behalan kingdom on high alert. He predicts the nervous kingdom will come with very generous proposals, hoping to secure peace. Considering the strategic advantage, Kazan finally relents, admitting his aide has a good point. He orders Tortan to prepare for the delegation but sets a firm condition. The meeting must be practical and result in a deal that strictly benefits their empire. With the decision made, Kazan tells Tortan that the sooner this meeting happens, the better. His aide quickly agrees, ready to arrange the delegation's arrival. But as the men discuss their political strategy, a cold terror grips Elona. Her mind screams in disbelief. The Prince of Behalan is really coming here? The name alone is a devastating blow, sending a horrifying memory flashing through her mind. The phantom feeling of chains on her wrists and a heavy collar around her neck becomes terrifyingly real. The past she desperately escaped is about to arrive at her door. Absolute dread washes over Elona. She can't believe the Prince of Behalan is actually coming here. A chilling new thought strikes her. What if he remembers the annulment letter she sent him 7 years ago? She recalls writing it, a decision she made all on her own. As her hands tremble, Elona braces herself for the inevitable. No matter how the Behalan delegation views her now, she knows she must accept the consequences of her past actions. As her own panic fades, a much more terrifying thought takes its place. This isn't just about her anymore. It's about Kazan. A cold dread washes over her as she realizes the biggest risk. What if someone in the delegation recognizes him? The idea of his past being exposed is a devastating possibility. She tries to dismiss it, reasoning that since Kazan was never outside their old prison, no one should know his face. But the fear is real. She feels the phantom weight of a collar, vowing that his secret must stay buried. Elsewhere, Harnik Padishah seethes with rage, his carefully laid plans crumbling to dust. He slams his fist down, furiously yelling that nothing is going their way. He rounds on his daughter, Irid, spitting that this is all her fault for failing to properly charm the king. He bitterly reminds her of her promise to become queen by the year's end. But Irid isn't having it. She fires back, questioning if he really thinks this is all on her. She retorts that if he'd handled his side properly, he wouldn't have been exposed. Irid tells her father to chill out, reminding him they still have a chance to gain power. Harnik scoffs, demanding to know what plan she could possibly have. With a sly grin, she brings up the trade agreement he set up with the Behalan delegation, revealing that her inside source confirmed the deal is about to go through. His anger instantly vanishes, replaced by greedy excitement. Irid explains that since he initiated it, the king might even reinstate him as chancellor. A wicked smile spreads across Harnick's face as he realizes their game isn't over yet. Harnick Padisha smirks, eagerly awaiting the Bahalan delegation's arrival. He tells Irid that watching Kazan's kingdom squirm will be an amazing show, ordering her to stay close and ensure their plans succeed. Meanwhile, Irid watches a troubled Elona from afar. She quietly asks her father if it's wise to leave this slave girl unattended, reminding him of Elona's past royal status and the old engagement talks. She worries Elona could ruin the trade deal. Harnick just scoffs, arrogantly dismissing her concerns. He sneers, asking what a mere slave could possibly do. Irid tries to convince herself that her father is right, but a deep sense of dread settles over her. She can't shake the feeling that Elona will be the cause of something terrible. Meanwhile, palace guards gossip about the newly arrived Bahalan delegation. One mentions they brought rare gems, but the other reveals a far more shocking rumor. He whispers that they also brought an Ashatra slave, one who was previously sold by the Parzayans. Hidden nearby, Elona overhears every word. The casual cruelty of their conversation strikes her to the core, and a single tear falls. In the throne room, Kazan sits with a stoic expression, while Elona stands silently beside him, her chained wrists on full display. An official announces the arrival of the Bahalan delegation. The grand doors swing open, revealing a man with timberwolf hair and a condescending smirk. He bows deeply, thanking the king for the audience before introducing himself as Adrian Eldis, second prince of Bahalan. His polite words are a mask, as his gaze lands on Elona with clear contempt. The princess lowers her head, confirming her fears. The foreign royals already look down on her. Kazan welcomes Prince Adrian, hoping this day marks a new step toward deeper understanding between their kingdoms. The prince offers a polite reply, and Kazan suggests they move to his office for the real discussion. But just as he turns to go, he stops. In a move that surprises everyone, he orders Elona to join the meeting. Tan immediately questions the king's logic, asking if he's really bringing a slave into a political discussion. Without hesitation, Kazan confirms that he is, stating that Elona has a specific role to play in this matter. Prince Adrian can't believe his ears, arguing that Elona is no longer a princess and has no reason to attend. But Kazan coolly shuts him down. He explains that since Elona is the only Parzayan representative available, her presence is non-negotiable. After all, he reminds the prince, this entire meeting is about the fate of her fallen kingdom. As Adrian stands there, completely speechless, Kazan lifts Elona's chin, advising the prince that it would be wise to receive her with the courtesy she is due. Kazan calmly explains that Elona's presence can only help the prince's cause, leaving no room for argument. Elona looks at Kazan, completely shocked by his sudden defense of her role. Seeing this new side of him leaves her speechless. Backed into a corner, Prince Adrian clenches his fist in silent fury. Through gritted teeth, he reluctantly agrees to the king's terms. The arrogant prince is forced to bow his head, utterly defeated before the meeting has even begun. He has been firmly put in his place. The meeting begins, and Elona stands in her chains, feeling completely out of place. Prince Adrian, still fuming over being forced to accept her presence, tries to take charge. He starts by explaining that his kingdom, Bahalan, is a critical trade hub with routes stretching across continents. However, he admits the recent war has severely damaged their commerce. Kazan isn't interested in the history lesson. He cuts straight to the point, looking at the prince and demanding to know what the exact problem is. He wants to talk business, not excuses. Prince Adrian explains that the war has cut off a vital resource they import from Parzayan, crippling their trade. The key item they desperately need is iron ore. At the mention of the metal that forged her chains, Elona flinches. Kazan, seeing her reaction, cuts to the chase, confirming Bahalan wants to resume exports. He turns to his advisor, Tan, for an assessment. Tan begins to explain they must first check the reserves, but Elona suddenly speaks up. She reveals a shocking truth. Parshan's iron ore is nearly gone. There isn't enough left for trade. Prince Adrian immediately challenges Elona's bombshell news, questioning how a confined princess could possibly have such reliable information. With a pained expression, Elona explains that her own brother delivered the grim truth during his visits. She reveals that during the war with Ashatra, Parzayan used its last iron ore reserves to manufacture weapons, leaving nothing for trade. Adrian scoffs, accusing her of having an ulterior motive. But before he can continue his attack, Kazan coolly cuts him off. He calmly tells the prince to let her finish, shutting him down yet again. Kazan calmly gives Elona the floor, asking her to elaborate on Parshan's iron ore situation. She agrees, explaining that from what she remembered, the reserves were already nearly depleted by last year. She reveals that years ago, The former king had redirected all mining efforts, hoping to uncover other valuable minerals instead. Prince Adrian's eyes widen as he connects the dots. He blurts out, asking if the search was successful. He presses Elona, demanding to know what kind of resources Parzion has now, putting her directly in the spotlight. A memory flashes through Elona's mind. Her brother, beaming with pride, held up a massive, brilliant stone. He had excitedly declared they had finally found a resource valuable enough to bring them profit.
It was a diamond.
But Elona knows this truth is a double-edged sword. If Bahalan learns of Parzian's diamond mines, they will swarm her unstable homeland and exploit her people. Though she failed to protect her nation, she is determined to protect its citizens. With resolve, she lies, stating that no new mines were developed, making any trade impossible. With a steady voice, Elona lies, stating that importing resources from Parzion is impossible. Her hands clench into fists beneath the table as doubt floods her mind. She wonders if anyone will believe her, terrified of what will happen if they discover the truth about the diamond mines. The room falls silent, the tension thick enough to cut. Suddenly, Kazan's voice rings out, telling her to lift her head. He declares that she is not a criminal, she is Parzian's official representative, giving her a new sense of authority. A wave of realization washes over Elona. Kazan is putting his complete trust in her. Just then, Kazan drops a bombshell proposal, suggesting that Bahalan import its iron ore directly from his kingdom, Ashatra. Prince Adrian is stunned, pointing out that Ashatra never exports iron. Kazan clarifies that while their civil war prevented it, the conflict is now over. Adrian immediately agrees to the deal, eager to hash out the details. Elona feels a profound sense of relief. She may no longer be a princess, but she finally did something good for her people. With the deal sealed, Prince Adrian thanks them and takes his leave. The moment he's gone, Elona grows anxious. She thinks that since the meeting is over, she must put her handcuffs back on. After all, she is still his captive. She hesitantly calls out to Kazan, but he simply turns back. He tells her not to worry about the cuffs. Then, in a surprisingly gentle gesture, he reaches out and softly cups her cheek, a quiet and unexpected tenderness passing between them in the silent hall. Kazan cuts her off, declaring he will speak to Miriam. He tells Elona that from now on, she just needs to, but his voice trails away. His gentle touch suddenly tightens on her cheek, his red eyes blazing with an unspoken emotion. A painful memory flashes through his mind, a vision of Elona crying out his name in despair. Kazan grits his teeth, visibly shaken by the past trauma. Confused by his sudden intensity, Elona softly calls his name. She reaches up, her hand gently touching his arm, trying to understand what just happened. Snapping out of his trance, Kazan suddenly yanks Elona into a fierce embrace. She gasps, stumbling into his arms as he wraps them tightly around her, burying his face in her shoulder. Caught completely off guard, Elona's blue eyes widen in shock, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. His grip is overwhelming, a mix of desperation and raw possession that leaves her breathless. Confused by the sudden, intense display of emotion, all she can manage to do is whisper his name, her mind reeling from the unexpected closeness. In the bustling hall, Elona's gaze remains fixed on Kazan. She notices how utterly exhausted he looks sitting alone, and her heart aches with concern. Walking over, she gently suggests he should go get some rest. Kazan immediately dismisses her, claiming he's fine and that she shouldn't worry. Unwilling to let it go, Elona insists on at least fetching a tonic from the healer to help with his fatigue. Her persistence clearly catches him by surprise, as he tries to tell her it's not necessary, his voice trailing off in disbelief. Elona insists she's only doing this because she's genuinely worried about him. Promising she'll be back soon, she quickly stands and rushes out of the hall. Kazan just watches her go, a complicated look on his face. As Elona hurries down a long, empty corridor, searching for the medicine storage, she thinks she remembers a room nearby. But before she can find it, a pair of boots slams down in front of her. A cold voice cuts through the silence, announcing that she has finally shown herself, stopping Elona dead in her tracks. Elona looks up, her heart pounding in her chest. Standing before her is none other than Prince Adrian, a smug look on his face. He tells her he's been waiting for this moment, his light gray eyes watching her intently. Trying to keep her composure, Elona asks what brings him here. Adrian shrugs it off, explaining that the meeting ended, and he simply decided to follow her when he saw her leave. He admits that it's improper, but his chilling smile tells her he doesn't care about the rules. Adrian remarks that they haven't had a private moment to speak. Unsettled, Elona insists she'll pretend she didn't hear that and tells him to return to his quarters at once. But Adrian stops her, calling out her name. He asks if she isn't tired of standing beside King Kazan. He then twists the knife, reminding her that she's a former royal now reduced to a slave. He wonders if it bothers her to be ridiculed and stared at. His cruel words strike a nerve, and Elona freezes, her entire body tensing with silent fury. Furious, Elona declares she has nothing more to say and spins around to leave. But Adrian isn't finished. He lunges forward, grabbing her arm and yanking her back with surprising force. Stumbling into his chest, Elona angrily demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Suddenly, Adrian's aggressive demeanor vanishes. He releases her, his expression softening with regret. He apologizes, explaining there's something he must say. With a formal bow, he admits that he truly regrets his cruel behavior from moments ago, leaving Elona completely stunned by the sudden change. Prince Adrian admits it's embarrassing, but he had his own biases. He confesses he once believed the alliance between their nations was ideal. So, when he heard it was dissolved because of a scandal between a princess and a slave, he felt like they had been made fools of. Elona listens silently, realizing he has no idea that slave is Kazan. She tells him she can understand why he'd feel that way. Adrian's expression softens as he calls her name, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He then announces he has a proposal, leaving Elona stunned. Prince Adrian confidently declares that he can give Elona what she truly seeks. Wary, she questions how he could possibly know what she wants. With a knowing smile, Adrian answers with a single, powerful word, freedom. He asks if that isn't what she desires most. He specifies his offer as freedom from her hopeless future as a slave and from the suffocating grip of King Kazan's control. As painful memories flash through her mind, Elona is left completely shaken by his unnervingly accurate proposal. He has hit her exactly where it hurts. The word freedom hangs in the air, a tempting offer Elona can't ignore. Deciding to hear him out, she coolly agrees to listen to his plan. She asks what, exactly, he intends to do to help her escape. Prince Adrian reveals his strategy with a smug grin. He plans to smuggle her out of the palace when his delegation departs. Since the summit ended on friendly terms, he's confident King Kazan won't inspect their belongings too closely. Once they cross the border and arrive in his kingdom, she will finally be free. Prince Adrian's plan is far more shocking than Elona could have imagined. He asks her to marry him. The word catches in her throat as she stares, completely floored. He explains that today's meeting made him realize his kingdom needs her wisdom. More importantly, he points out that she is the last royal of Parzion. He lays out his true ambition. If they unite through marriage, they can reclaim her homeland from King Kazan's grip. He promises her a future where she is no longer a slave, but a queen restored to her rightful throne. Prince Adrian dropped his final, shocking condition. Elona would become the Grand Duchess of Parzion. The sheer weight of his words left her stunned into absolute silence. Finally finding her voice, she asked for some time to consider his life-altering proposal. He agreed with a smooth smile but immediately added a layer of pressure, reminding her that his visit to Ashitra was almost over. He confidently stated that he hoped for a favorable answer soon, leaving Elona to grapple with a choice that promised her everything she ever wanted. A few days later, gossip travels through the palace halls. Two servants whisper about the latest news. Lady Irid is coming back. Her house arrest isn't over, though. It's just a temporary release. Since she organized the anniversary martial tournament, they can't proceed without her. Unseen, Irid listens in from a nearby doorway, her expression hardening. She knows this temporary freedom isn't good enough. Stalking away with grim determination, she vows to track down the slave girl and do whatever it takes to get back into the palace for good. Her search ends as she coolly welcomes an unsuspecting Elona. Prince Adrian meets with Elona on a moonlit balcony, asking if she's reached a decision about his marriage proposal. But their private meeting isn't so private. Hiding in the shadows, Irid Padisha eavesdrops on their every word. A wicked smile curls on her lips as she realizes this is the opportunity she's been waiting for. Meanwhile, Elona reflects on the long nights spent weighing her options. After agonizing over the life-altering choice, she has finally come to a clear conclusion and is ready to give him her answer. Elona's mind is finally clear. She realizes that from now on, her decisions can no longer be for Kazan. To avoid a life of regret, every choice she makes must be for herself. With newfound determination, she lifts her head to face Prince Adrian. Taking a deep breath, she calmly informs him that she must decline his offer of marriage. The prince is completely blindsided, staring back at her in stunned silence. Hidden in the shadows, Irid's smile widens. This development is even better than she could have hoped for. Prince Adrian seems to accept her rejection, hoping this is the last time they'll have to meet in secret. He turns to leave, but then freezes in his tracks. His polite facade shatters, replaced by a look of pure contempt. He scoffs, sneering that after her impressive summit speech, he expected better. He calls her a worthless woman who can't even take care of herself. Before Elona can process the insult, he lunges forward and grabs her, silencing her cry. With chilling intensity, he informs her that she is now completely out of options. Prince Adrian coldly informs Elona that things would have been much easier if she'd just agreed to his proposal. The terrifying truth dawns on her. He planned to take her by force all along. She struggles against his grip, but he tells her to stay still. He sneers that no one will listen to a slave's cries as he declares that she now belongs to him. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, and Kazan sends the prince flying with a single, powerful kick. Looming over him, Kazan demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Prince Adrian stares up from the ground, utterly shocked to see the man he calls Lord Sindar. Kazan stands over him, his hand resting on his sword as he warns the prince that many eyes are always watching. He coldly asks Adrian if he realizes who he just dared to lay his hands on. Panic sets in, and Adrian desperately insists it's all a misunderstanding, swearing he wasn't trying anything with Elona. But Kazan isn't listening. His voice drops, informing the terrified prince that there's absolutely no need to explain. Kazan cuts off Adrian's excuses, ordering him to take his delegation and leave.
Now.
As the prince stammers in confusion, Kazan's eyes flash with pure rage. The fact that Adrian is still speaking, he thinks, must be a death wish. In a flash, the cold steel of his sword is suddenly pressed against Adrian's throat. The terrified prince drops to his knees, desperately pleading that it's all a misunderstanding. Elona cries out for Kazan to stop, but he ignores them both, grabbing her arm and pulling her away from the scene. As Kazan pulls her away, Elona's mind races. She worries he's gotten the wrong idea about her and the prince. She tries to stammer out an explanation, but Kazan stops and gently turns to face her. He softly wipes away a tear from her cheek, telling her that it's okay. He doesn't need an explanation. The unexpected trust hits her hard, and a wave of relief washes over her as another tear falls. Looking into his determined eyes, she understands one simple, powerful truth. Kazan trusts her completely. Elona is completely caught off guard by the tenderness in his gaze. She wonders when he started looking at her like that again. In this one moment, it feels like they've gone back in time, back to how things used to be. Kazan gently cups her face, closing the space between them as they share a deep, emotional kiss. But their private moment is being watched. From a nearby balcony, Irid Potisha seethes with rage. She can't believe her eyes, furious that in the end, Kazan truly chose that slave girl. From the shadows, Irid Potisha's hands tremble with absolute hatred. She watches Kazan and Elona share a tender moment, completely lost in each other. Her mind screams in disbelief. He was really giving that coveted position to a former slave instead of a noblewoman like her. Her jealousy twists into a dark and sinister promise. If she can't have that power, then she'll make absolutely sure that neither of them gets to keep it. A vow for their destruction is sealed in her heart. At the grand feast, an attendant offers Elona a chair for the long performance ahead. Flustered by Kazan's closeness, she quickly declines, but her mind is somewhere else entirely. Ever since their last talk, Kazan has been acting different. He's kind again, gentle even, just like the boy she once knew. This sudden change is giving her whiplash. As a memory of their past tenderness flashes in her mind, she's left with one burning question. Why is he suddenly being so nice to her? The king's true intentions remain a complete mystery. As Elona enjoys the lively feast, she notices something strange. The crowd is filled with unfamiliar faces, all dressed in heavy armor. Curious, she turns to Kazan, asking who they are. He explains they're participants in a massive martial arts tournament. It's a huge sword fighting contest, and because the prize is so great, warriors have come from all over the kingdom to compete. Elona realizes the play they're watching is basically the opening ceremony for the main event, a chance for everyone to get hyped before the real fighting begins. As the pre-tournament performance continues, Elona thinks to herself that nobody seems to be paying attention. The thought of sword fighting sparks a memory of Kazan's own incredible skill back in the day. A flashback shows a younger Kazan training with a mentor, Sir Xerox, the vice captain who saw his potential. Suddenly, a shocking realization hits Elona. Sir Xerox. It all clicks into place. He's now Prince Adrian's personal bodyguard. How could she have forgotten? He was more than just a knight. He was the one person who stood with them in their darkest times. A spark of hope ignites in Elona. Sir Xerox knew everything that happened back then. He could be the key witness, the one person who could finally prove that her trial records were completely falsified. As this massive realization hits her, the stage curtains dramatically pull back. A single actor stands in the spotlight, wearing a mask and simple clothes. It's clear he's meant to be a younger Kazan. Elona watches intently, now understanding the play is about the king's own life, and she's left to wonder what story they're about to tell. Just as Elona connects the dots about Sir Xerox, the entire venue is plunged into darkness. A piercing scream echoes through the hall, making her jump in her seat. When the lights flash back on, the actor playing a younger Kazan stands defiantly on stage. He rallies his troops with a booming voice, declaring that they will not retreat. He commands them that today is the day the war ends for good. With a final, powerful order, he tells his men to charge the king's altar, and the stage erupts into a chaotic battle cry. Elona's eyes widen in horrified understanding. She finally gets it. This isn't just some random performance. It's a play depicting Kazan's bloody rise to the throne. On stage, the actor playing the young king stands tall, wiping a smear of blood from his face. He walks a path littered with the silhouettes of his fallen enemies. Suddenly, another masked actor appears, representing Prince Adrian. He compliments Kazan on coming so far without fear, before patronizingly offering a word of advice to his foolish younger brother. The tension in the hall thickens instantly. On stage, Prince Adrian warns his younger brother that a terrible curse will fall upon him if he dares harm a Sindar. He urges him to stop the senseless struggle. Watching from the audience, the real Kazan trembles, his hands clenching his robes as the painful memory plays out before him. The actor portraying young Kazan rises to his feet, defiantly yelling that if he feared such things, he never would have made it this far. In a flash of stage combat, his blade comes down, ending the prince's life and seizing the throne. On stage, the actor playing Kazan stands tall, a survivor against all odds. A voice thunders through the hall, declaring that he has been blessed by the gods. A new Sindar has been born. A vivid red marking then appears on the actor's arm. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces click into place for Elona. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes that's the same mark on Kazan's arm. She looks over to see the real Kazan doubled over, shaking uncontrollably as his traumatic history unfolds before him. Elona calls out Kazan's name, her voice laced with panic. The king trembles uncontrollably, his hand clutching the glowing red mark on his arm as if it's searing his skin. She reaches for him, desperately asking what's wrong. Without a word, Kazan shoves himself to his feet, sending furniture clattering to the floor. Ignoring her frantic cries, he stumbles away, disappearing through the grand curtains. He flees the room and the crushing weight of his own memories, leaving a stunned Elona completely alone in the echoing hall. Elona stands frozen in the now empty hall, her mind racing. She recalls how Kazan was clutching his arm, completely overwhelmed by pain. The play had called the glowing red marking a divine blessing, a sign that he was chosen by the gods. But if that was true, she couldn't understand why a supposed gift would cause him such immense suffering. In a dark vision, she sees him consumed by the searing power of the mark, a so-called blessing that seems to be burning him from the inside out. In the arena below, blades clash as fighters are locked in a brutal contest. Elona watches from her ornate throne, a look of distress on her face. She admits to herself that no matter how many of these matches she witnesses, she can never get used to the raw violence. Beside her, Kazan is completely still, his expression unreadable. A knot of worry tightens in her stomach as she realizes he hasn't said a single word since he returned, lost in the dark shadows of the past that were just forced back into the light. A piercing scream from the arena below cuts through Elona's thoughts. She instinctively covers her ears, flinching away from the sight of the final, decisive blow. The victor stands over his fallen opponent. In the noble section, spectators comment that the Padishah family's win was inevitable. Nearby, Irid Padishah smirks with satisfaction. She scoffs at any mention of the Omar family, thinking to herself that victory was guaranteed. After all, she paid a massive price to ensure that specific fighter was on her side from the very beginning. Back in the arena, the final match reaches its brutal conclusion. One combatant raises his weapon high before bringing it down in a powerful, decisive arc. With his opponent defeated on the ground, the victor stands tall. The announcer's voice cuts through the stunned silence, building the suspense before he declares the final champion, Batum of the Padishah family. The name rings out, confirming Irid's confident smirk and the grim reality of the tournament's engineered outcome. Elona watches, her heart sinking as the violent spectacle finally comes to an end. A triumphant smirk spreads across Irid Padishah's face. This victory wasn't just about the match, it was a stepping stone. With unwavering confidence, she declared to herself that the entire region of Ashatra would soon be hers to command. Down below, the champion knelt before Prince Adrian. The prince sighed before addressing the victorious warrior of Sindar. He informed the fighter that for winning, he could have anything his heart desired. Adrian then leaned in, asking the warrior to state his request. The champion begins to state his prize, requesting the reinstatement of Irid Padishah. But before he can finish, a mysterious figure in a red cloak strides into the arena, interrupting the proceedings. From the stands, Irid stares in pure disbelief and anger, wondering what he is doing here. The newcomer throws back his hood, revealing himself to be none other than Zahak Omar. With a smug grin, he casually asks if the tournament is already over. Antonio watches from the side, scoffing that the man doesn't look strong at all. The tournament champion explodes, demanding to know what Zahak just said to him. But Zahak doesn't bother with a reply. In a single, fluid motion, he draws his sword and shatters the champion's weapon with a powerful strike, sending the man flying. Tor Tan shouts in disbelief, horrified that Zahak would draw his blade in the prince's presence. With a cold smirk, Zahak questions if someone so disrespectful, a bought gladiator in a sacred tournament, should be allowed to stand before their ruler at all, dropping a bombshell on the entire arena. The champion trembles in pure rage, screaming that Zahak's accusation is absurd. Irid Padisha desperately defends her fighter, shouting that it's a lie and pleading with Prince Adrian to honor the man who fought for him. But Zahak is completely unfazed. He declares that the honor of Sindar should only go to those who truly deserve it. In a single, blinding flash, his blade strikes. The champion cries out before collapsing, his own sword clattering to the ground. Zahak casually turns to the shocked prince, asking if he doesn't agree. Prince Adrian stares, shocked by the man's audacity. As Tor Tan explodes in anger at Zahak's disrespect, Adrian calmly places a hand on his shoulder, ordering the awards ceremony to be delayed. He coolly remarks on Zahak's very rough greeting. With a smirk, Zahak offers a mock apology, claiming he was simply overworked in Parzion. He then drops a massive bombshell, announcing he is Zahak of House Omar, and he is only here because he was following a direct command from His Majesty, the King. Prince Adrian tries to take back control, acknowledging Zahak's work but calling his entrance disgraceful. He offers a reward for his war efforts, telling him to name whatever he wants. With a sinister grin, Zahak considers the offer. But his piercing gaze isn't on the prince, it's locked directly onto Irid Padisha, who flinches in fear. He then announces that he doesn't want money, power, or honor. Instead, his finger points directly at the horrified princess, making his true intentions terrifyingly clear. Zahak rejects the prince's offer of money and power. He announces that there is only one thing His Majesty can give him. As everyone watches in suspense, his finger raises slowly, pointing with deliberate aim. The crowd follows his gesture, their eyes landing not on Irid Padisha, but directly on a stunned Elona. A cruel, triumphant smirk spreads across Zahak's face as he makes his chilling demand known to the entire court. He doesn't want a title or riches. He wants her. Zahak's finger points directly at a horrified Elona, his demand echoing through the hall. He wants her. The court erupts in shocked whispers, murmuring that he is requesting the king's slave. Considering his contributions, some believe the king might actually grant it. Elona trembles, her mind reeling as she questions why this man would target her. But Kazan's expression turns to ice. Stepping forward, he meets Zahak's intense gaze and declares with chilling finality that he must refuse the request, creating a tense standoff between the two powerful men. Kazan stands his ground, declaring that he also desires this woman and will not yield her. Zahak smirks, questioning if even his great merits on the battlefield aren't enough to sway the king. He momentarily relents, suggesting he'll think of another reward. But then he reveals his obsession, admitting he has never wanted anything else. He suddenly tosses a necklace into the air, one with a brilliant red jewel. Elona gasps, her eyes wide with shocked recognition as Zahak catches the familiar trinket, a silent, heavy meaning hanging between them. With a final, taunting smirk, Zahak announces he'll take his leave for the day. He turns his back on the throne, walking away with a deliberate stride that leaves Kazan and Elona frozen in place. Elona's mind races, her eyes still locked on the red jewel he dangled before her. She's certain she has seen that necklace before, a fragmented memory fighting to surface. As Zahak departs, his cold, determined gaze makes it clear this is far from over. Later, a voice calls out to a shaken Elona, trying to get her attention. Still reeling from the confrontation, Elona is lost in thought when her attendant, Miriam, gently calls her name, startling her. Concerned, Miriam asks if she's feeling unwell, but Elona quickly blames it on fatigue, the menacing image of Zahak still fresh in her mind. Changing the subject, Miriam unfurls a scroll and informs her of several important upcoming events. She explains that one of them will involve representing their interests in a place called Ravina. The unfamiliar name only adds to Elona's confusion as she stares blankly at the document. Miriam explains that Ravina is the renowned city of medicine and healing. Because of their extensive trade partnership, they frequently attend major events there. The next one is a wedding for the Horta family, guaranteeing a massive crowd. As Elona listens, a brilliant idea sparks in her mind. A foreign city packed with people means Kazan's security might be less strict. This could be her golden opportunity to slip away. More than just escaping, she could finally hire local informants to dig up information on the mysterious Sir Xerox. As the morning light hits the Grand Palace, Kazan is met by his one-eyed commander, Torton. Surprised to see him so early, Kazan questions his presence. Torton gets straight to the point, stating he has an urgent report. He explains that he's been investigating Zahak Omar's recent activities in Parzion. With a serious tone, Torton reveals a startling piece of information. Zahak has been digging into Samira's past. Hearing this, a dark, dangerous look crosses Kazan's face as he processes the new threat. Torton explains that Zahak is dead set on uncovering the real reason for Samira's passing. Kazan's eyes narrow, finally understanding why Zahak demanded to see Elona. The commander delivers another warning. Their rival will also be attending the Horta family wedding, so he must be careful. After dismissing Torton, Kazan is left fuming. His hand clenches the railing in anger before he suddenly whips around. He grabs a startled Elona by the shoulders, his intense gaze locking onto her, demanding answers without saying a word. Startled by his sudden intensity, Elona's voice trembles as she explains her worry. He was gone for so long. She feared something had happened. Her genuine concern catches Kazan off guard, and the burning anger in his eyes flickers out. He dismisses her fears, bluntly telling her nothing happened and ordering her to sit. Before a confused Elona can react, he simply announces, "Let's go," and turns to leave. Watching his back, Elona realizes with a sinking feeling that she didn't manage to overhear their entire conversation. Elona recalls the two names she overheard, Zahak and Samira. She quickly calls out to Kazan, asking about their connection. After a tense silence, he shuts her down completely, telling her she doesn't need to know. Just as Elona feels the familiar sting of his secrecy, Kazan surprises her by calling her name. He reaches out, his hand covering hers with a gentle firmness. He looks her dead in the eye and commands her to stay by his side at all times while they are in Ravenna. It's not a request, it's an order. Kazan tightens his grip, explaining that in a foreign land, she won't be able to react as well as she can at home. His tone is dead serious as he demands her understanding. Elona is rattled by his intensity, wondering why he's so insistent. She quietly agrees, telling him she gets it. But as they move through the city, a dark thought crosses her mind. It feels less like a warning and more like a prediction, as if Kazan is expecting something terrible to happen while they are in Ravenna. Elona is completely blown away by the Ravinian wedding. She thinks it's more beautiful than anything she's ever imagined and so different from the ceremonies back home. As she takes in the magnificent sight, Kazan stands silently beside her. He finally turns to speak, starting to say her name, but Elona immediately corrects him. She reminds him to use his formal title, Your Majesty, putting a wall right back up between them. Just as the tension thickens, a stunning woman with an elaborate necklace steps forward, declaring what an honor it is to meet them. The stunning woman introduces herself as Irid Padisha. Kazan is clearly surprised by her presence, but Irid just smiles smoothly. She explains that a grand occasion like this is one her great house simply must attend to maintain its prestige. As they speak, Elona watches silently, a look of unease creeping onto her face. Irid offers her assistance to Kazan anytime he needs it before walking away. Onlookers immediately begin to whisper about her grace, openly hoping for joyful news involving her and the king very soon. The rumors about Irid becoming Kazan's queen strike Elona hard. Her hands clench as she imagines the two of them together. She tries to rationalize it, thinking that a king needs a proper consort, and it would never be her. A painful truth settles in. Even if they could fix their misunderstandings, they can never go back to the way they were. As she's lost in thought, Kazan speaks. He tells her she must be weary from the trip and should rest in the guest chamber before she is to leave. Elona snaps out of her thoughts and agrees to rest. Kazan tells her he will return shortly, giving her a stark warning to stay within the crowds for her own safety. As she begins to walk away, a sudden realization hits her. If she keeps avoiding Kazan's gaze, she might be able to slip away completely unnoticed. This is her chance. With a new plan forming, she hurries off while Kazan's back is turned. Moments later, a cloaked figure is seen moving swiftly through the palace corridors. As Elona slips through the corridors, guilt eats at her. She knows deceiving Kazan is wrong, but it's the only way to find answers and clear her name. Her goal is to find Sir Xerox and finally resolve the misunderstanding between them, even if their past is broken forever. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, making her freeze. It sounds so familiar. A man asks another if he's brought the medicine he requested. Peeking from her hiding spot, Elona's eyes widen. She recognizes one of the men making the exchange. It can't be Sir Xerox? Elona tells herself it's impossible. There's no way Sir Xerox could be here. But what if he is? This is her only chance for answers. Throwing caution to the wind, she lunges forward, about to call his name. But before she can, a hand grabs her shoulder and yanks her back with brutal force. She's slammed hard against the wall, the impact knocking the breath from her lungs. A man with Timberwolf hair glares down at her. It's Adrian. He scoffs that he had to search everywhere for her since she wasn't with Kazan. Just as Elona is pinned, her eyes widen in recognition. It's Zahak Omar. He presses a cold blade to her throat, his voice low and dangerous, as he orders her to be silent. He warns her not to dare speak his name. Cutting straight to the point, he demands to know if she knew his sister, Samira. He heard that Parzion had captured her and subjected her to unspeakable cruelty. The accusation hits Elona like a physical blow, leaving her trembling and utterly speechless as Zahak's burning gaze bores into her. Zahak's question hangs heavy in the air. Did she end his sister's life? He holds up a gleaming red jewel, and a memory flashes in Elona's mind. She instantly recognizes the necklace. It belonged to Samira. The terrible truth hits her. This man is Samira's brother. Suddenly, his patience snaps. Zahak's hand shoots out, his grip tightening on her collar as he demands she stop talking and answer him. Elona desperately denies the accusation, but he presses on, his voice a low snarl. If it wasn't her, then was it her brother? Zahak's grip tightens, and Elona gasps for air, her vision starting to blur. He roars, convinced she knows the truth about his sister. Just as she thinks she can't hold on, a powerful kick sends Zahak stumbling back. Aslan stands there, his sword drawn with fury in his eyes. Elona's relief is cut short as another figure moves in a blur, shielding her with his own body. A sickening thud echoes through the hall as Kazan takes the full force of Aslan's attack, stopping the blade cold. The sharp ring of steel echoes as Kazan catches the blade with his bare hand, stopping it inches from Elona. Blood drips from his palm, but his eyes remain locked forward. From the floor, Zahak looks up with a chilling, blood-stained smirk. He breathes a quiet complaint, wondering why Kazan had to show up so soon. With a voice laced with venom, he addresses the king not by his title, but as Lord Sindar. Hearing the name, Kazan's expression hardens, his cold fury palpable as a hidden past comes to light. Pinned beneath the king, Zahak looks up with a defiant, blood-stained smirk. He complains that Kazan showed up too soon, then addresses him by a strange title, Lord Sindar. The name clearly confuses Kazan, whose eyes widen. Taking advantage of his shock, Zahak continues his taunt. He declares with chilling certainty that if Kazan had been just a moment later, he would have ended Elona's life. From across the hall, Elona gasps in terror, her hands flying to her chest as the man's violent promise sinks in. With a fist clenched, Kazan glares down at the defeated man, coldly telling Zahak Omar that he has lost his mind. But Zahak, spitting blood, denies it. In a sudden burst of strength, he yanks the king down by his collar. He snarls that Kazan, or Sindar, is the one who's truly gone mad. Eyes blazing with conviction, Zahak reveals his motive. He declares he is carrying out Ashatra's law, vowing that the princess must pay with her life to avenge his sister's blood. A dark memory flashes of a woman's tragic fate. Kazan towers over the defeated man, his voice dangerously low. He informs Zahak Omar that he has seriously overstepped, reminding him that this mission was never authorized. Stunned, Zahak demands to know why the king is protecting the princess. His confusion twists into a sneer as he asks the unthinkable, has Kazan actually fallen for that lowborn slave? The insult hangs in the air. Kazan remains silent and unreadable, while Elona trembles from across the room, her terrified eyes locked on the king, awaiting his answer. As Elona trembles, her mind screams at the king. A memory of him in chains flashes before her, and she mentally pleads with him to deny it. She begs him to call her a slave, to confirm this is all for revenge, anything, as long as it's honest. But Kazan remains utterly silent. Without giving an answer, he turns his back on the shocked Zahak and starts to walk away. His refusal to engage leaves everyone stunned, his silence a more powerful response than any words could have been. Zahak Omar shatters the heavy silence with a wild, booming laugh. He takes the king's refusal to answer as a confession, asking if he has truly fallen for that woman. Elona freezes, her eyes wide with terror. Zahak then launches into a furious speech, declaring the entire realm a disgrace. He screams that the people shed their own blood for their king, only for, bless Sindar, to give his heart to a wretched slave from Parzion. The insult hits home. Kazan stops dead in his tracks, his hand clenching into a tight fist. Zahak Omar calls the king's actions unthinkable, but he claims to understand his intent. Before Kazan can leave, Zahak lunges forward and grabs him by the collar, stopping him cold. He promises to withdraw for now but issues a grave warning. His eyes burn with hatred as he declares that the House of Omar will never forgive the crimes of Parjan's people, nor the stain of the king's emotions. With his final threat delivered, Zahak turns and walks away, leaving Kazan to simmer in cold fury while Elona watches, paralyzed. Elona knows she must say something to Kazan, but her body refuses to cooperate. Her legs are cemented to the floor, her mind still reeling from Zahak's explosive threats. Just as her strength gives out and she begins to sway, Kazan surges forward, sweeping in to catch her before she can fall. He holds her securely in his arms, his presence a sudden anchor in the chaos. He gently tells her it's time to go. With a determined look, Kazan declares they are returning to Ashitra, leaving no room for debate. Elona can only stare, stunned into silence. Still held in Kazan's arms, Elona looks up at him and softly agrees to his decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he sweeps her completely off her feet and carries her away from the tense confrontation. As they disappear down the hall, Aslan strides purposefully through a nearby corridor, his expression dark. He can't believe he just passed Zahak Omar in the hall, and he's shocked by what he saw. He wonders aloud what could have happened to Zahak's face, which looked seriously messed up. Seething with rage, Zahak Omar slams his fist into a stone wall, cracking the surface under the brutal impact. He cannot believe Kazan gave his heart to a slave, let alone one from the Parzion royal line, the family responsible for Samira's demise. He vows that Kazan Milashatra will pay for this unforgivable sin. A calm voice cuts in as Prince Adrian Eldest approaches. Adrian admits he first saw Zahak as an enemy for interfering, but now he thinks he's found an unexpected and very useful ally. Zahak Omar, his face still showing the marks of his earlier confrontation, approaches Irid Padishah. He confidently tells her that it seems their desires are aligned and asks for a moment of her time to talk. Intrigued, Irid offers a cunning smile, clearly ready to hear him out. Unseen by the pair, a cloaked figure presses himself against a pillar, spying on their meeting. It's Antonio, and his face is a mask of shock as he eavesdrops on the formation of a dangerous new alliance right before his eyes. As a lone caravan rumbles across the fiery desert, a quiet tension fills the carriage. Kazan gently asks Elona to let him see her neck, but she flinches away, insisting she's fine. Her trembling hands and the single tear rolling down her cheek betray her fear. Seeing her distress, Kazan's expression hardens into cold fury. He swears to her that the man responsible will never appear before her again. But Elona's fear is suddenly replaced by concern, and she softly tells Kazan that she is actually more worried about him. Elona, her voice trembling, questions Kazan's silence during Zahak's wild accusations. She tearfully asks why he let the dangerous misunderstanding continue, terrified of what could have happened to him. Kazan can't take it anymore. He cuts her off, confessing he's tired and can't keep lying. Stunned, Elona asks what he means. He then drops the ultimate bombshell. He saw the journal she started writing back when they were in Parzion. The revelation hits Elona like a lightning bolt, leaving her utterly frozen in shock. With a pained expression, Kazan clarifies his bombshell confession. He didn't just see her journal. He read what she wrote after she thought he was gone. Every single feeling she poured onto the page. The revelation completely shatters Elona's world. Her mind races, unable to process the truth. He knew everything this whole time? Her hands tremble as she questions why he never said anything. If he read her journal, he knew the truth about their past. He could have explained what really happened from the very beginning, but he chose to stay silent. Elona's mind shattered. All his actions, his coldness, it was all a lie. The only conclusion she could draw was a painful one. He must have hated her this entire time. But before she could spiral further into despair, Kazan suddenly closed the distance between them, pulling her into a tight, desperate embrace. The sudden move shocked her. Overwhelmed and crying, Elona struggled against his unyielding grip, demanding he let go and answer her. She pleaded to know what he truly was, but Kazan remained silent, holding her close. As Kazan's embrace loosens, he sinks to his knees before Elona, taking her hand. He confesses he couldn't bring himself to speak the truth. He felt that even asking for her forgiveness was a sin he didn't deserve. With a trembling voice, he apologizes over and over, his own tears falling. For Elona, this confession shatters her reality. Every agonizing choice she made, every moment of suffering, it all suddenly felt meaningless. Her entire past, built on a truth he hid, crumbles into a million pieces around her. A storm of emotions hit Elona. Emptiness, helplessness, and resentment. But one feeling surfaced above all others: relief. With tears streaming down her face, she looked up at Kazan and confessed she was just so glad he didn't hate her anymore. Her unexpected kindness completely disarmed him. Cursing inwardly, Kazan thought about how she had always been too kind, both then and now. He wished she would just turn away and hate him instead. Her forgiveness felt like a heavier burden than her anger ever could. Kazan could only stare, utterly speechless. With a gentle, tearful smile, Elona told him she could never bring herself to hate him. Before he could even react, she closed the remaining distance, pulling him into a sudden, passionate kiss. All the unspoken feelings, the years of pain and longing, melted away in that single moment. As he held her, Kazan finally admitted to himself that he couldn't imagine a world without her anymore. He knew that from now on, he wanted to be with her, always. As Kazan held Elona, he made a silent vow that he would always stay by her side. The sun finally set on their years of shared pain, and a new morning dawned. In the quiet light of the bedroom, their clothes lay discarded on the floor, a testament to the night where all barriers between them had finally crumbled. Tangled together under the sheets, a peaceful silence replaced the years of anger and misunderstanding. For the first time in a long time, their future was one they would face together, not alone. Waking beside Kazan, Elona gently brushed a stray hair from his face, cherishing a closeness she hadn't felt in years. Remembering he had a meeting, she tried to slip away unnoticed. But Kazan's hand shot out, grabbing her arm and pulling her back into his embrace. He held her tight from behind, startling her. Flustered, Elona protested that it was too much for the morning. Unfazed, Kazan simply kissed her hand and asked where she thought she was going without him, making it clear her escape attempt had failed. Kazan tightened his grip, refusing to let her go. He pleaded with her to stay just a little longer, his voice soft but insistent. Seeing the genuine longing in his eyes, Elona's resolve wavered. The warmth of his embrace made it impossible to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, she finally gave in, telling him he could have just 10 more minutes. Satisfied with her answer, Kazan pulled her back into his arms, cherishing the moment before the world outside could intrude on their newfound peace. Elona steps into a serene, glowing chamber centered around a magnificent fountain. She finds Aslan there, who turns to greet her with a calm smile. He welcomes her back, gently noting that he had hoped to see her sooner. A wave of guilt washes over Elona as she quickly apologizes, explaining how much has been going on in her life. But Aslan's expression remains kind and understanding. He simply dismisses her apology, asking why she would ever feel the need to say sorry to him, putting her troubled heart at ease. Aslan mentions the rumors that Lord Sindar won't let her leave his side. Flustered, Elona can't believe the gossip has spread so far. Aslan playfully reminds her she used to complain about how hard it was to even approach the king. With a red face, Elona admits she has actually been staying at the main palace for weeks. Aslan's teasing stops cold. He asks if Kazan took her into his personal chambers. Mortified, Elona begs him to ask no more, but Aslan realizes with horror that the king has broken the law. Aslan's revelation hits Elona hard. Kazan had broken a sacred law. Elsewhere, Irid Padishah seethed over the same violation. She vented to Zahak Omar, furious that Kazan would bring a slave into his private chambers, a place forbidden even to the queen. Zahak calmly remarked on her sharp tongue. At the same time, Elona searched the gardens for Kazan, believing he was there. Her hopeful expression sank when she found him under a canopy, deep in conversation with none other than Irid herself, leaving Elona completely stunned and confused. Kazan's voice was ice as he put Irid in her place. He reminded her she was only summoned for the tournament and had no authority to challenge his decisions. Irid flinched, her face burning with anger. He continued, explaining that he wasn't keeping her around because he liked her, but because rumors of her past sins were piling up. He was simply keeping her under watch, so she couldn't flee. A memory of his chilling command for her to remain obedient flashed in her mind, leaving her completely powerless. With his authority absolute, Kazan informed Irid she would stay put until her punishment was decided. As if on cue, an arrow shot toward him, but he effortlessly snatched it mid-flight. Defeated, Irid turned to make her exit, only to freeze in her tracks. She came face to face with Elona, who had witnessed the whole thing. A venomous rage contorted Irid's features as she silently swore to personally end the blonde woman. The unspoken threat was so intense it left Elona paralyzed with fear. Elsewhere, Zahak and Samira noted that they certainly had a lot to say. Meanwhile, Zahak and Samira discussed the grave situation. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, realizing this bombshell news could turn the entire kingdom upside down. Seeing Samira so distressed, Zahak tried to reassure her, stating that since Kazan made the call, he would handle the fallout. But Samira was terrified, explaining that a similar crisis had occurred once before. Her words caught Zahak off guard. She revealed that the late King Kalima had also broken this sacred law, hinting at a disastrous past event that was about to repeat itself. Samira recounted the grim history of the late King Kalima. He was completely out of control, constantly bringing women to the palace for his own amusement. But his reckless lifestyle came to a crashing halt when one of the women was fatally poisoned. The god Lu was the only one who could have saved her, but flat out refused. The deity was enraged that the sacred rite had been desecrated. Zahak finally understood. Rite wasn't a ritual, but a woman the god cherished. Samira confirmed this, explaining that rite alone could see the way of water. Zahak was confused, asking what she meant by the way of water. Samira explained it was an extraordinary power, the ability to perceive the vast water flows of the world. With this gift, Rite could locate oases, sense groundwater, and even predict rainfall. This incredible talent was why everyone had so much hope in her. They believed she was the only one who could discover the god Lu's sacred spring hidden deep in the desert, a mythical source known as the ever-flowing water. The story of Lady Rite ended in tragedy. After marrying King Kalima, her incredible power to sense water vanished completely. She perished in the subsequent civil war, and with her, all hope of finding the god's sacred spring died. An elder admitted he had no way to locate the mythical water source. But then, he dropped a bombshell, suggesting that Elona might be the one who could find it. Stunned, she asked why. The reason was shocking. She looked exactly like the legendary Lady Rite. Elona was floored, stammering that it was impossible. Elona flatly denied the claim, insisting she wasn't a shrine maiden and possessed no such powers. The elder began to soothe her, but Aslan suddenly shouted her name, startling everyone. Just then, frantic footsteps echoed through the chamber. Miriam was sprinting towards them at full speed. Elona stared in shock, wondering what she was doing there. Catching her breath, Miriam looked at Elona with sheer urgency in her eyes. She declared that Elona had to come with her right now. Elona was left stammering, unable to process the situation. Her mind caught on a single, shocking word, pregnant. Miriam gave a solemn nod, confirming the unbelievable news. She explained that the health tests they ran after the poisoning scare had come back positive. The world seemed to stop as the reality crashed down on Elona. She was carrying Kazan's child. A bittersweet memory surfaced, a time when they had dreamed of a family and a happy life together, a dream that now felt impossibly far away. The dream of a happy family had once been a comforting thought, but now, the timing was all wrong. Elona's mind spiraled into a dark place. Even though she and Kazan had finally reconciled, the entire kingdom still saw her as nothing more than a slave. A chilling question took hold of her. What kind of life would her child have? Would they ever be acknowledged as royalty? Or would they be born into the same life of change she fought so hard to escape? And then there was the Hawk, relentless enemy still lurking in the shadows. Elona's mind flashed back to Zahak. She realized he was just using her as a weapon to hurt Kazan. But instead of fear, a new resolve hardened within her. Turning to Miriam, she asked if anyone else knew about the pregnancy. Miriam confirmed the secret was safe. For now, only Elona knew, and Miriam swore she would not be the one to leak it. With a determined look, Elona placed a hand over her stomach. She knew what she had to do first. She had to create a safe world for her child, and she would do it with Kazan. Beneath a golden sunset, the grand palace stood silent and imposing. But inside, Irid Padisha was a storm of silent fury. She slammed her hand on the table, cursing under her breath as pure frustration washed over her. A dangerous piece of information was getting out, and she had no idea how far it had spread. She gripped her head, seething with anger. She couldn't believe they had the nerve to go to the king after everything they'd already taken from her. Her plans were falling apart, fast. Elsewhere, Irid Padisha slams her fist on a table in a fit of rage, furious with the turn of events. Zahak Omar watches her coolly, warning her she'll break something if she's not careful. He points out that she barged into his house and now seems intent on wrecking it. Annoyed, Irid dismisses his observation. Zahak cuts to the chase and asks why she's really there. She admits things have gotten complicated. The martial arts tournament fell through, and on top of that, there's still the unresolved issue of the slave girl. Zahak taunts Irid, telling her this mess serves her right. Livid, she reminds him she's now barred from the palace. Declaring they must move faster, she unveils her new ambition: get rid of Elona and take her place. Zahak's eyes widen as he asks if she's seriously aiming to become the queen. Irid confirms it's her goal, for now. He erupts in laughter, finding her sudden boldness hilarious. While he'd also love to dethrone the king, he calls her dream nearly impossible and mocks her for her lack of bravery. This, he sneers, is why she's only ever been a pawn. Irid explodes, calling Zahak a madman. Unfazed, he taunts her, asking if she truly wants to be the wife of a man who was once a lowly slave. Confused, Irid demands to know what he means. With a sinister grin, Zahak reveals his true, insane ambition. He doesn't just want the throne. He plans to completely overthrow Ashatra and build a new kingdom from its ashes. His eyes burn with fanaticism as he clenches his fist, declaring that the king's power is weakening. This, he proclaims, is their golden opportunity to seize everything. Irid demands Zahak explain why the king's power is weakening. With a twisted grin, he reveals Kazan's greatest weakness. He's truly fallen for the slave girl. But Zahak isn't done. He drops the ultimate bombshell, announcing that Elona is pregnant. Stunned, Irid asks how he found out. He smugly explains that his spies in the palace are happy to sell information. He lays out the dire future. Soon Elona will be queen, and her child the heir. Clenching her jaw, a determined Irid asks what exactly he intends to do about it. Zahak's eyes burn with manic energy as he declares their mission. They are going to eliminate Elona. He reveals his personal vendetta, explaining she's from the family responsible for his sister's demise, and they must pay. Irid nervously agrees, but questions how they'll handle the king, who won't just stand by. Zahak explains King Kazan was chosen by a powerful entity named Sindar. He warns that anyone who harms this being will face a deadly curse. But with a chilling smirk, he dismisses the danger, confidently telling Irid she doesn't need to worry about it. Zahak leans over Irid, his voice low and dangerous. He tells her there is only one thing she must do: help him make sure that woman is permanently out of the picture. Though startled by his intensity, Irid sees her chance and asks what happens if their plan succeeds. With a wicked grin, Zahak drops the ultimate bribe, promising to give her the entire kingdom of Ashatra. His purple eyes burn with fanaticism as he internally vows to achieve his goal by any means necessary. In the quiet of the royal chambers, moonlight spills into the room where Elona is fast asleep. Kazan sits beside her, his usual hardened expression replaced by one of pure tenderness. He gently strokes her blonde hair, a silent confirmation of where his heart truly lies. But the king can't stay forever. After a long, quiet moment, he rises from the bed. With one last, protective glance, he slips out of the room, the door clicking softly shut behind him, leaving her vulnerable to the plots brewing in the palace shadows. Elona's eyes flutter open to an empty bed. A sudden sense of unease creeps over her as she calls out Kazan's name, wondering where he could be going at this hour. She spots him far down the hall, his hand resting on a grand door. He freezes, caught. As he stands there, the ornate entryway begins to pulse with a mysterious blue light. From her distant vantage point, Elona's view shifts past him into the cavernous room beyond, where a cold, empty throne sits waiting in the oppressive darkness. Kazan vanishes through the glowing doorway, the light fading as it seals shut behind him. Elona is left standing alone in the massive, silent hall. Driven by a mix of worry and curiosity, she cautiously approaches the imposing entrance. As she gets closer, a baffling detail makes her stop dead in her tracks. The ornate door has no handle, no knob, not even a keyhole. Her mind races, wondering how anyone could possibly open it. A chilling question forms in her thoughts. Where does this secret passage even lead? A few days pass, and a grim routine sets in. Elona watches from her bed as Kazan once again heads for the secret passage. She recalls him muttering what sounded like a spell to open the strange, handleless door, but she can do nothing. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching scream tears through the heavy wood, echoing down the hall. Elona freezes in pure terror, her eyes wide with shock. She recognizes that voice instantly. It belongs to Kazan, and he is in absolute agony. Panic grips Elona as she collapses, her mind racing with the horrible sounds coming from behind the door. Grunting with effort, she forces herself to her knees, knowing she has to reach Kazan. She pounds her fists against the unyielding stone, but it's useless. In a moment of sheer desperation, she prays to the god Sindar, begging him to open the door and let her see Kazan. Then, a sudden realization flashes across her face. Her eyes snap open as she clutches her chest, understanding exactly what she needs to do. With a flash of insight, Elona knows what she must do. She isn't just a concubine, she's a child of the god Sindar. In a last-ditch effort, she prays with all her heart, begging for mercy. As her desperate words echo in the silent hall, a low rumbling sound begins. The massive stone door trembles, and a blinding light erupts from its seams. With a deafening groan, the impossible door slowly grinds open. Elona stares in utter shock, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Her prayer had been answered. With no time to waste, Elona races down the long stone staircase, her heart pounding with every step. She has to get to Kazan. At the bottom, she freezes at the horrifying sight before her. Kazan is collapsed on the cold floor, convulsing in unimaginable pain. He gasps for air, desperately pleading for just one more year of time. Suddenly, angry red markings blaze to life across his skin. An earth-shattering scream tears from his throat as the curse consumes him, and Elona watches in absolute, paralyzed terror. As Kazan collapses, Elona screams his name and dives forward, catching his dead weight in her arms. She stumbles but holds on tight, her gaze fixed in horror on the glowing red curse marks now crawling up his neck. They were spreading faster than ever. She desperately cups his face, pleading with him to snap out of his trance, but his crimson eyes are completely vacant. Realizing he can't hear her, she declares she'll find a healer. With a surge of adrenaline, she somehow manages to lift him, determined to get him to safety. Kazan lies in a dimly lit room, his arm wrapped in fresh bandages. A frustrated Samira stands over him, her patience worn thin. She scolds him, reminding him she told him not to get tangled up in the princess's business. He's the only one who keeps getting injured. With a final, stern warning, she declares that she won't forgive him if he comes back hurt again. As she speaks, she pulls a small necklace with a glowing red gem from a pouch. Kazan's eyes widen in shock and recognition at the familiar pendant. The sight of the pendant sends Kazan spiraling into a painful memory. He sees a younger Zahak on the ground, held down and utterly confused by the chaos around him. The vision quickly shifts to the very same red necklace. In the flashback, a younger Kazan, still bound by a slave collar, confronts Samira. His eyes blaze with desperation as he grabs the necklace chain, demanding to know why she is the one holding it. This single jewel seems to be the key to a long-hidden connection between the three of them. The glowing red gem is a zahalita, a sacred mineral blessed by the goddess of fire and wisdom. It possesses the unique ability to discern poisons and reacts exclusively to the blood of the Milashatra royal family. Because of its rarity, only the highest nobles with royal connections should own one. A younger Kazan, still shackled by a slave collar, furiously grips the chain. His eyes blaze as he demands to know how Samira could possibly have such a thing. A startled Samira stammers about her family, but quickly catches herself mid-sentence. Samira quickly explains that the necklace was a gift to her younger sibling, Omar, from the temple, insisting that's the whole story. Kazan apologizes for pressing her, but seeing the gem glow brightly in his hand, Samira turns the tables. She demands a story now, stating a critical fact. The Zahalita only shines for the royal family of Milashatra. Her eyes narrow with suspicion as she directly asks if he was a prince. With no way out, Kazan quietly confirms the devastating truth. He is, in fact, royalty. With the truth finally exposed, Kazan reveals his full name, Kazan Milashatra. He warns Samira to keep the Zahalita hidden, as its power is widely known. He then adds another command. She must also keep his royal identity a complete secret. But Samira isn't a passive bystander. She grabs his arm, her eyes blazing with defiance. She challenges him, demanding to know why she should hide anything when he plans to return to Ashatra and face his destiny anyway. Her sudden resistance creates a tense, unspoken standoff between the two slaves. Samira finally relents, promising to keep Kazan's royal identity under wraps. She then reveals a trump card. Her family, the Omars, is far more powerful than he knows and will be a huge asset when he returns to Ashatra. Her focus shifts, asking if he must accompany Princess Elona to the market. With Elona under surveillance, Samira proposes they move on their own, and she will deliver their plans in secret. Then, she drops a bombshell. She claims the princess is already allied with Prince Adrian. Kazan is completely stunned, his world shaking at the possibility of Elona's betrayal. Kazan lurches forward, the weight of Samira's accusation crushing him. Elona rushes to his side, her voice filled with concern as she asks if he's finally coming to his senses. His mind flashes to a warm, golden memory of a time he held her close, his heart aching with an unspoken truth. He admits to himself that he hid his feelings, hoping she would never discover the true burden he carried. He silently declares that the price for making a pact with her should have been his, and his alone, to bear. Tears fall from Elona's eyes as Kazan is ripped apart by his own guilt. He silently questions why she must also bear the price for his dangerous fate. Later, the emotional turmoil leaves him drained and unwell in their chambers. Elona approaches him with a cup, her voice trembling with worry as she asks if he's sure he doesn't want a healer. He quietly tells her it's fine. But Elona insists it's useless, explaining that there's nothing a healer could possibly do for him, leaving him to quietly process her cryptic words. Elona notices a strange tattoo spiraling up Kazan's arm. She recognizes the markings of the god Sindar, but they've spread much further than before. Panicked, she asks what on earth happened to him. Kazan's face is grim as he reveals the devastating truth.
At most, he has a year.
At worst, only a few months. He admits he couldn't escape the curse. Looking her straight in the eyes, he confesses that he is going to die soon. The world stops for Elona, her expression frozen in pure, gut-wrenching shock. Kazan explains the curse's origin. The gods marked him for death after he defeated the king of Ashatra. Because he didn't fall immediately, everyone mistakenly believed he'd escaped his grim fate. But the curse was only delayed. Elona trembles, her heart aching. They had only just cleared the air between them, and now this. Overwhelmed with guilt, Kazan sinks to one knee before her. He gently takes her hand, looks up with deep regret, and confesses that he is truly ashamed to face her now. Kneeling before her, Kazan vows that before the gods take his life, he will give her everything he has. He promises to prepare a future where she can live comfortably and safely, even after he's gone. But Elona isn't having any of it. She grabs him, furious, and demands he stop talking like that. Through her tears, she asks if he truly believes she could live a good life without him. Clinging to his hand with fierce resolve, she declares she won't just stand by and watch him die. She is going to find a way. Kazan's eyes burn with resolve as he promises to find a way for them to be together, no matter what. He then informs Elona that he will be gone for the day tomorrow, likely to begin preparing for the future he wants for her. But Elona has her own ideas. As she watches him, a new hope takes root. She realizes there might be a way to save him after all. With unshakable determination, she decides her path is clear. She must go to the Temple of Lu. She is not letting him go. Back in his room, Kazan drowns in regret. He can't get the image of Elona's desperate, determined face out of his mind. He'd never seen her look so fiercely defiant before. His plan was to prepare her for the inevitable, not to add to her burdens, but now he sees he's only made everything worse. He slumps onto the sofa, frustrated with himself. His troubled thoughts are cut short by a sharp knock at the door. A voice calls out, asking if he's inside, pulling him from his guilt with a flash of irritation. The man at the door is Tortan, and he cuts right to the chase. They've finally found the person Kazan was looking for, a man named Sir Xerox. Kazan's mood instantly shifts, and he demands to know the man's location. Tortan reports that Xerox is a retired wandering knight, currently ill and staying in Sergio. But there's a catch. Xerox specifically asked for a meeting with the king. Tortan reveals the knight has information concerning Lady Elona, Kazan himself, and what happened between them 7 years ago, leaving Kazan absolutely shocked. Kazan's priorities shift in an instant when Tortan asks if Elona is at the Temple of Lu. He confirms she is, a vision of her determined face flashing in his mind. There's no more time for hesitation. He declares they will leave for Sergio immediately. Kazan instructs Tortan to create a cover story for his absence, telling everyone he's inspecting a monastery. His final command is the most critical. Until he returns, Elona must remain at the temple. He needs to know she's safe while he's away. Tortan assures Kazan that keeping Elona at the temple is the right call. It's much safer than the palace. As his commander leaves, Kazan turns away, his voice filled with a desperate plea. He implores Tortan to protect her well. Meanwhile, inside the sacred Temple of Lu, Elona speaks with the silver-haired high priest, Aslan. He looks down at her, a bit surprised by her request to meet the goddess Lu. With tearful but determined eyes, Elona confirms it is what she wants, admitting she knows how absurd it sounds for a human to try and meet a god. With a trembling hand, Elona explains her desperate plan. She can't think of any other way to save Kazan. Only the goddess of life might be able to help. Aslan's expression shifts as he realizes she knows about the curse. He gently warns her that gods with opposing powers, like Lu and Sindar, don't interfere with each other. But Elona argues that Lu once answered Kazan's prayer. Aslan's reply shatters her reality. That was different. The goddess acted because Elona's life was in danger, not Kazan's, and she despises pointless sacrifices. Elona stands speechless, horrified by the implication. Just as Elona's hope crumbles, Aslan reveals it's not entirely impossible. He tells a stunned Elona that if she can find the ever-flowing water in the desert, the goddess Lu might hear her plea. But there's a steep price. She must offer whatever she finds in exchange. The priest's next words are grim. No one has ever discovered even a trace of water there. But then, he looks at her with conviction, telling her that she can do it. Right now, she's the only one who can. Elona stands frozen, his words echoing in her mind. Aslan offers her more time to think, but Elona immediately shuts him down. Her decision is final. With a fierce new determination lighting up her eyes, she declares that she's ready to begin right away. She makes a solemn vow, no matter what it takes, she will find the ever-flowing water. Turning to go, she confirms her destination is the prayer chamber. As Elona walks ahead, Aslan follows with a troubled gaze, wondering if this difficult path is the future she truly wanted, his mind on the monumental choice she once made. Kazan's mind is a mess. He still can't make sense of anything. He arrives at a rundown building, stunned that the famed Sir Xerox lives in such a humble home. When the door opens, Kazan steps inside and his breath catches in his throat. The man in the bed is not what he expected. Sir Xerox welcomes him, thanking him for coming on such a long journey. Kazan stands frozen at the doorway, finally asking the older man if he even recognizes him. Sir Xerox confirms the wild rumors are true. Kazan is really a king. Filled with regret, Kazan steps closer, wishing he had come to see him sooner. The old knight tells him to drop the formalities, but Kazan insists on being addressed as Your Majesty. After a tense silence, Kazan finally asks why he was summoned. Xerox drops a bombshell. While in Ravina, he heard stories about Kazan and Lady Elona. Before the king can even process this, Xerox mentions a black-haired woman and a silver-haired man. Sir Xerox finishes a sentence, revealing that Irid Padishah and Zahak Omar were rumored to be conspiring to bring the king down. Kazan's eyes widen in disbelief as he processes the names. Xerox explains that while he'd heard Zahak was connected to Samira, the story never felt right. A heavy look crosses the old knight's face. He knows if he doesn't speak now, they can never go back. He takes a deep breath, promising to finally tell Kazan the whole truth about what really happened in Parzion 7 years ago. The story begins 7 years ago, when Sir Xerox first heard about Kazan's trial from Prince Antonio. The prince suddenly asked for his thoughts on the human heart, confusing the knight. Antonio then sneered, saying that even true love isn't enough when someone's life is on the line. He called his own sister detestable for choosing a slave's punishment just to save herself. Xerox was horrified, realizing he meant Princess Elona, and flatly denied it. But Antonio just smiled, clearly enjoying the old knight's disbelief and distress. Sir Xerox admits that since the accusation came from Prince Antonio, he had no choice but to believe it. Still, a part of him desperately wanted to ask Princess Elona herself, because he knew she could never do something so vile. The story takes a sharp turn when Antonio suddenly ordered him to bring Samira. Kazan flinches at the mention of her name. Xerox recalls being certain Samira would refuse due to her loyalty. But the prince flew into a rage, demanding Xerox bring her immediately, even if he had to drag her by force. With deep regret, Sir Xerox recalls obeying Antonio's brutal order. He never should have brought Samira to him. As he escorted the silent woman, a terrible feeling washed over the old knight, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Trusting his gut, he crept back to the prince's study and listened at the door, realizing this was the moment the tragedy truly began. He overheard Samira's tragically naive words, telling Antonio she believed he was a merciful man, free from any lust for power. She had no idea who she was dealing with. Prince Antonio scoffs, asking Samira if she's lost her mind. He accuses her of causing chaos just to pry into his sister's secrets. But Samira doesn't even flinch. She flips the tables, telling him that no matter how confident he acts about the crown, he's terrified deep down. She then drops a bombshell, exposing his greatest secret, his illegitimate bloodline. The accusation sends Antonio into a fury, and his sword crashes down onto his desk. He demands to know how a mere slave could know this. Samira calmly states that only she and the princess know the truth. With a sword at his neck, Zahak Omar doesn't flinch. He calmly tells Antonio he knows how to make his royal ambitions a reality. Arguing that he has nothing left to lose, Zahak makes a last-ditch offer, asking the prince to just hear him out before delivering the final blow. The scene then shifts to Elona, who is sitting somberly in a candlelit room. Suddenly, a sharp pain grips her, and she clutches her abdomen with a pained gasp. Her eyes widen in a mix of shock and agony, completely caught off guard. Aslan worriedly asks Elona if she's alright, but she's clearly exhausted. She tells him they still haven't found Kazan. Ignoring his warnings that she'll collapse, Elona begs him to perform the ritual one more time. She insists she can keep going, but Aslan knows she's at her limit. Suddenly, she snaps, screaming that she and Kazan don't have time to waste. Her desperate, tearful plea hits him hard. Reluctantly, Aslan agrees to try again, hovering his hand over the candle's flame to begin the search once more. Surrounded by a golden glow, Elona begins a desperate ritual. She calls out to the divine Lu, the god of water and life, begging him to break the curse that binds Kazan and grant him life just one more time. In her final, desperate plea, she makes a vow, promising to offer anything the deity desires if her wish is granted. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light explodes from her. Her power surges as she puts everything on the line for the man she loves, her hair blazing with divine energy. As the golden light fades, Elona is thrown into a strange vision. With Kazan's name on her lips, her world completely shifts. She's no longer in the castle but standing under a brutal sun in a vast, empty desert. The overwhelming heat and the smell of sand hit her all at once. Recognizing the desolate landscape, she realizes she has returned to this terrible place. As her bare feet touch the scorching ground, she wonders just how long she can possibly endure this agonizing trial to save him. With renewed determination, Elona declares this is her last chance. She has to find him, no matter what it takes. As she trudges across the vast, empty desert, a strange sight stops her cold. A trail of glowing blue energy appears on the sand, like ethereal footprints lighting up a path. Unsure what it is but desperate for any sign, she wonders if following it will lead her somewhere. With no other choice, she decides to trust the mysterious light, hoping it's the miracle she's been praying for. As Elona follows the glowing path, she finds it suddenly easier to breathe in the suffocating desert heat. She wonders if the mysterious blue footprints themselves hold some kind of divine power. A cool, refreshing energy seems to flow from the trail, offering her much-needed relief. Her gaze is then drawn to the horizon. Out of the shimmering heat haze, a magnificent temple materializes before her very eyes. Stunned by the impossible sight, she stares at the majestic structure that has appeared in the middle of the endless, desolate sand. With the magnificent temple now before her, Elona doesn't hesitate. She steps through the grand entrance and finds herself in a breathtaking hall. The floor isn't stone, but a shallow pool of glowing, ethereal water. Ancient symbols cover the walls from top to bottom. As her fingers trace the strange carvings, she hesitantly whispers Kazan's original name. Believing she can hear the sound of more water deeper inside, she decides it must be safe to proceed. Taking a steadying breath, she wades into the mystical pool, determined to find the man she's searching for. As Elona wades deeper into the mystical pool, a blinding flash of divine energy suddenly washes over her, making her stumble. Her eyes snap open, and she freezes in complete awe. At the top of a grand staircase stands a magnificent, glowing statue of a goddess, radiating immense power. Elona can't believe what she's seeing. As she struggles to process the impossible sight, a serene voice fills the sacred hall, echoing from the statue itself. It commends her, telling her that she has done well to find her way to this holy place. The goddess's voice rings out, reminding Elona of her promise to give anything. Before she can process the words, a powerful, unseen force violently yanks her off her feet. Elona gasps as she's dragged beneath the shimmering surface of the mystical pool. Submerged in the glowing water, the goddess's chilling demand echoes in her mind. She wants what they will both love most. She commands Elona to offer her unborn child. As darkness consumes her vision, Elona hears a faint, desperate voice calling her name from somewhere far away. With tears streaming down his face, Aslan yells out Elona's name. She gasps and jolts awake, finding herself safe in his arms in a room that has been completely wrecked. Dazed, she mumbles about finding water and seeing Kazan's original name, Luca, written somewhere. But the daze quickly turns to pure terror. She grabs onto Aslan, blurting out that the goddess demanded her unborn child as a sacrifice. Stunned by her horrifying words, Aslan stares at her in disbelief and asks what on earth she is talking about. Aslan urgently tells Elona she isn't thinking straight and that they must get to safety immediately. His sentence is cut short as a figure is violently hurled into the room, crashing hard against the floor. Elona stares in utter horror, recognizing the crumpled form on the ground. She screams Miriam's name in pure shock. A man with stark white hair then appears in the ruined doorway. It's Zahak Omar. He calmly states that he didn't expect to find them in a temple, adding that he's been looking for them for a while. Zahak Omar greets Elona with a chilling smirk, calling her the princess of Parzion. Holding a bloodied sword, a tense Aslan demands to know what he's doing, warning him of the king's wrath. Zahak scoffs, retorting that of course the king should find out. Otherwise, he questions, what would be the point of starting a rebellion? Elona is paralyzed with fear at his words. Zahak dismisses Aslan, telling him to move aside. He declares that he has no business with him, his one and only goal is Elona. Aslan stands defiantly in front of Elona, trying to explain her situation, but his words are cut short. In a blur of motion, Zahak strikes, and a blade sinks deep into Aslan's back. Zahak leans in close, coldly reminding him that he warned him not to get in the way. Aslan crumples to the floor as Elona screams his name in pure terror. Before she can flee, Zahak grabs her arm. He sneers, remarking that since she has enough strength to stand, perhaps he should make sure she can never run again. Zahak leans in, wondering aloud if he should just end her right there. Suddenly, a hand grabs his arm, stopping him cold. It's Aslan, using his last bit of strength to protect Elona. He desperately tells Zahak to stop, revealing that Elona carries the child of a god. But the villain is completely unfazed. He scoffs, acknowledging she carries the king's heir but asks what difference it makes. With a cold sneer, Zahak states that if the child never becomes king, it changes nothing. Aslan growls, utterly helpless on the floor. Aslan tells Zahak to listen closely, revealing a divine truth. He explains that Elona's prayer led her to the lost Luca and that the god Lu has personally chosen her unborn child. He reminds Zahak that since he also serves a god, he should understand the massive implications of this. Zahak is completely stunned. He furiously questions how the child of Shindar could ever be blessed by the god Lu. Convinced it's impossible, he denies it could ever happen, gritting his teeth in pure frustration as this revelation shatters his plans. Seething with frustration, Zahak decides the divine warning doesn't matter. He lunges at Elona, his blade aimed right for her. He furiously questions why the god Lu would ever favor a woman like her, convinced his original plan to eliminate them both was the right one. A memory suddenly floods his mind, his sister's gentle voice. She once told him that if he was going to give up so easily, he shouldn't have started in the first place. Her words twist in his mind, fueling his rage and cementing his deadly resolve. In a dimly lit room, Antonio can't believe what he's hearing. He tells his aide he never imagined Prince Adrian and Samira would actually team up. The aide confirms it's true. Adrian accepted her offer. Their sinister plan is already in motion. They're going to make Princess Irid publicly break off her engagement to King Kazan. The real kicker is the reason they'll force her to give, because of the slave who was once with her. Adrian flashes a wicked smile, fully aware that this public humiliation will enrage the king. Antonio, who is actually Sir Xerox in disguise, explains how their scheme will play out. Once Irid publicly breaks the engagement, Kazan will lose all trust in her. The princess will be left in disgrace, while the king's influence only grows stronger. Samira smirks, laying her own terms on the table. In exchange for her help, she demands freedom for both herself and Kazan. Xerox agrees, without hesitation. Moments later, an aide rushes in, shocked to learn that their dangerous plan has officially been set into motion. A royal guard spots a dark figure and demands to know who's there. Suddenly, Aslan appears right behind him, asking what's going on. The startled guard claims it's nothing, but Aslan isn't buying it, announcing he's there to report to the prince. Panicked, the guard curses his terrible timing, his mind flashing to a disturbing vision of Zahak standing over someone on the ground. Aslan's sharp eyes then catch sight of a female silhouette down the hall, and he suspiciously questions what a slave girl is doing in the palace. Having overheard too much, Zahak knew he couldn't stay silent. As he rushed to act, Aslan's hand shot out, grabbing his arm and demanding to know what he was doing. Zahak struggled, yelling for Aslan to let him go, but the guard pressed him, asking if he was sure this was the right thing to do. In a desperate cry, Zahak revealed that if he didn't do this, Kazan would lose his life. He explained their grim reality. A prince could never harm a princess, but slaves like them were far too easy to eliminate. Haunted by memories of Kazan's past suffering, Zahak steels his resolve. He knew he had no choice but to let Samira go. It was the only way to save his friend. He strides purposefully through the halls to find Lord Xerox, but his confidence shatters instantly. Xerox informs him that by the prince's orders, he'll be accompanying Zahak from now on. The plan had already crumbled. Samira was placed under surveillance the moment she left. All hope drains from Zahak's face as he turns and walks away, defeated. In a chilling flashback, Prince Adrian receives a whispered report. He smirks, mocking a slave's talk of a flower garden, deciding it would be their grave instead. The horrible truth hits Zahak. The prince planned to eliminate both Kazan and Samira from the start. Zahak realized he tried to report the truth, but his efforts were useless. Filled with a new, desperate resolve, he sprints down the hall and bursts through a door. Inside is Lord Xerox, and Zahak declares his timing is perfect for what comes next. Prince Adrian stops Lord Xerox with a chilling smile, asking him to run an urgent errand. Xerox looks uneasy, but Adrian smoothly changes the subject to the knight's ailing mother. The prince mentions hearing she's been unwell for some time, the implied threat hanging in the air. He promises to send a skilled physician to care for her if Xerox handles this matter well. Left with no choice, Xerox clenches his fist in silent frustration. He bows his head and agrees, knowing he's completely trapped by the prince's cruel manipulation. Forced to obey, Sir Xerox remembers bowing to the prince's power. He completed his task and galloped back through the night, desperately hoping he wasn't too late. But his worst fears became reality. He arrived to the sight of Samira crying out for Kazan as men held her back. Prince Adrian, his blade already stained red, laughed maniacally and declared it a night for celebration. Xerox could only stare in horror at the grim outcome. He witnessed the moment Kazan arrived at the garden, only to find the devastating scene waiting for him. Overwhelmed by his past actions, Sir Xerox could only feel deep, soul-crushing regret. The memory of Samira, the woman he trusted as his closest ally, was now a source of agony. He realized she was actually his greatest betrayer. Xerox recalls the moment Prince Adrian took the Jahalita from Samira, promising to sell the precious item for a high price. Lost in this agonizing memory, Xerox is snapped back to reality by Kazan's concerned voice. Kazan asks if he is okay, but the knight can only clench his sheets, trapped by his guilt. Miriam stumbles into the room, collapsing toward the king. Her clothes are in disarray, and she looks completely defeated. Kazan catches her, his eyes wide with shock as he demands to know what happened. Gasping for breath, Miriam apologizes, explaining that she was attacked. She then delivers the crushing news. Princess Elona has been taken by Zahak Omar. The scene cuts to a terrified Elona, her hands bound tightly with coarse rope. She is now a captive, at the mercy of one of their most dangerous enemies. A harsh wind whips across the endless, desolate landscape. Zahak Omar sits high on his horse, dragging a captive Elona through the barren wilderness. Fear grips her as she wonders where he could possibly be taking her. They've already strayed far from any recognizable path, leaving her feeling completely isolated and helpless. With her hands bound, Elona can only follow, her heart sinking with every step. Zahak remains silent, his determined gaze fixed forward, leading her deeper into the unknown. Stealing her nerves, Elona's resolve hardens. She knows she has to protect her child. Her thoughts are cut short by the sharp sound of a blade being drawn. She turns to Zahak, demanding to know what he's planning. With a chilling grin, he asks if she knows why the god Sindar is called the god of wind and death. He explains that in this brutal land, the dead receive a wind burial. Their bodies are simply left behind, deep in the heart of the unforgiving desert, a grim promise of the fate awaiting her. Zahak continues his grim lesson, explaining how the desert reclaims everything. He demonstrates by letting a fistful of sand slip through his fingers, scattering into the wind until nothing is left. He explains that this is how the dead are hidden, so no one can ever find them again. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he promises Elona that she will soon share the same fate. The horrifying words hit her like a physical blow, and she looks down at her bound hands, her heart pounding with terror. Zahak scoffs, questioning if Elona truly believes she will be spared. He finally reveals the source of his all-consuming vengeance. The woman she took down was the mother of his brother, Zahalita. With a flash of steel, his sword is in his hand. Before Elona can react, he presses the cold blade against her neck, ordering her to be silent and turn around. He forces her forward into the desolate wasteland, the sword a constant, terrifying pressure against her as he commands her to walk faster toward her grim fate. Zahak barks at Elona, ordering her to stop dragging her feet and walk. But her focus is entirely inward. Clutching her bound hands near her stomach, she silently reassures her unborn baby, promising to protect them no matter what. Her moment of quiet resolve is shattered when Zahak loses his patience completely. With a vicious swing, he strikes her hard from behind. A cry of pain escapes her lips as she collapses onto the cold desert sand, the world going dark around the edges. Elona slowly regains consciousness, her vision blurry. Pushing herself up from the cold sand, she looks around the empty desert in a daze. She whispers Zahak's name, but the only response is the howling wind. He's completely vanished. Kneeling alone in the vast emptiness, she feels a strange sense of relief, thinking that maybe this is for the best. A fragmented memory surfaces, something about him leading a rebellion, before it disappears into the wind, leaving her confused and utterly isolated in the desolate wasteland. Alone in the vast desert, Elona realizes the city of Ashitra must already be under Zahak's control. Deciding to flee, she plans to head east, away from the danger. But before she can move, a strange, powerful wind suddenly tears across the sand, knocking her off her feet. Dazed, she pushes herself up and questions the unnatural gust. Her blood runs cold as a mysterious, red-glowing figure materializes in the dark sky above. Her eyes widen in pure terror, utterly paralyzed by the menacing presence looming over the wasteland. Panic floods Elona's mind, her only thought being that she has to run. But the sheer terror of the entity above paralyzes her. As fear consumes her, a strange, powerful voice suddenly echoes in her thoughts. It delivers a chilling prophecy, declaring that she is fated to face death itself. But the voice doesn't stop there, offering a strange command. She must never fear the desert. The cryptic message snaps her out of her stupor, her eyes wide with shock as the words sink in. The chilling prophecy echoes in her mind, leaving her utterly speechless. Before she can even react, a blinding blue light suddenly erupts from her body, engulfing her completely. The sheer force of the energy is overwhelming, and her vision whites out. When the light finally fades, the desert is gone. Elona finds herself standing in a completely different place, a dark, rocky wasteland. A heavy, cold rain begins to pour down from the sky, soaking her to the bone as she stands there, completely disoriented and confused by the sudden teleportation. Elona plummets through a dark, rocky abyss, her consciousness fading. But instead of an end, the darkness shatters into a brilliant, ethereal realm of shimmering light. A calm, powerful voice echoes through the space, welcoming Elona de Parzion. Before her materializes a colossal, godlike being with flowing white hair and piercing purple eyes. This divine entity gazes down at her small form, declaring that it has been waiting for her arrival for a very long time. The entire space hums with an ancient, overwhelming power. The wasteland vanishes, and Elona finds herself floating in a serene, glowing blue space. A calm, powerful voice introduces itself as Lu, explaining that it has been waiting for her. Elona is stunned silent, her thoughts filled with the being's unbelievable beauty. The entity calmly thanks her for the praise, having read her mind. Flustered, she asks how, and Lu simply reveals its identity as a god. It then compliments her pure heart before dropping a bombshell, asking directly if she is carrying Kazan's child. The god Lu confirms Elona's prayer. She had asked it to lift Kazan's curse. Clutching her dress, Elona admits her request is bold, but she can't back down. With desperation in her eyes, she begs the divine being to save the man she loves. Lu seems to ponder her plea for a moment, but its expression shifts. It reveals a major problem. Kazan stole a precious treasure from it. With a cold tone, the god poses a simple but heavy question, asking Elona why it should save a thief. Elona reels from the accusation. A thief? She desperately asks what treasure Kazan could have possibly taken. But the god ignores her, coldly reminding Elona of the price it already named, her unborn child. Before she can even process the horrifying demand, Lu finally reveals Kazan's crime. He didn't just steal a treasure. He stole 3 hearts. These weren't just any hearts. They were a sacred gift Lu had given to the very first human it ever loved, a symbol of a bond meant to last for eternity. The god explains the power of its stolen treasure. With it, a mere human could live forever. The weight of this revelation hits Elona hard as she realizes what Kazan took. Lu confirms her fears, showing her a vision of the woman the hearts were meant for, its true beloved, Right. The god clarifies that it wanted to give the hearts to Right, not Kazan. But in an unexpected twist, Right gave all 3 precious items to him instead. Dumbfounded by this complex history, Elona quietly asks for a more detailed explanation. Elona presses the god, demanding to know what happened the day the treasure was taken. She declares that her unborn child is also Kazan's, making the baby more precious than her own life. To even consider sending such a child to a god, she states she needs a reason that can convince both herself and Kazan. Amused by her defiance, the god smirks, finding her interesting. It agrees to her terms, deciding to tell her the story. A brilliant, ethereal light then materializes before Elona, preparing to show her the truth of the past. The god commands Elona to watch closely as it reveals the story of how its beloved, Right, betrayed it 15 years ago. A shimmering vision of a grand palace materializes, and the scene shifts into an ancient tale. The story begins with Prince Shadav, the second son of King Kalima, who declared a brutal civil war against his own brothers. As soldiers clashed and civilians fled for their lives, the once thriving royal capital was plunged into absolute chaos, setting the stage for the tragic events that would soon follow. The vision throws Elona back 15 years, revealing a man named Aslan staring at the ruined capital. He's consumed with worry, questioning if any royals survived the brutal civil war. His thoughts immediately jump to one person, a woman named Right, recalling a terrible dream he had about her the night before. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, calling his name. Aslan whips around, completely stunned. Standing before him is Lady Right herself, and by her side is a young, battle-worn boy, a face Elona knows all too well, Prince Kazan. Aslan breathes a sigh of relief, realizing his premonition was just a fear-born nightmare. He tells Right he is glad she made it out of the palace safely. She explains she had matters to attend to before leaving, and when Aslan offers to help, her expression turns grim. She asks if he dreamt of her and Kazan the night before. Stunned, Aslan asks how she knew. Right reveals she had the same dream, gravely stating that today, they stand at the crossroads of life and death. A horrified Aslan begs her not to say such a thing. Aslan tries to reassure Lady Right, insisting her nightmare was just anxiety and that the god Lu loves her. But she isn't so sure, grimly hoping that's still true. Grabbing his arm, Right gives a shocking command, take her and Kazan to Lu's sacred item. A horrified Aslan flatly refuses, warning her not to meddle with her own destiny. Right shuts him down, declaring her end isn't decided yet. She tells him that if Lu truly loves her, then the final choice will be his, leaving a tearful Aslan to watch in despair. Lady Right makes a final, desperate plea, begging Aslan for his help with her first and last request. His mind races, questioning why she always pushes him like this. He feels he can't understand her and doesn't even want to try. But despite his inner turmoil, he finds himself caving. With a heavy heart, Aslan gives in and tells her to follow him. As he leads the way, he wonders why he is completely powerless to refuse her words, feeling trapped by her unwavering will as they walk toward an unknown fate. Aslan leads them into a massive, crystalline cavern where a sacred altar glows. A young Kazan holds a silver goblet, asking his mother what it is. She explains it's called the Cup of the Heart, a precious holy relic kept in the temple of Lu. Confused and sweating, Kazan asks why they need this. His mother states it's to pray for the god Lu's blessing, revealing their true goal is to escape safely from Perma. With a serious expression, she instructs her son to simply pray to the cup, hoping it holds their only way out. Kazan turns to Aslan, his voice filled with a desperate hope, asking if praying to the deity, Lu, will actually work. Aslan looks grim, but gives his assurance. He explains that Lu loves the priestess, Lady Right, and because of that love, she will save them. Aslan promises to stay with Kazan through this ordeal. Suddenly, Lady Right's voice cuts through the tension, ordering Aslan to step back. She raises the silver chalice high, and it explodes with a blinding, golden light, signaling the start of the divine ritual. His mother presented the goblet to Kazan, showing him how the once empty cup now shimmered with glowing blue water. She explained this was a clear sign that the god, Lu, welcomed them. Young Kazan stared, completely amazed by the impossible sight. He praised his mother, exclaiming that it proved she was truly loved by their god. After a quiet moment, she brought the cup to her lips and drank from it. Looking her son in the eyes, she then told him it was his turn to receive the blessing. With tears in his eyes, young Kazan accepted the holy cup. His mother gently encouraged him to drink it all slowly. He hesitated for a moment before tilting his head back and swallowing every last drop of the glowing liquid. As she told him he was doing well, he finished and started to speak. But before he could even finish a sentence, his mother's body went limp. She stumbled and collapsed to the cavern floor, leaving her young son completely stunned and terrified by the sudden turn of events. The holy goblet slipped from her hand, shattering against the cold stone floor. Young Kazan cried out for his mother, his voice filled with terror. A silver-haired boy named Aslan rushed to her side, questioning what was happening. He insisted she drank the blessed water, so she should have been safe. But as he knelt beside her, a horrifying realization began to sink in. With her final breaths, she confirmed his fears, admitting she never drank a drop. She had only pretended. Clutching her chest, she whispered that she gave everything for Kazan before going still. Tears streamed down Aslan's face as he desperately asked why she did it. He cried out that she could have taken just one sip. But Kazan's mother held him close, explaining that her son was an irreplaceable child, more precious than her own life. She had to take the entire curse. With her last ounce of strength, she pleaded with him to take good care of Kazan and apologized one last time. Her body then went limp in his arms, her life fading away as young Kazan asked if his mother was gone. Tears streamed down Aslan's face as he demanded to know why she had lied. But his sorrow was overshadowed by young Kazan's explosive rage. The boy grabbed Aslan's robes, his voice cracking as he screamed that Aslan had promised they would be saved, that he could be trusted. He hammered his small fists against the older boy, desperately pleading with him to save his mother. Suddenly, a shadowy figure snatched Kazan, ordering him to escape the cavern immediately while his mother was still breathing, before it was truly too late. Aslan grabbed the distraught boy, shaking him as he demanded he stop. He shouted that every second wasted was making Lady Right's condition worse. With a final, desperate shove, Aslan ordered Kazan to take his mother to Ravina, insisting there was medicine there that could save her. He pleaded with the boy to go quickly, and at least try. But his mother's sacrifice was already complete. At the cost of her life, her child gained 3 hearts. In a vision, Elona stands before a divine being who reveals a devastating truth. Kazan's mother ultimately passed away because of Elona's curse. The divine being reveals the cruel deception. Kazan was made to believe his mother died from his sworn brother Sharib's arrow. Elona reels in shock. A vision shows Kazan frantically fleeing on horseback as arrows rain down. One strikes his mother's lifeless body, sealing the lie in the young boy's mind. Though Kazan escaped, his grief was absolute. In his despair, he shattered all 3 divine hearts he'd been given, leaving not a single one intact. This truth, a tragedy far deeper than she imagined, leaves Elona speechless. Elona stammers as the devastating truth crashes down on her. The divine being explains that since Kazan shattered the 3 gifted hearts from his mother, the one he is now is his own. A vision flashes of a young Kazan, alone in the pouring rain, clutching his chest as a searing pain rips through him. He was left with nothing. The heart beating inside him now, the one that has endured so much, is the only one he has left, his own fragile, human heart. He's been living without any divine protection. Kazan pulls his horse to a sharp stop, his desperate calls for Elona swallowed by the empty wasteland. He curses under his breath, frustration and fear etched onto his face. A painful memory flashes through his mind. Miriam, looking broken but resolute, delivering world-shattering news. She had apologized for telling him then, but she had to reveal a crucial truth. Elona was not unblemished because she was carrying his child. Snapping back to the present, a new determination hardens Kazan's expression. He declared that he couldn't waste any more time. With a singular focus, Kazan knew he had to find Elona and fast. But as he prepared to ride, his horse suddenly shrieked, bucking violently and throwing him to the ground. Kazan hit the dirt hard, a searing pain shooting up his arm as he struggled to breathe. He cursed, his frustration mounting as he wondered just how far his enemies had taken her. As he tried to stand, a faint groan of pain echoed from somewhere ahead, giving him a new target to focus on. Kazan collapses, desperately pleading for just a little more time. A sinister voice echoes through the crimson void of his mind, announcing that his time is up. A chaotic red energy erupts, engulfing him completely. Gritting his teeth, Kazan orders the entity, Sindar, to go back, stating he did not summon it. The voice mocks his defiance as a delusion. Kazan roars back, vowing he will not die now, even as the entity taunts him about the weakness he must surely be feeling taking hold. The sinister voice in Kazan's head mocks his denial, calling it pathetic. It tells him to struggle all he wants, promising to be there when his end finally comes. But Kazan forces himself to breathe, pushing back against the darkness. He growls that he refuses to die. A vision of Elona holding their child flashes through his mind, followed by another of her smiling peacefully. He vows to keep fighting until they are safe and she is happy. Just as his strength fails, a warm, glowing hand gently touches his own. A glowing figure materializes before Kazan as he kneels in the darkness. It's Elona, her form shining with a warm, golden light. She tells him he looks exhausted and that he went through so much just to find her. Kazan breathes her name, but then his mind clears. This isn't real. It's just an illusion his desperate heart created. But he doesn't care. He collapses into her embrace, holding onto the comforting vision. The ethereal Elona apologizes for his worry and promises that from now on, she will always stay by his side. As a single tear falls, Kazan holds the warm vision of Elona close. He can't give up now. He has to find the real her. But as his determination grows, the comforting illusion shatters into 1,000 golden specks of dust. He screams her name as the vision swirls away into nothingness, leaving him alone in the dark once more. Elsewhere, trapped in a serene blue void, Elona's voice echoes in sorrow. She desperately wonders why their fate had to turn out this way, questioning the path that led them to this heartbreaking moment. An ethereal, white-haired woman reveals a shocking truth to Elona. She explains that Kazan's devotion runs deeper than she ever knew, reminding her of events she's already witnessed. A vision flashes, showing a young Kazan falling while saving her from the slave market. Another memory shows him taking a fatal blow from her brother Antonio's sword. Elona is crushed by the revelation that Kazan has already given his life for her twice. But the woman isn't finished, asking about the final time and promising to show her a memory from 5 years ago. The mysterious woman reveals a crucial memory from 5 years ago. After Kazan escaped Parzion, he quickly joined the infamous Padisha mercenaries under Torton. Their mission was to capture a man named Lak, but Kazan had bigger plans. In a shocking twist, he took out Lak himself and confronted the mercenary leader, Harnik. With his blade ready, Kazan boldly declared his true goal, to win the ongoing civil war and claim the throne. Harnik, initially terrified, saw a golden opportunity. He realized that backing Kazan could elevate his own status to nobility. Harnik's fear quickly melted into greedy ambition. Imagining himself as the Grand Vizier, he eagerly pledged his loyalty to Kazan's plan. Together, they began a ruthless campaign. Kazan cut down his own brothers one by one, carving a bloody path to power. In the final confrontation, his last remaining brother cursed him, spitting that he would regret his actions. Unfazed, Kazan coldly declared that if he feared any curses, he never would have gotten this far. With one last, decisive move, the long and brutal civil war was over. The vision shifts to the end of the brutal civil war. Kazan stands over his defeated brother, but the victory is hollow. He stumbles back, weakened from the long fight. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowy entity with a piercing red eye envelopes him, a terrifying power he accepted to seize the throne. The mysterious woman's voice cuts through the scene, declaring him a fake. She reveals to Elona that Kazan was a fraud, and his entire identity as a royal was a carefully crafted lie, shattering everything she believed. The woman's voice reveals the terrible price Kazan paid for the throne. At the war's end, a monstrous, shadowy entity with a glowing red eye consumes him. This was the dark power he accepted. As the force takes hold, Kazan collapses in agony, gasping the name Sindar. The mysterious narrator mocks his struggle, questioning how he dared defy a god's curse. She asks if he really thought he could fool her with a fake identity, revealing that his entire claim to power was built on a dangerous lie. The demonic entity, Sindar, demands Kazan to hand over the real one and writhe in agony. Overwhelmed by the dark power, Kazan screams, refusing to die like this. He clutches his tunic, desperation in his eyes as he pleads for a chance. But it's not just survival he wants, he demands an opportunity for revenge. His fierce desire gives the entity pause. Intrigued by the proposition of vengeance, the dark god seems to agree. A glowing, crystalline heart materializes, sealing their wicked pact for power and vengeance. The dark god is impressed by Kazan's sheer will. Finding the human's desire for vengeance interesting, it agrees to grant him a chance. A stream of crimson energy flows from the entity, twisting and solidifying into a magnificent golden crown that settles on Kazan's head. The god promises to return for him soon, sealing their dark bargain. With this new power, Kazan is reborn. He stands tall, his body covered in glowing red markings. The mysterious woman's voice rings out, announcing his false royal name, Kazan Milashatra. The mysterious woman reveals a tragic truth. Kazan ultimately lost the 3 hearts he had once stolen from Elona. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Elona is drowning in guilt. She believes his downfall is entirely her fault, a direct result of her past betrayal. He sacrificed absolutely everything just for the chance to see her again. A memory flashes of them trying to escape together. She's crushed by the weight of regret, certain that if only she'd had the courage to run away with him then, he wouldn't be suffering so much now. In a shimmering, starlit void, Elona floats before a divine being. The god delivers a devastating truth. Sindar's curse is absolute. While Kazan may appear to have survived, he's only living on borrowed time. His final moments have merely been delayed. Hearing this, a desperate Elona makes a bold proposition. She, a mere mortal, dares to bargain with the god. With tears in her eyes, she offers the rest of her life in exchange, asking only that he wait until after her child is born. She pleads for him to accept her sacrifice. With tears in her eyes, Elona desperately begs the celestial being to help her save Kazan. But the god calmly refuses her sacrifice. It explains that it has no desire for her life, revealing a shocking truth. Elona is the only human who ever found its legendary, ever-flowing water. A vision appears of a city long buried in sand. The god says that countless people searched for this sacred place, but all of them failed. To lose such a precious and unique human, it concludes, would be a great loss for everyone. The god smiles, offering an alternative. It doesn't want Elona's life. Instead, its payment will be 3 promises. The first command is massive. Once she returns to the surface, she must rebuild its forgotten city. The god is confident she'll find the sacred place again. Then comes the second, chilling condition. With a calm demeanor, it repeats its earlier demand, telling Elona she must give it her child. Hope drains from Elona's face, replaced by pure shock. The price for Kazan's life is her unborn baby. The celestial being senses Elona's fear and quickly clarifies its intentions. It promises not to harm the child. Instead, it has grown fond of the baby and wishes to offer its divine protection for a long time. This isn't a threat, but a guardian's vow. Processing this, Elona hesitantly agrees to the terms, seeing no other way to save Kazan. With the second promise sealed, the god reveals a vision of a water-bearing statue. Leaning in close, it prepares to deliver its final, most crucial command, a request that will change everything. With resolve in her eyes, Elona agrees to the god's final, mysterious condition. The deal is struck. The celestial being touches its forehead to hers, and a brilliant light erupts around them, sealing their pact. The sacred space dissolves in a flash. Suddenly, Elona finds herself back on solid ground, standing alone in a vast, sun-scorched desert. Clutching the jug of life-saving water, her face is a mask of weary determination. She has the cure for Kazan, but now she must survive the wasteland and fulfill 3 impossible promises. With the life-saving water secure, Elona steels herself for the journey ahead. Her mission is clear: get back to Kazan. She takes a determined step across the burning sand, her focus unwavering. But a horrifying sight freezes her in place. Just ahead, lying motionless on the ground, is the man she just risked everything to save. Panic flashes across her face as she screams his name. Kazan is sprawled in the sand, unconscious and fading fast. She might have the cure, but time is running out. Elona's scream cuts through the desert silence as she finds Kazan. She races to his side, her mind reeling with one question: how is he here? Kneeling in the sand, she frantically demands an answer, but he's unresponsive. Desperation claws at her as she begs him to wake up, shouting that she has returned. With all her strength, she pulls his limp body into an embrace, trying to shake him from the darkness. He remains deathly still. The poison's crimson marks a terrible sign that she is almost out of time. Clinging to Kazan, Elona feels a faint breath against her cheek. He's alive, but that tiny spark of hope is instantly smothered by reality. She's alone in an endless desert. With no healing skills and no one to call for help, what can she possibly do? The life-saving water feels useless in her hands. As tears trace paths through the dust on her face, she cradles his head, overcome with regret. A painful question haunts her. Why does she only ever take action when she's on the verge of losing him? An enraged voice demands to know if Elona has come to her senses. Kneeling on the floor, she faces a harsh interrogation about the annulment letter. With her head bowed, she admits she sent it herself. Clenching her fist, she declares it was a choice she made out of love, a decision she will never regret. Her mind flashes back to the first time she saw Kazan in chains. From that very moment, she believed it was a sin for her to even dare to want him, expecting it would all end this way. The man scoffs at her confession, clearly unimpressed. But Elona is lost in her own despair, tears streaking her face. She believes her love has only ever hurt Kazan, and his love, in turn, fills her with unbearable guilt. This painful realization sends her back to the harsh desert reality. Clinging to Kazan's unconscious body, she makes a desperate prayer. She begs the goddess to punish her instead, to free Kazan from a life shackled to hers. With all her heart, she offers to take those chains upon herself, trading her fate for his. As her final tear falls, a miracle unfolds. The barren sand before her ripples and transforms into a pool of sparkling, clear water. Elona stares in disbelief, wondering what this could be. A vision flashes in her mind, the goddess's words echoing from the past. This was her answer. Her prayer was heard. A surge of hope electrifies her as she realizes this water can save him. She carefully cups the precious liquid in her hands, her one and only chance to bring Kazan back from the brink. With no time to waste, Elona brings the miraculous water to Kazan's lips, whispering a final, desperate plea. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light explodes from his body. The mystical tattoos covering his skin flare with unimaginable power as he sits bolt upright, his eyes glowing a menacing red. Elona watches, stunned by the sheer force radiating from him. But then, she gasps, her gaze falling to her own arm. The glowing tattoo that has marked her for years, the very symbol of her curse, is finally disappearing. The goddess's miracle was for them both. As the light fades, Kazan stirs, his red eyes slowly focusing on the woman before him. He softly calls out her name. Overwhelmed with relief, Elona throws her arms around him, overjoyed that he's finally awake. He holds her tight, whispering his gratitude to the goddess for this second chance. Burying his face in her shoulder, he then thanks Elona, his voice thick with emotion. He holds her as if he'll never let go again, a silent promise hanging in the quiet desert air. Kazan pulls her closer, his gaze intense as he confirms she isn't just an illusion. Elona admits she was terrified she would have to leave him behind for good. He then reveals his deepest desires. All he ever wanted was to see her happy and, if he could be greedy, to stay by her side forever. But Kazan confesses his biggest fear was that his love would only become another burden, making her feel guilty until the end. Under the vast desert stars, he gently holds her face, lost in the moment. Elona reflects on their turbulent love, realizing it was both the wound and the cure. It was a painful process, one that scarred them but also healed them, ultimately making them stronger than ever before. In the present, she tilts her head back, completely overwhelmed by the moment. With a blissful smile, she confesses just how incredibly happy she is right now. Kazan's intense red eyes soften with pure affection as he holds her, whispering her name as if it's the most precious sound in the world. Their connection is undeniable. Elona tells Kazan that what she's about to say might be hard to believe, but she promises he'll accept it in the end. She gently takes his hand, her touch firm and certain. Kazan watches her, completely captivated as she reveals the simple reason he will believe her words. With a soft, confident smile, she declares it's because he loves her. As they sit together by a sparkling oasis under the stars, the undeniable truth of her statement settles between them, wrapping them in a moment of pure, peaceful connection. Their peaceful moment shatters as a messenger delivers devastating news. He reports that Zahak and Irid have launched a rebellion and taken over the entire kingdom. Even the formidable Tortan was overwhelmed by their fierce momentum and forced to retreat, leaving the capital completely sealed off by enemy troops. A bead of sweat rolls down Kazan's face as he thinks of one man, Zahak Omar. Kazan bitterly recalls always putting Zahak on the front lines, knowing firsthand that the man possessed both the ambition and the brutal ability to lead any charge. Kazan grimly considers the chaos unfolding. He knows Zahak's ferocity is unmatched, and now that power is turned against them. He slams his fist on the table, consumed by regret. He admits he has no excuse. He should have stopped Omar sooner. Elona, ever the strategist, cuts him off, stating that blame is useless now and they must see Tortan immediately. Kazan grabs his sword, ready for battle. He tells her any delay will only fuel the people's fear. With a cold look, he vows to teach Zahak a lesson about true courage. Kazan states that facing this threat is simply the duty of a ruler. Though Elona agrees, her worry is plain to see. He gently cups her face, telling her not to be anxious. Pulling her into a tight embrace, he vows he won't waste the life she saved for him and asks her to trust him and wait. Feeling the sheer intensity of his promise, Elona realizes all she can do is believe in him. As they hold each other, she makes one last request, that he must come back safely. He agrees without hesitation. Tortan, looking exhausted, pores over a report from the front lines. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, asking if staring at the paper is going to solve anything. Tortan looks up in shock to see Kazan, already there on his horse. He stammers, asking how the king arrived so quickly and if he is all right. Wasting no time, Kazan confirms he's fine and demands to know the current situation. With a grim expression, Tortan explains that things are worse than they imagined. The Padishah and Omar aren't their only enemies. Tortan delivers more bad news. Several vassals have joined the enemy, and their reinforcements will arrive soon. He warns Kazan that if things go wrong, the entire situation could explode. Seeing the king's determined face, Tortan asks if the curse has finally been lifted. Kazan confirms it has, though he suspects it wasn't done willingly. A vision of Elona flashes through his mind, her words giving him strength. He clenches his fist, vowing to win this war no matter what. It's the only way to protect the kingdom and the royal family. Kazan declares his goal is to protect the kingdom, the royal family, and Elona. Turning to his commander, he states that to carry out the plan, he needs his help one more time. Tortan smirks, telling his king the question is obvious. He vows to remain Kazan's man to the very end. They seal their pact with a powerful handshake. With unwavering loyalty, Tortan drops to one knee, asking for his orders. He addresses the king not by his royal title, but by a name from their shared past, Lord Sindar. At dawn, Kazan's plan swings into action. He instructs Tortan to take the knights and find Irid and Harnik, correctly predicting they'd be at an outdoor party. Meanwhile, a drunk Harnik Padishah laughs, gloating to his daughter Irid about how he once had Kazan serving him. Just as he relives his past glory, Tortan and his soldiers burst onto the scene. He draws his sword and gives the order to seize Harnik and Irid immediately. With a unified battle cry, the royal knights charge in to capture the traitors. Harnik Padishah shouts in disbelief as his lavish party is ambushed. At the same time, Kazan makes his move, heading directly for Zahak's private chambers. A lone guard outside questions if he'll be all right by himself. With chilling confidence, Kazan quickly overpowers the sentry, who gasps Zahak's name before hitting the floor. Without hesitation, Kazan pushes the massive doors open. His intense, crimson eyes burn through the crack, ready to face the man who has been plotting his downfall. Kazan's voice cuts through the silence, declaring that Zahak already knows why he's here. Lounging on his throne, Zahak smirks, casually welcoming the uninvited guest. He notes the king's defiant expression, correctly guessing he has no plans to submit. In response, the sharp ring of steel echoes through the chamber as Kazan draws his sword. He issues a chilling ultimatum to Zahak Omar. Draw your weapon now if you want to live even a few minutes longer. The final showdown has officially begun. A low chuckle escapes Zahak's lips. He casually agrees to Kazan's wish, admitting he isn't sure who will be left standing by the end. With a wicked grin, he draws his own blade in a flash of steel, the sharp sound echoing in the chamber. He declares that a man with nowhere left to retreat also has nothing left to fear. His purple eyes burn with intensity as he formally invites Kazan Milashatra to come at him. The final battle for the throne is about to erupt. Without another word, steel screams against steel as Kazan and Zahak's blades clash in the center of the throne room. The two are immediately locked in a brutal contest of strength, pushing against each other with deadly force. As their swords grind together, Zahak is genuinely stunned. He recognizes Kazan's stance is utterly flawless, the pressure behind it immense. He can only wonder if he's facing a man who has been blessed by a god. Their blades part for a split second before crashing together again, neither man willing to yield. Kazan pulls back for a moment, smirking as he taunts Zahak. He asks if he's already tired after all his big talk. With a grim expression, Kazan offers him one last chance to surrender, promising his punishment might be lighter. But the mention of punishment sends Zahak into a rage. He explodes forward, swinging his blade with terrifying force. As their swords collide, Zahak roars that Kazan, a man who lost his heart to a simple slave from an enemy nation, has no right to judge him. The battle intensifies. Zahak screams that Kazan has abandoned his title and his faith, declaring he is no longer the king or a true believer. With a furious roar, he raises his blade to deliver a devastating strike. Steel bites into steel with a deafening shriek as Kazan meets the blow head-on, his red eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Fueled by pure hatred, Zahak snarls his true intention. He will execute both Kazan and that slave woman. He vows that Kazan will finally repay Samira's life with his own, making this a fight to the bitter end. A fresh cut bleeds down Kazan's face, but he remains composed. He tells Zahak Omar he's directing his anger at the wrong person. Zahak sneers, spitting Elona's name and calling her that slave woman. He seethes with regret, wishing he had eliminated her when he had the chance. This is the final straw. A memory of holding Elona floods Kazan's mind as pure rage consumes him. His knuckles turn white on his sword hilt. With burning eyes, he asks exactly who Zahak thinks he has the right to threaten. A raw power erupts from Kazan. He unleashes a furious assault, his blade a blur of silver light that smashes against Zahak's defenses. Staggering back, Zahak questions this overwhelming strength. As their swords lock, Kazan reveals he knows Zahak investigated Samira's case in Parzion. He states plainly that the one responsible for Samira's fate was Antonio. Zahak screams in denial, but Kazan cuts him off. He clarifies that Zahak's real problem is that Elona is the princess of Parzion, and in his twisted mind, anyone who simply stood by deserves the end. With a sickening grin, Zahak Omar mocks Kazan's feelings for Elona. He makes a vile promise to reunite the two of them after their end. But his taunts are cut short. In a blur of pure fury, Kazan explodes forward, his blade a flash of silver light. Zahak scoffs, thinking the move was just for show, but his words catch in his throat. A searing pain rips across his face, and he lets out a raw, soul-crushing scream. Clutching his mangled eye, he stumbles back as his crown clatters to the cold stone floor. Kazan stands over the fallen Zahak, ordering him to face the truth. He admits he'd like to silence the man for good, but declares that what happens next will be judged by a higher power. Clutching his ruined eye, Zahak desperately asks if taking him down will solve anything. Kazan warns that the war Zahak is trying to start will only create more innocent victims. As he speaks, memories of tender moments with Elona flash through his mind, strengthening his resolve to protect her and their future. Kazan looms over Zahak, telling the defeated man he will come to regret his choice. Clutching his mangled face, Zahak admits his decision was wrong, lamenting that an entire nation will disappear because of his foolishness. He declares he doesn't want to witness the country's collapse and begs Kazan to end his life now. But Kazan denies him a quick escape. He sentences Zahak to the desert, where he will face judgment. As Kazan walks away, he leaves him with a sliver of hope, stating that if he has faith, he will return alive. As the wind howls across the dunes, Zahak is left completely alone. The harsh desert begins its work, with swirling sands starting to swallow him whole, a grim fate delivered by Kazan. But even in his final moments, Zahak refuses to break. He declares he will not survive in cowardice. Instead, he vows to become one with the noble desert itself. From his sandy grave, he makes a chilling promise. He will be watching Kazan from beyond, cursing his name for all eternity. His defiance echoes in the desolate wasteland. As the desert claims him, Zahak's mind drifts to his final justifications. He believes his actions were the only way to protect the Omar family's honor. Surely, his sister Samira would have felt the same. A vision cuts through the darkness. A gentle, glowing figure, an echo of Samira, cradles his head, offering a moment of peace amidst the swirling sand. With his last breath, Zahak whispers his sister's name, finding a strange serenity as he fades away into a memory of her embrace. After Kazan crushed the rebellion, order finally returned to the kingdom. A date was set for the Padishah family's final reckoning, and like the Omars, their name was set to be wiped from history. But as these powerful families crumbled to dust, a new legend was born. Elona de Parzion, the woman who saved the king's life and received a divine blessing, carved her name into the history books. People began to praise her as the human who had the power to change a destiny ordained by the gods themselves, sparking a great wave of change. With Elona's legend spreading like wildfire, the kingdom of Ashatra was on the brink of massive change. Inside the palace, Elona waited for the king with her trusted friend, Miriam. Miriam noted that Kazan was running late, but Elona calmly reassured her that he would be there soon. Her calm shattered when Miriam suddenly gasped, urging her to look outside immediately. Elona turned, and her eyes widened in pure shock. She was left completely speechless by the unbelievable sight unfolding before her. The sight was King Kazan, returned from his duties, sitting tall on his horse. Miriam excitedly announced his arrival, but Elona was already gone. Ignoring Miriam's panicked cries about her delicate condition, Elona flew out of the room and onto the grand balcony. She shouted his name with all the love and longing in her heart. Kazan, startled by her sudden appearance, immediately dismounted. He barely had time to react before Elona threw herself into his arms, holding onto him as if she'd never let go. He wrapped his arms around her, whispering her name. Kazan starts to apologize for being late, but Elona doesn't let him finish. All that matters is that he's here. Overwhelmed with emotion, she tells him she's just glad he's safe and that she missed him terribly. Holding her close, Kazan admits he missed her too, thanking her for always waiting. A soft smile plays on his lips as he tells her it's time to go home. Looking up at him, Elona's eyes shine with love as she agrees, calling it their sanctuary, a place where they can finally be safe together. Elona agrees to return to Ashatra, ready to begin their new life together. But then, a massive 3-year time jump throws us into the future. Inside the palace, a more mature and regal Elona opens a personal letter. The message is from none other than Prince Adrian. He corrects himself mid-thought, addressing her as queen, and asks if she's been well. He then reveals a shocking update. He's finally found a cure for his long-standing illness and is getting treatment, a clear sign that he's growing stronger. In his letter, Prince Adrian explains that while his recovery will take time, he no longer fears the future. He then asks about her son, Prince Ashid, teasing that he's heard the boy is quite a handful and might need an etiquette lesson. The letter is signed Kendrick Xerox. Reading this, Elona smiles, genuinely happy to hear he's doing well. She reflects on the past 3 years, how the chaos settled and her life transformed completely. She was no longer a slave, but had begun her new life as the queen of Ashatra. Elona strokes her son's head, relieved that the child who was once a source of so much worry is now growing up healthy. She hopes this peace will last forever, but her quiet moment is suddenly interrupted. Kazan leans in from behind, his voice a low whisper as he asks what she's reading so secretly. Startled, Elona explains it's just a letter from Sir Xerox. Kazan playfully nuzzles her neck, making her squirm and laugh. As she tells him to stop, a sleepy voice calls out. Their son, Prince Ashid, appears, wishing them a good morning. Kazan playfully reminds his son that he's supposed to sleep alone, but little Ashid just giggles, declaring he prefers sleeping with them. Kazan pulls the boy into a hug as Elona suggests they all get ready to go out. When she asks where they're headed, Kazan gives her a mysterious smile, promising she'll see when they arrive. Later, their carriage pulls up to a massive, breathtaking palace. Elona steps out, completely stunned by the grandeur, as her son gasps in absolute amazement at the incredible sight before them. Little Prince Ashid darts ahead, a blur of pure energy. Elona shouts in alarm, warning him to be careful before spotting a familiar face and calling out to Aslan. Without hesitation, the young prince launches himself into the silver-haired man's arms. Aslan catches him with a warm smile, gently reminding him that he could have gotten hurt. As Kazan and Elona catch up, Kazan asks if they're all right. Aslan assures the king that everything is progressing well, all thanks to his support. Kazan then tells his curious son that they have almost arrived. A fleeting memory flashes, a beautiful woman with platinum hair standing before this very palace. In the present, that peaceful image shatters as Prince Ashid suddenly sprints away from his parents. A startled Kazan calls out, asking where he's going, but the energetic boy just keeps running through the sunlit courtyard, a look of pure excitement on his face. But Kazan's surprise quickly twists into sheer panic. He screams his son's name, his eyes widening with a sudden, terrifying realization about where the child is headed. Elona gently tells her son, Ashid, that he should have said something before dashing inside. The boy apologizes, explaining that he saw a girl run in and followed her without thinking. A confused Elona notes that she didn't see anyone else. As she and Aslan walk deeper into the palace, a large statue catches her attention. She's certain it used to hold a water jar. When she points this out, Aslan reveals a shocking truth. She took the jar 3 years ago. It was a sacred relic, and Elona immediately panics, realizing she is to put it back. Aslan tries to calm Elona, explaining that the sacred jar must have been moved by divine will since it was no longer needed in Luca. Despite his words, her mind races with panic about a final promise she made. Seeing his mother's distress, little Ashid asks what's wrong. But before anyone can answer, the boy's attention is stolen by the fountain statue. He points, his eyes wide, exclaiming that the stone figure looks just like the mysterious girl he followed inside. Without another word, he and the others rush forward. Without warning, water erupts from the base of the fountain, rapidly flooding the grand hall. A startled Elona grabs onto Kazan, asking what's happening as the water level rises around them. Aslan stares in disbelief, telling her that Luca's water source had dried up a long time ago. But then his expression shifts. He notes that the water only began to flow the moment Prince Ashid approached. A shocking realization dawns on him as he turns to look at the young boy, a wild new theory clicking into place. Aslan voices his shocking theory aloud. Perhaps the god Lu has been waiting for the prince's arrival all along. A young, confused Ashid questions this, just as a gentle voice rises from the shimmering water, confirming she has been waiting. A luminous, white-haired girl appears before him, greeting him by his full name. Stunned, Ashid asks who she is. The mysterious girl cryptically tells him to find her later, and then she will reveal everything. In a flash of light, she disappears, leaving the prince completely mesmerized. A tear escapes Elona's eye as she watches her son. Her thoughts drift to a past conversation and a promise she made to protect him, certain the goddess is watching over them now. Meanwhile, Ashid plays in the fountain's surprisingly warm water, and Aslan explains it's a sign of the god Lu welcoming him. Kazan notices Elona's quiet, worried expression and asks what's wrong. She reluctantly admits she's thinking about her deal with Lu. Kazan's face hardens as he asks if it's the promise that concerns him. Kazan asks if she's worried about their son receiving the goddess's blessing. Elona admits that while it's a great honor, a selfish part of her wishes he could stay with her a little longer. She worries she's interfering, but Kazan pulls her into a tender embrace, reminding her that this is their son's future to choose. His expression turns somber as he finally apologizes. He confesses that his foolish desire for revenge caused her so much pain, and ever since realizing his mistake, he has done everything in his power just to keep her alive. Kazan gently holds Elona's hand, admitting he only pushed the position of queen onto her because of their circumstances. But now, with deep sincerity in his eyes, he asks her to officially marry him. He pleads for a chance to atone for his past mistakes, promising to stay by her side. Elona looks at him with pure adoration, reassuring him that he has nothing to atone for. She would have stayed with him forever, no matter what. With a brilliant, blushing smile, she finally confesses the simple truth. She loves him. Kazan's eyes soften as he admits he feels the same way about her. He takes her hand, making a solemn promise to return what he took. Confused, Elona asks what he means. Kazan reveals his stunning intention. He is giving her back the throne of Parzion. He declares that she is the one meant to forge a new path between their nations, just as she changed their destiny. But Elona's joy vanishes, replaced by doubt. A dark vision of a bloody crown fills her mind as she admits she's never done anything for her country, questioning if she's even qualified to rule. A newfound resolve shines in Elona's eyes as she agrees to try. She vows to rule so that everyone in both Ashitra and Parzion can be happy, asking Kazan to promise he will always watch over her. He gently touches her face, assuring her that he will. A sacred history then reveals the truth of the ever-flowing water, a relic given by God to the one destined to change fate. It was a divine promise, ensuring that her child, and all generations after him, would cherish the new world she was building. A divine voice echoes through the sacred chamber, offering a sincere and heartfelt blessing for their future. As the powerful words wash over them, Kazan pulls Elona into a deep and passionate embrace, sealing their vows with a kiss. Standing before the ancient relic, they wish for the sacred water to flow for all eternity, cementing the divine prophecy tied to them and their unborn child. Their joined reflection shimmers on the water's surface, a perfect symbol of their intertwined destiny and the new era they are about to begin together.